The new Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. It works well for heroes with high attack speed, as it can improve their laning and slowing abilities. A hero like Minzathar can take Weakness Finder because his second skill increases the attack speed of his basic attacks. When combined with equipment that can provide more attack speed, he can reliably trigger the slow effect to prevent enemies from escaping. Core talent unlocked with the Support Emblem. By upgrading the Support Emblem, you can unlock Focusing Mark. The Focusing Mark talent works the same as before. It allows support heroes to increase the damage their teammates can deal to the target enemy. Kaj's ultimate can be used to drag key enemies to his team. When equipped with Focusing Mark, the ultimate will also increase the damage the target takes, allowing Kaj's team to quickly burst down the helpless target. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Waktunya para caster juga mengaktifkan Inspire di mana Sunday dibuat Indomie, membuat EVOS langsung coba di zoning out. Kita best to red dari Onyx, 10.000 gold di front tengah dari Felix Onyx. Dia mengambil sebentar lagi, tapi merebaskan Onyx belum ada yang masuk. Mereka tahu dan
satu akan recall tapi barusan lihat pergerakan Kipore langsung menggila dengan cukup cepat pula barusan dan satu lagi belakang langsung dikeluarkan kamu ini langsung menggila pula Karja untuk kali ini lejap tapi sekarang double kill berhasil dicetakkan triple kill looking for man yang untuk high akankah mereka berhasil bisa menorehkan satu poin kill lagi ataupun satu kemenangan. Aktifkan Inspire di mana sekarang di main Jasmine Rasinya terdepan memori keluarkan di portal udah mulai pecah tapi sekarang dia langsung aja mulai lompat lagi dengan satu elit saja juga Tyron udah connect tapi Rasinya tidak mendapatkan apapun karena di pada berbeda ada satu keadaan langsung dikeluarkan pelatihnya mencoba untuk muncul dan juga selamat dari atas tersebut tapi Sally Boy mencoba untuk bisa mundur ke bagian belakang panjang saja paling karena beberapa player dan Sally Boy masih bertahan di area tersebut WON Paijan lejap bercampur hilang tapi Sally Boy dan itu menjadi
dan seperti yang Pulung bilang tadi, kenapa dia pick Dewa, ada late game insure.
Yap. Final Slash sudah dikeluarkan. Trello ada flicker tadi terlihat yang tersebut. Dan peperangan kembali terjadi. Karsnya hilang, tempo sampai dikeluarkan. Tapi Vincent masih berhenti.
terkena satu damage. Cutthroat menuju ke berat. Objektif game terjadi. Double kill from Blue. Dan Fluffy terperangkap di sana sendiri. Dari menemani. Dan bahkan Kapten Marky belum best to red dari Onyx, 10.000 gold difference sangat dari milik Onyx. Tapi di depan sana mereka tidak bisa mendefense bersama dengan secara baik. Kyrie, Tikti buka bermain, screen damage-nya. Kyrie langsung menghilangkan Dino. Ini bencana. Onyx benar-benar memporak-porandakan. Belum ada yang masuk. Mereka tahu dari seorang Ray bisa bermain dengan kabelnya. Dia menunggu momentum, tapi nampaknya belum ada momentum yang dibuat oleh seorang Rian. Dan Kyrie pada telat! Bus mengagetkan semua, menghilangkan Pet Dragon. Free hit, double kill, bagaimana triple kill, para Anda, Ende Pancana! Onyx!
Tahu nggak, Awesome Generation itu punya rule sendiri, kayak aku. Dalam kondisi apapun, nggak ada lagi halangan. Malah ngebuktiin potensiku. See, that's my rules with Galaxy A Series 5G. Kalau kamu?
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain? Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai. Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu.
Ya dong, top gue Bami.
Ih, bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu
notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we will take a closer look at the core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem, tank emblem, and fighter emblem. Core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem. By upgrading the basic common emblem, you can unlock 2 core talents, Impure Rage and Quantum Charge. Both are suitable for most heroes. The new Impure Rage talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a good damage-enhancing talent for a variety of heroes, such as Eve, Nathan, and Diggy. Eve is a hero with great poke and control abilities. She can use the extra damage and mana regen from Impure Rage to constantly wear down enemies. The new Quantum Charge talent now restores HP based on the hero's level and not their physical attack bonus, making it viable on more heroes that want HP recovery and mobility, such as Edith, Leslie, Layla, etc. When equipped with Quantum Charge, Edith in both forms can use the movement speed bonus triggered by her basic attacks to keep a safe distance from the enemy and the extra HP regen to stay in the fight. Core talent unlocked with the Tank Emblem. By upgrading the Tank Emblem, you can unlock Concussive Blast. Concussive Blast works the same as before, providing an extra source of AoE damage for high HP heroes, such as Johnson, Baja, and Hilda. Hilda is a high HP hero who can tank a lot of damage when equipped with a full set of defensive equipment. The Concussive Blast talent will not only enhance her survivability, but also boost her damage. Core talent unlocked with the Fighter Emblem. By upgrading the Fighter Emblem, you can unlock Brave Smite. Brave Smite is no longer triggered by inflicting CCs. It now takes effect upon dealing skill damage and is suitable for most fighters and tanks that need more HP regen. Ruby, Lapu Lapu, Tigreal, and similar heroes can choose this talent. Ruby can trigger Brave Smite repeatedly by casting skills, and with her own regen abilities, she'll have even greater durability in teamfights. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Dari 2 emblem yang selain Weapon Master sangat berguna lah di early game. Di laning phase malah jadi rajanya lah istilahnya. Kok kedapet di lampu? Oke. Halo, gua Kadera. Selamat datang di Project Next. Butuh tutor main God Lane setelah update patch emblem. Nggak akan ada yang lebih bagus dari episode ini, karena gua akan bahas 2 hal penting dari patch ini untuk para God Laner. Yang pertama, kombinasi-kombinasi terbaik talent utama untuk God Laner. Dan hero God Laner apa yang akan meta di patch kali ini. Nah, sekarang kita coba ke kombinasi pertama ya. Di sini gua pakai hero Beatrix. Rekomendasi dari gua yaitu yang pertama pakai Rapture, terus yang kedua Weapon Master, dan yang terakhir Weakness Finder. Oke, itu jadi kita langsung coba di in-game nya. Kan tadi kan pilihan emblem kita ada Rapture sama Weakness Finder. Nah, kalian nggak usah takut buat apa ya, ngepok gitu, karena kalau kita ngehit musuh nih, mereka dapat slow sama mereka nggak bisa ngepok balik gitu. Jadi kayak kalian di lane nggak bakal sering kepok. Terus yang Weapon Master itu kan nunggu dari item kan. Jadi dari 2 emblem yang selain Weapon Master sangat berguna lah di early game buat survive. Nah gitu guys, Kita coba ke kombinasi talent yang berikutnya ya. Di sini gue pakai Hero 11. Rekomendasi dari gue yang pertama Swift, terus yang kedua Bergen Hunter, terus yang ketiga Weakness Finder. Oke, jadi emblem yang pertama kita kan ambil Swift kan tadi. Nah, di awal kita kayak udah berasa ada item tambahan satu, kayak knife nih, kan nambah 10% attack speed kan. Tapi tanpa kita harus beli knife-nya langsung, kita udah berasa kayak attack speed kita lumayan berasa lah gitu. Terus lagi buat 1-1 ya, dengan adanya Weakness Finder, kalian malah jadi lebih gampang kebuka. Nah, setiap kalian ngelempar skill 1 terus di combo sama pasif Weakness Finder, musuhnya kayak nggak bisa lari, kena slow, terus kena 3 kali stuck skill satunya, dia bisa nge-stun. Jadi kemungkinan otomatis terbukanya lebih besar gitu. Bergen Hunter karena kita bisa jadi lebih cepet jadiin item kita. Swift Crossbow di wave 2 mungkin udah bisa kebeli ya, karena ada emblem yang ini. Jadi kayak kalian di laning phase malah jadi rajanya lah istilahnya. Oke, next kita coba ke kombinasi talent yang terakhir ya. Di sini kita pakai God Land bertipe Magic, yaitu Harit. Kalian bisa ngambil yang Inspire. Terus yang selanjutnya Bergen Hunter. Terus yang terakhir Impure Rage. Kita udah di in-game nih. Yang pertama kan Inspire yang ngebantu kalian nambah cooldown reduction. Jadi kalau sudah semisal kalian max emblem, terus kalian nambahin Inspire itu, kalian nggak perlu butuh yang namanya cooldown reduction lagi di item kalian. Jadi kayak beliin aja item yang paling mahal, Blood Wings contohnya, kayak gitu. Kita jelasin lagi di Impure Rage. Semisal nih kalian pakai Magic side lane, itu pasti kemungkinan jungler kalian assassin. Masa kalian mau egois, blue buff-nya diambil, nggak mau dikasih ke jungler assassin kan? Nggak mungkin kan? Nah, di Impure Rage ini kalian ngeakalin mana kalian. Di Impure Rage kalian bakal nerima balik 2% mana max kalian. Kayak contoh, gue pakai skill nih, terus ngehit atau nggak ngehit, pokoknya pakai skill bisa ngebalikin 2% max mana kalian. Tapi ada cooldown 5 detik. Ayo coba update Project Next hari ini ya. Tapi kalau menurut lo tips dari gua kurang relevan karena lo pemain role lain, tenang aja. Karena di next episode-nya akan dibahas mengenai kombinasi talent dan hero-hero meta di role lain. Dan jangan lupa share videonya ya. Gua Kadera, sampai jumpa di Land of Dawn.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks directly as your default setup, or you can freely mix and match different emblems and talents to create a custom emblem setup. We're going to show you how to create your emblem setup for your heroes. Emblems. First, let's take a look at the revamped emblem system. There are now 7 emblems in the game, 1 basic common emblem and 6 role emblems. Different emblems can provide different attribute bonuses. It is recommended to use the emblem that matches a hero's role. Standard talents, Tier 1. After selecting an emblem, you can then choose from 8 standard talents at Tier 1. These talents provide mostly straightforward bonuses to heroes. Of the 8 talents, Thrill and Swift are good on almost any hero, while other talents are more catered to certain roles. Standard talents, Tier 2. At Tier 2, you will also have 8 standard talents to choose from. The Tier 2 talents trigger or work under different circumstances. We still recommend choosing one that matches the role of your hero. But if you're an advanced player, you are free to choose any of the talents to fit your playstyle. For example, if you're playing the core hero on your team and want to focus on gearing up fast, you can choose the Bargain Hunter talent regardless of how your hero deals damage. And heroes who rely on their skills for sustained damage, whether it be a mage or fighter, can use the Festival of Blood talent for more spell vamp. Core talents, Tier 3. Finally, let's talk about the most important talents, the core talents. There are 8 core talents available in the game, and each provides a unique and powerful effect. We recommend choosing the core talent to match your hero's role and only use core talents from other emblems for advanced or unconventional tactics. The revamped Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. This talent is now a viable option for any hero that relies on basic attacks and wants better laning and the ability to slow enemies. The Lethal Ignition talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a prime choice for any hero that has heavy-hitting combos. While the revamped emblem system still uses the existing talents, we have removed the restrictions between emblems and talents, opening up new possibilities for many heroes. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Menurut gua sih update enemy ini sangat membantu kita para fighter ya, karena kita bisa lebih fleksibel dalam pemilihan hero nantinya. Joy bisa langganan sini di band. Hai, gua Sorizo. Selamat datang di Project Next. Experience setelah ada patch bukan lagi cuma sekedar jago adu otot, karena kita juga harus memutar otak buat combination talent dengan emblem terbaiknya. Yuk tonton video ini agar lo bisa jadi explainer yang lebih hebat. Nah, sekarang kita coba kombinasi pertama nih. Hero yang gue pakai adalah Yuzong. Buat talent pertama, yang gue pakai adalah Agility. Yang kedua, yang gue pakai adalah Festival Blood. Yang ketiga, gue pakai Killing Spree. Jadi yang pertama kenapa gue pilih Agility adalah buat movement speed. Menurut gue Yuzong ini sangat butuh movement speed guys, karena ketika lo mengejar musuh, kayak speed lu lebih kenceng gitu lah dibanding mereka. Yang kedua kenapa gua pilih Festival Blood, karena buat lifesteal. Lihat ini gua belum ada item lifesteal, tapi gua tetap bisa dapat lifesteal guys. Yang ketiga kenapa gua pilih Killing Spree. Killing Spree ini tujuannya ketika lu bunuh musuh lu dapat lifesteal serta movement speed. Ketika lo bunuh musuh, ya keras banget guys. Dan kenapa gua seneng banget, karena yang dulunya gua di Factor cuma bisa Festival Blood, sekarang udah bisa pakai Killing Spree juga guys yang di Assassin. Jadi kayak lu bisa combine gitu. Nah gitu guys. Sekarang kita coba kombinasi talent berikutnya ya. Hero yang gua pakai adalah Joy. Buat talent pertama, yang gua pakai adalah Rupture. Yang kedua, gue pakai Bargain Hunter. Yang ketiga adalah Killing Spree. Nah, sekarang kita bakal coba langsung ke in-game-nya ya guys. Buat talent pertama, kenapa gue pakai Rupture? Ini sangat bagus banget guys, karena damage lu 5%, penetration lu bakal sakit buat ke musuh. Contohnya, lebih sakit guys, dibanding lu nggak pakai, ini lebih sakit. Dan yang kedua, gue pakai Bargain Hunter. Fungsi dari Bargain Hunter ini adalah ketika lu harga item lu bakal jadi lebih murah guys, dari yang harga 100% lu beli di harga 95%. Contohnya ini ya, Genius One. Ini harga aslinya adalah 2000 jadi 1900 guys. Yang ketiga gue pakai adalah Killing Spree. Fungsi dari Killing Spree ini ketika lu bunuh musuh, lu mendapatkan 8% max HP dari musuh dan 15% movement speed selama 3 detik. Ini bagus banget guys, ketika lu dalam team fight yang gede lu bisa survive. Ini sih OP banget sih guys. ketika lu yang biasa cuma bisa pakai Bargain Hunter, sekarang lu bisa pakai bareng Killing Spree. Joy bisa langganan sini di band. Oke, next kita coba ke kombinasi talent yang berikutnya ya. Jadi yang gue pakai nanti adalah hero Esmeralda. Itulah hero favorit gue juga. Yang pertama, talent yang gue pakai adalah Agility. Yang kedua, Bargain Hunter. Yang ketiga adalah Constructive Blast. Oke, kita langsung coba ke in-game ya guys. Yang pertama, talent Agility. Kenapa gue pakai Agility? Fungsinya tuh menambahkan 5% movement speed guys. Jadi ketika lu ngezoning atau nge-cover temen lu, itu sangat bagus guys. Lebih kenceng lah jalan lu. Dan dikomboin dengan skill 1 Esmeralda, lu lebih cepet lah buat lu kemana-mana gitu, move lu. Yang kedua, kenapa gue pakai Bargain Hunter? Esmeralda ini early-nya membutuhkan item yang lebih cepat guys. Jadi gue pakai Bargain Hunter biar lu bisa beli item lebih murah lah di awal. Yang ketiga, kenapa gue pakai Cortex 11? Ini ketika lu basic attack ada kayak efek ledakan gitu yang mengandung magic damage. Jadi ketika lu clear wave jauh lebih cepat dibanding yang lain guys. Contohnya kayak gini. Nih. Tuh. Lebih cepat guys jadinya. Dengan ada stats baru ini gue makin suka sih main Esmeralda. Nah, dari 3 kombinasi itu, kalau yang paling cocok ke gameplay gue sih Esmeralda ya, dengan talent Agility, Bargain Hunter, dan Cortex 11. Nah, menurut gue sih update enemy ini sangat membantu kita para fighter ya, karena kita bisa lebih fleksibel dalam pemilihan hero nantinya. Gimana nih para XP-laner? Udah siap main meta terbaru belum? Yuk langsung update ke Project Next dan cobain ya. Nah, buat kalian yang main role selain XP, tenang aja, karena di next episodenya akan dibahas mengenai kombinasi talent dan hero meta di role lainnya. Jangan lupa share videonya ya. Gua Sorizo, sampai jumpa di Land of Dawn.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Karena Lancelot itu tipe jungler yang harus fleksibel keluar masuk team fight, dan gua rasa Killing Spree ini cocok banget di gameplay Lancelot gua. Kalau yang paling masuk ke gameplay gua itu yang kombinasi talent pertama, karena cocok banget sama Fanny gua. Hai, gue Super Ken. Selamat datang di Project Next. Kali ini gue mau ngasih beberapa rekomendasi kombinasi talent setelah update patch emblem nih. Dan gue yakin kalian bisa tiru ini biar rank kalian naik terus. Di sini gue akan bahas hal terpenting dari patch ini untuk pemain jungler nih. Nah, tonton sampai akhir ya guys. Nah, sekarang kita coba ke kombinasi pertama nih. Hero yang gue pakai, hero andalan gue yaitu Fanny. Emblem yang pertama di hero Fanny gue pakai Rapture. Emblem ini berfungsi untuk menambahkan physical penetration. Emblem yang kedua, gue pakai Master Assassin. Emblem ini berfungsi untuk menambahkan damage di sekitar hero-nya untuk mendapatkan snowballing di early game. Emblem yang ketiga gue pakai Killing Spree. Emblem ini dapat memulihkan HP dan movement speed untuk bisa keluar dari team fight. Nah gitu guys, kita coba ke kombinasi talent yang berikutnya ya. Kali ini gue mau pakai Lancelot. Kembali menggunakan Rapture sebagai talent pertama. Hal ini dimaksudkan untuk jungler tipikal damage dealer agar bisa dapat 5% damage penetration. Terus yang kedua gue pakai Season Hunter, karena dengan talent ini bisa nambah 15% damage ke Lord atau Turtle. Dan untuk kill monster jungle juga lebih cepat. Dia dapat tambahan kira-kira 7%-an damage. Jadi untuk kejar objektif dalam game cocok banget. Karena Lancelot itu tipe jungler yang harus fleksibel keluar masuk team fight, dan gue rasa killing spree ini cocok banget di gameplay Lancelot gue. Oke, next kita coba ke kombinasi talent yang terakhir ya guys. Gue di sini pakai Fredrin. Untuk talent pertama bisa diisi oleh talent agility yang memberikan extra movement speed 5% untuk bisa clearing minion jungle lebih cepat, dan mobilitas lebih cepat juga dalam setup objektif maupun ganking. Season Hunter akan memberikan benefit damage tambahan sebanyak 15% untuk objektif, baik itu turtle maupun lord. Untuk ke minion jungler, damage tambahan hanya berlaku setengahnya saja atau sekitar 7,5%. Conclusive Blast sendiri sebagai output damage tambahan yang mengambil keuntungan dari banyaknya HP hero yang kita gunakan sebanyak plus 7% dari total HP. Jadi dari 3 kombinasi itu, kalau yang paling masuk ke gameplay gue itu yang kombinasi talent pertama, karena cocok banget sama Fanny gue. Langsung praktekin aja ya guys. Dan jelas patch baru ini bikin kita makin seru mainnya, karena kita lebih bisa fleksibel dalam menyesuaikan ke hero yang kita pakai nantinya. Yuk langsung update Project Next dan cobain. Dan jangan lupa tonton juga episode tentang role lainnya guys. Jangan lupa share videonya. Gua Super Ken, sampai jumpa di Land of Dawn.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID, pilih diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Don't you wish your phone was fun like this?
Don't you wish your phone looked more like this? Don't you wish your phone could flex like this?
Don't you wish your phone could fit in here? Don't ya?
Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5. Pre-order now. Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5. Pre-order now. Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5. Pre-order now.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Erudicio.
Erudicio. Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Erudicio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we'll take a closer look at the core talents from the Mage, Assassin, Marksman, and Support emblems. Core talent unlocked with the Mage emblem. By upgrading the Mage emblem, you can unlock Lethal Ignition. The new Lethal Ignition now deals adaptive damage, making it a great option for any hero with heavy-hitting combos. With the change to adaptive damage, heroes with high physical damage can now use this talent to enhance their damage, such as Saber and Natalia. Saber's first skill and ultimate combo can easily trigger the effect from Lethal Ignition, dealing much more damage to enemy heroes. Core talent unlocked with the Assassin emblem. By upgrading the Assassin emblem, you can unlock Killing Spree. Now that the talent is no longer reserved for the Assassin emblem, it becomes a good choice for any hero who can perform chain kills. Heroes with magic damage like Karina and Julian can now take this talent as well. Karina's ultimate resets after she kills an enemy hero. When equipped with Killing Spree, she will recover HP from each kill, allowing her to stay healthy and go after more kills. Core talent unlocked with the Marksman emblem. By upgrading the Marksman emblem, you can unlock Weakness Finder. The new Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. It works well for heroes with high attack speed, as it can improve their laning and slowing abilities. A hero like Minzathar can take Weakness Finder because his second skill increases the attack speed of his basic attacks. When combined with equipment that can provide more attack speed, he can reliably trigger the slow effect to prevent enemies from escaping. Core talent unlocked with the Support emblem. By upgrading the Support emblem, you can unlock Focusing Mark. The Focusing Mark talent works the same as before. It allows support heroes to increase the damage their teammates can deal to the target enemy. Taj's ultimate can be used to drag key enemies to his team. When equipped with Focusing Mark, the ultimate will also increase the damage the target takes, allowing Taj's team to quickly burst down the helpless target. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Waktunya para caster juga mengaktifkan Inspire di mana Sunday dibuat Indomie, membuat EVOS langsung coba di sounding out. Sekarang best to rest dari Onyx, 10.000 gold dia berusaha menjadi milik Onyx. Dia mengambil sebentar lagi, tapi melepaskan Onyx belum ada yang masuk. Mereka tahu dan
satu antara recall dari barusan. Dengan pergerakan Kimura langsung menggila dengan cukup cepat pula barusan dari satu lagi belakang langsung dikeluarkan kabur ini langsung menggila pula. Karena untuk kali ini lejak tapi sekarang double kill berhasil diciptakan triple kill. Looking for media untuk Hais akankah mereka berhasil bisa menorehkan satu poin kill lagi ataupun satu kemenangan. Aktifkan Inspired di mana sekarang di main Jasmine. Rasinya terdepan Februari keluarkan di portal udah mulai pecah, tapi sekarang dia langsung aja mulai lompat lagi dengan satu elit saja. Jika Tyron tidak connect, tapi Rasinya tidak mendapatkan apapun. Karena di pada berbeda, ada satu keamanan langsung dikeluarkan pelatihnya bersama untuk muncul dan juga selamat dari yang tersebut. Tapi Sally Boy mencoba untuk bisa mundur ke bagian belakang finance saja. Paling karena beberapa player dan juga Sally Boy masih bersatu di area tersebut. WON, Paijan lejap, bersiap pun hilang, tapi Sally Boy dan itu menjadi
dan seperti yang Pulung bilang tadi, kenapa dia pick Dewa, ada late getting sure.
Yap, final flash sudah dikeluarkan. Suelo ada flicker tadi terlihat yang tersebut dan peperangan kembali terjadi. Karsnya hilang, Tempo sampai dikeluarkan, tapi Vincent masih berarti
terkena satu more damage. Cutthroat menuju ke berat, objektif game terjadi. Double kill from Pulung dan Fluffy terperangkap di sana sendiri, tidak ada menemani dan bahkan Kapten Marky belum. Karena best turret dari Onyx, 10.000 gold difference akan terpilih Onyx. Tapi di depan sana mereka tidak bisa mendefense bersama dengan seorang Pai. Kyrie, Tikti buka bermain, Tikti buka bermain, kita damage-nya. Kyrie langsung menghilangkan Dino. Di depan sana, Onyx benar-benar memporak-porandakan. Mereka masuk, mereka tahu dari seorang Ray bisa bermain dengan kabelnya. Rian menunggu momentum, tapi nampaknya belum ada momentum yang dibuat oleh seorang Rian. Dan Kyrie pada telat, Moose mengagetkan semua, menghilangkan Pet Dragon. Free hit, double kill, bagaimana double kill, para-paranda, Hende Pacana.
Tahu nggak, Awesome Generation itu punya rule sendiri, kayak aku. Dalam kondisi apapun, nggak ada lagi halangan. Malah ngebuktiin potensiku. See, that's my rules with Galaxy A Series 5G. Kalau kamu?
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain? Ini lagi push rank pakai Akai. Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu. Ya dong, top global nih.
Ih, bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we will take a closer look at the core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem, tank emblem, and fighter emblem. Core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem. By upgrading the basic common emblem, you can unlock 2 core talents, Impure Rage and Quantum Charge. Both are suitable for most heroes. The new Impure Rage talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a good damage-enhancing talent for a variety of heroes, such as Eve, Nathan, and Diggy. Eve is a hero with great poke and control abilities. She can use the extra damage and mana regen from Impure Rage to constantly wear down enemies. The new Quantum Charge talent now restores HP based on the hero's level and not their physical attack bonus, making it viable on more heroes that want HP recovery and mobility, such as Edith, Leslie, Layla, etc. When equipped with Quantum Charge, Edith in both forms can use the movement speed bonus triggered by her basic attacks to keep a safe distance from the enemy and the extra HP regen to stay in the fight. Core talent unlocked with the Tank Emblem. By upgrading the Tank Emblem, you can unlock Concussive Blast. Concussive Blast works the same as before, providing an extra source of AoE damage for high HP heroes, such as Johnson, Baja, and Hilda. Hilda is a high HP hero who can tank a lot of damage when equipped with a full set of defensive equipment. The Concussive Blast talent will not only enhance her survivability, but also boost her damage. Core talent unlocked with the Fighter Emblem. By upgrading the Fighter Emblem, you can unlock Brave Smite. Brave Smite is no longer triggered by inflicting CCs. It now takes effect upon dealing skill damage and is suitable for most fighters and tanks that need more HP regen. Ruby, Lapu Lapu, Tigreal, and similar heroes can choose this talent. Ruby can trigger Brave Smite repeatedly by casting skills, and with her own regen abilities, she'll have even greater durability in teamfights. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Dari dua emblem yang selain Weapon Master sangat berguna lah di early game. Di laning phase malah jadi rajanya lah istilahnya. Kok kedapet di lampu? Oke. Halo, gua Kadera. Selamat datang di Project Next. Butuh tutor main God Lane setelah update patch emblem. Nggak akan ada yang lebih bagus dari episode ini, karena gue akan bahas dua hal penting dari patch ini untuk para God Laner. Yang pertama, kombinasi-kombinasi terbaik talent utama untuk God Laner. Dan hero God Laner apa yang akan meta di patch kali ini. Nah, sekarang kita coba ke kombinasi pertama ya. Di sini gue pakai hero Beatrix. Rekomendasi dari gue yaitu yang pertama pakai Rapture, terus yang kedua Weapon Master, dan yang terakhir Weakness Finder. Oke, itu jadi kita langsung coba di in-game-nya. Kan tadi kan pilihan emblem kita ada Rapture sama Weakness Finder. Nah, kalian nggak usah takut buat apa ya, ngepok gitu, karena kalau kita ngehit musuh nih, mereka dapat slow sama mereka nggak bisa ngepok balik gitu. Jadi kayak kalian di lane nggak bakal sering kepok. Terus yang Weapon Master itu kan nunggu dari item kan. Jadi dari dua emblem yang selain Weapon Master sangat berguna lah di early game buat survive. Nah gitu guys, kita coba ke kombinasi talent yang berikutnya ya. Di sini gue pakai hero 1-1. Rekomendasi dari gue yang pertama Swift, terus yang kedua Bergen Hunter, terus yang ketiga Weakness Finder. Oke, jadi emblem yang pertama kita kan ambil Swift kan tadi. Nah, di awal kita kayak udah berasa ada item tambahan satu, kayak knife nih, kan nambah 10% attack speed kan. Tapi tanpa kita harus beli knife-nya langsung, kita udah berasa kayak attack speed kita lumayan berasa lah gitu. Terus lagi buat 1-1 ya, dengan adanya Weakness Finder, kalian malah jadi lebih gampang kebuka. Nah, setiap kalian ngelempar skill 1, terus di combo sama pasif Weakness Finder, musuhnya kayak nggak bisa lari. Kena slow, terus kena 3 kali stuck skill satunya, dia bisa nge-stun. Jadi, kemungkinan otomatis terbukanya lebih besar gitu. Bergen Hunter karena kita bisa jadi lebih cepet jadiin item kita. Swift Crossbow di wave 2 mungkin udah bisa kebeli ya, karena ada emblem yang ini. Jadi kayak kalian di laning phase malah jadi rajanya lah istilahnya. Oke, next kita coba ke kombinasi talent yang terakhir ya. Di sini kita pakai God Lane bertipe Magic, yaitu Harit. Kalian bisa ngambil yang Inspire. Terus yang selanjutnya Bergen Hunter, terus yang terakhir Impurage. Kita udah di in game nih.
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live.
Live from MPL Arena Jakarta, MPL Season 12, powered by Moonton. Presented by Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone. Official sponsor, Head & Shoulders. Official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Hello our dear viewers, welcome to week number 4 of MPL Indonesia Season 12. We're entering the mid-season here with the mac and cheese combo, back at it again, Mirko, Rashid, Shafet. But before we get into that, we're gonna shout out our sponsors first. MPL Indonesia Season 12, powered by Moonton, presented by Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone, official sponsor Head & Shoulders, official mobile internet partner Telkomsel, official gold partner UBS Gold, partner in esports Ablibli, Dunia Game, Grab, OVO and YouTube, official broadcast Maxstream, Tavares Sports and Video, our supplier Indomaret, Point Coffee, Minaskin, Samsung, and also supported by BBASE. On to the first match, Mirko Rashi, Alter Ego versus Steaua United, two teams that hasn't performed the best in MPL Indonesia Season 12. Patch arrives. What's gonna happen?
Well, what's going to happen is if Alter Ego don't find their form, they are not even going to make it to the playoffs. The worst start in Alter Ego's MPL Indonesia history, Arashi.
And keep in mind, Alter Ego has a reputation. Whenever a new patch hits, they don't do so good. But last season, we've seen a bit more of a change. They usually start off not as good, but afterwards, it seems like they do find a stronger second wind later on in the season. So let's see if they can make a comeback, because if it's not now, it's going to be a bit too late, a bit too difficult, as all the other teams are pulling even further and further away.
And there might be a light on the tunnel, Mirko Rashi, because Rekt, he's known for playing that gold lane position since M1, playing that Claude beautifully, beating RRQ 4-3 in M1 World Championship. That might be a solution that they can play. But again, Alter Ego has not played in week number 3, so that might be another solution, or maybe another time to figure out what's happening, like how do we beat these teams, how do we actually get into the standings and get to the playoffs.
I think it's a double-edged sword, right? Not being able to play a single game, a single match in week number 3 could be good for them, because they can obviously just try to find those solutions to the problems that they've been having in week 1 and week 2. But again, they're going to be losing out on a lot of experience, Sage experience, that all the other teams were able to show. Even Geek Fam, teams from below, Aura and Geek Fam, are now rising to the top. Meanwhile, Alter Ego are just alone now, down below.
Well, on that note though, there has been a new patch coming in, so things are quite different. And I guess without the experience, they don't really get a lot of advantage, because all the teams, they have a new strategy rolled out with a new patch as well. So I think for Alter Ego, it's a bit of a very unfortunate set of events with the timing of everything going on together. But let's take a look at the roster. It's gonna be the same main 5 walking to the stage right now.
No Rekt, it's Rossi now. They have entrusted the man to lift Alter Ego back to the top. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Alter Ego.
Alter Ego is still a silly boy on the jungling area though. I don't know about that, man. With the reputation that Silly Boy has this season, that might be another solution that they can do onto further into the season.
Well, Sully Boy, putting him on a utility jungler might be the solution they need, especially against this team right now. Crowd control, engage, they're going to require a lot of that to make this team just flustered in the Land of Dawn.
Back again with their main lineup, with a man carrying them in the front. What? Welcome, the Apostles of God, Dewa United.
Blessed by the gods, plays for the gods. Dewa United Esports, perfect first week. An even worse, very bad second week, but they're gonna turn this around in week number 4 in mid-season to prove that they're not just newcomer and not a pushover.
Coming to the stage right now is also the coaching staff, the brains behind the entire operation. Coach Casey is walking up, going to be showing out against the coaching staff of Dewa United, trying to win in the battle of wits against Jack Lee and Paddington, Casey and Nafari. Let's see what they have to bring to the table with the new patch.
A lot of criticism has been sent their way for both Cassius and Nafari, still opting to, again, double down on the assassin junglers for Sully Boy, when a lot of people, and even the players, I feel like, are just not comfortable seeing Sully Boy on a Fanny, on a Ling. We'll see if the 1 week break that Alter Ego got last week will impact their drafting decisions here, and we'll see the keys to victory.
By the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5, Sully Boy starts considering utility junglers as an option. We already mentioned this already, but Rasi creating space for Nino and for Pi, the side lane gameplay that Alter Ego was so famous for a few seasons back. The patch will also boost Alter Ego's aggression, so they have to make use of it, man. There's a lot more aggressive options that are not assassins in the jungle. This could be what Sully Boy can make use to try and win out the early game and mid game. And afterwards, even then, even in the mid lane, Udil has a lot more options to play around with right here, so they have to try and make use of the patch and try and use the curse against them, right? Usually it's doing good, doing bad. Now they have to do good after the new patch.
Well, in terms of patch in the last season, season 11, they actually turned it around in the mid-season after the patch. We're gonna see if they can keep the momentum and prove the agenda wrong. But this patch though, a lot of macro adjustment that Moonton made, especially before level 4. It's harder to get level 4 before the Turtle fight, and that is where Alter Ego is bad at. They always is notorious for bad at setting up turtles, Rashi.
Well, Dewa United, not really a turtle-focused team themselves, but here's the victory for them. By the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5. Force Sully Boy into assassin roles, and they have some duels mechanically in the jungle, where Sully Boy has shown to be quite lacking. Win the Julian quote-unquote matchup, and prioritize playmaking heroes for keys. If they have that mid lane going online, that'll be great. And that will help with the Julian matchup as well. Leo Murphy and Udil. They used to be on the same team. We call them the Julian duo. Now it's going to be a showdown between the Julians.
It used to be Julian Murphy and Julian Udil, who is playing Julian, the hero, in MLBB. So yeah, that's kind of the thing right now. Both of these Julians with Leo Murphy loaned out to Dewa. I honestly feel like Dewa has just been lifted up. It's such a strong presence that he has on the team.
Well, a lot of pickup heroes as well, Rashi, but we haven't seen Leo Murphy play that responsive heroes, that peeling heroes, that I think in this kind of meta, it might suit the change the best, because when you're playing with Assassin, when you're playing with a lot of aggression, the counter to that is that passive gameplay and try to, peel and kite and try to deal damage to those Assassins to be able to win team fights.
Well, that's just not the style that Leo Murphy is well known for. If he wants to explore more defensive options, usually the way he protects his gold laners, his backliners, is by being more aggressive, that Assassins don't really have the confidence to move forward and dive towards that backline. That is always the Leo Murphy style, right? The man himself. So we'll see if they can explore other options. For now though, expect that Dewa United are gonna go for something aggressive in the early game as we go straight into drafting phase number 1.
Coach Cassius versus Coach Jack Lee. Still the same opponents before this patch. A lot of Kajas, a lot of Angelas, and also a lot of Valentinas because of its flex ability. We're gonna see here another Uranus band. Still very annoying, even though basic common emblem already been nerfed. That hybrid ray gun is not as strong as before.
Well, a pattern you usually see in the MPL is the first match, the first day after a patch note hits. Usually teams don't really stray too far away, but we'll see, man. With the current meta being so flexible, there's a lot of options that they can try and use, or they can stay with the meta we've seen in the past few weeks, week 1 up to week 3.
And also, still respecting that Leo Murphy pick-off heroes. I've seen Leo Murphy doing work against Onyx there. It's probably the sole reason why Dewa United actually put up a fight against Onyx. A lot of his folks are on a point, and I gotta say, man, I don't really like the ban towards this Franco, but Coach Cassius probably knowing Leo Murphy more than me, or maybe other people out there.
They've worked with him for so long, right? I mean, the whole team has played with Leo Murphy, what, since Season 3, I believe, from the heyday of Alter Ego when they joined MPL Indonesia. So they definitely know what they're going at right now with the respect bands placed onto Mr. Leo Murphy, who's also kind of the dictator within Dewa United in the early game. He will dictate how the team fights goes, whether they want to contest or whether they want to just trade for something across the map. But with the Kadita finally banned out there, Alter Ego will lose a little bit of presence, that killing threat that they usually play with.
Especially from the mid lane. That is one of the main lanes that Alter Ego have been trying to use to augment their early game and try and get the 3-man roaming squad online. So far, it hasn't really been working out, but for Alter Ego, they make a very bold pick in taking away that joy. It can deflect into the jungle or the EXP or even the mid lane if they want to be creative. But we already mentioned that Sully Boy, he doesn't seem to be very comfortable on these assassins. But looking at the bans, right, 2 suppressors taken away, it seems like everything is going according to plan for Coach Cassius.
According to Keikaku for Coach Cassius, Joido, 83% win rate over 12 matches. That is very high. The flexibility and also the potential towards in the team fight going straight into backline, but looks like there's gonna be a Yi pick still. Although the nerf is very severe, I would say, for Yi, but I would say this hero is very, like, I would say, conceptually broken in terms of like pro scene. Like the slow is still there, the area of effect is still there, and it can change the team fight from 0 to 114.
It's just a kit that's so overloaded, man. And you know, all the spells. First spell, it slows someone, it does damage, but it boosts your own movement speed. Second spell, it slows, but it can also be used to investigate, to poke from long areas, and also deny a whole area. Even the ultimate, it's long range poke, but it's also crowd control, more slows, more immobilizes. So as a concept, as a hero concept, it's quite overloaded. With the nerf so far, I think it's still very, very effective. But Jeeves now are straying more towards the situational.
Whoa!
That's situational, but speaking of situational, the Cho.
Rossi?
I've never seen that.
I've never seen that myself. Rossi on the Cho. We usually expect, reactive heroes. We've been mentioning a whole lot, well, in the last season. And Rossi doesn't really do well on these mechanical picks, but hey, towards the end of Season 11, he did pull off a few Kufras, even the Atlases, and he was able to make it work. So maybe he's been learning. It's like when he was substituted by Rekt, he was in a hyperbolic time chamber, just training and practicing. Maybe he's been doing a lot of Cho homework himself, and honestly, that's the only lockdown hero here left for them. With the Kaja and the Franco ban, they knew the Fanny was coming up, and it surely did come up. It is the Fanny for Ray, signature pick.
Interesting fact though, it looks like Beatrix is not a prior hero for both the team, especially with the Yi on Dewa United. Alter Ego might be eyeing for a Claude pick, or maybe a Harith pick might be even an option here, but with boatloads of magic attack from Alter Ego, I don't think that's going to be the case. Gonna the first ban for Coach Jack Lee. In the second phase, it's going to be Fredrin. Fredrin, interesting, okay.
Well, banning away the utility junglers, it seems like they don't believe that the joy is going to be put in the hands of Sully Boy. Neither do we technically,
or
but
they wanted to go to the jungle.
Oh, you're right. Forcing him into that role, that's a valid strategy. And speaking of the Cho, by the way, it can be used defensively, right? It's a hero that has a lot of mobility. You can check out bushes a bit more securely, and you have a lot of escape maneuvers.
Mortis?
And if you're going up against an assassin, you can use it to peel instead of engage. So maybe that is the route that Alter Ego will be trying to go for. Next ban, though, is going to be the Arlet from Alter Ego. Wanted to make sure that Dewa don't get their way in the middle of a huge team fight.
We're talking about doubling down on that jungle ban for Coach Jack Lee. Mortis might be like the straightforward ban that they can use to make Ray pop off with this Fanny. We know that Ray is very, very capable of this hero, and without any kind of blocking, without any kind of obstacle on his way, I think he's going to do well in this kind of competition. Also, combined with Dixon and a lot of CC area effect from the Eve, it might be the right way to go, but Melissa, Nino's power hero, has been banned, and what most likely will pick that gold lane in first phase after this.
It's really, I would say, a very interesting ban here, the Melissa, who still relies on these attack speed items. Though, you know, we haven't really seen the nerfs onto the attack speed items. We have seen buffs towards the crit items. So maybe with the crit items buffed and with the attack speed items left alone, the Melissas, the Claudes, the attack speed heroes can still come through. Not first pick prio, but the Melissa ban just shows you that maybe it's not as black and white as we thought with the patch coming in.
Might be a bit more difficult. And speaking of difficult, a comment here from Bang Duk. He's saying that Alter Ego essentially lost a playmaker or a shot caller in game. No one is really leading them. No one is making them move in good succession. But right now for Alter Ego, they picked off, well, they deny the Kufra pick as well from the hands of Leo Murphy. Signature picks, but the Beatrix finally makes an appearance right here. And right now, it's one of the stronger gold laners in the meta.
Definitely strongest, I would say strongest gold laner too, because the flexibility on what he can do is just there. Wave clear, he got it. Sustainability, even though it got nerfed with the Host Clause adjustment as well, I think Beatrix is still a very much a commodity, a pride commodity in this meta in the gold lane. We're gonna see Alter Ego, what will they respond with? All I can see is that Claude, or maybe they'll be more creative in their approach and go for like, I don't know, Brody again. No, Brody against Eve is terrible. I don't know.
Yeah. Brody against the Fanny though is good. You know, this is a bit of a pick your poison situation. But for Alter Ego, they might have plans for the Eve later with crowd control. Seems like Irithel, the Irithel makes an appearance along with the Terizla. A bit of a crowd control, full teamfight comp, and it is indeed gonna be the joy in the jungle for Sully Boy.
I was expecting it. I was expecting an Irithel pick here. It's a very good matchup against the Beatrix, but like you mentioned, against the Eve, this is going to be a very bad pick. I wouldn't even say bad. Up against the Eve, remember, your ultimate, once it gets baited out by something of long range like the real world manipulation, or even just the kill threat from the Fanny, you're going to be in a lot of trouble. And that Ruby pick, I'm not too sure about the Ruby pick, but yeah, Irithel, great for the lane, great for the team fights, if he's able to get to that power spike.
Gotta say, man, oh, look at who's in the house.
Whoa!
Hey. The legend himself, R7. Missing him in the pro scene, man. Like, he's one of the OGs of the XP laner. A lot of people's idols in this scene as well. But Irithel pick, man, going back at it. I'm an avid Irithel hater, even though I do agree that it kind of got buffed with the adjustment from Hoskos and also GDS, great Dragon Spear. That might be an item that this Irithel will pick up in this current patch, but in late game, I don't think the damage is gonna do much, or even like against a lot of physical defense, it's not gonna matter.
It's a lot of AoE, it's a lot of movement speed as well. If he goes for the GDS, the Great Dragon Spear, there's potential right here, but they have to play it out perfectly against Dewa United, because otherwise they just lose out in the damage output department.
Game number 1 of Dewa United Esports Felters Alter Ego.
A tough one. Leo Murphy already with the toss maneuvers there with the recalls. But Arashi, okay, let's get down to business here. Irithel pickup and Sully Boy on an assassin. Keys to victory. But Alter Ego do their homework. Wait a minute, Rasi very aggressively invading the enemy jungle, getting vision and also chunking Ray, but he's still going to be able to clear that out pretty fast. Same timing with Sully Boy.
Well, all eyes are on the gold lane and looking at the emblems for both these players. Already the tenacity in the hands of Nino to ensure that he won't get bursted down, but in the hands of Watts, it's always that late game focus with the Fury as well for a bit of extra damage. But Alter Ego converging on the Litho, contesting it very aggressively here.
Even Pai just chunking Ray down. Ray goes in for a few cables, a good Jeet Kune Do to stop him in his tracks. And Alter Ego takes a little dub in the early game.
A thing to point out though, like level 4 is gonna be hard to achieve in this current patch. We're gonna see here how they will rotate, how will they manage the XP for especially the XP laner and the mid laner, maybe the roamer before the total team fight. What will they do in this kind of situation?
Ooh, Ray with the cables, with the cutthroat as well. Udil flickers out. And he gets out. Rossi was trying his best to cancel out a few of those cables with the Jeet Kune Do. But yeah, with the level adjustments, it does seem like for both of these teams, laning will be even more important. So let's talk a little bit about that.
The Irithel will be winning in the laning phase against the Beatrix only if it doesn't go aggressively and only if there's no intervention. So far with the turtle spawning right here, No one is level 4 yet, but we've shown that the jungler, right, will be the one mainly making him play. But Dixon, look at that, already level 4 with the advance, with the higher rate of wave clear. He will be participating in this fight a lot more aggressively.
Rossi moving forward, getting a good zone. Boy chunking the turtle. Oh, even a penalty zone used up. Dixon with a knockout strike, and it should be a free turtle for Alter Ego. Ray jumps in, trying to find a cheeky little steal, a cheeky little flyby, we call it. But Alter Ego takes the dub early game. First neutral objective secured.
A lot of hope for Boy, which is notorious for bad at picking up those turtles. Very much allergic to turtles in the bottom lane here. Watt always winning out on that gold crab take with that Reno Sapathy.
Well, that's why the Beatrix is just so difficult to deal with. So many tools in the pocket. If you want to go for long range, you want to go for more clear, you have all that.
Whoa.
Look at the talent.
1v1, 1v1.
Let's go, English against Indonesia.
Want to throw down, bro? Want to throw down? Okay, Dewa United all the way.
And we're also placed seated on the Dewa side. This is a coincidence. I'm telling you. We didn't plan this. Rossi definitely planned that though. Great way to drag it, bringing Leo Murphy back. Now he jumps in, trying to evade, but it's first blood for Alter Ego.
All right. Like anticipation there from Leo Murphy, especially when he's using Chow a lot and knows what's the extent of the potential. But Ray, speaking of potential, this fan is massive.
The cables, man. Left, right. Before you know it, he's up in your face. That's some crazy mechanics being shown. But look at Dixon being a lot more active in the roaming department. He just gets punished by Shelly Boy though. Able to escape with that Paquito. He can't really have any opportunities because the mid lane with the nurse onto the Yi. The side of Dewa United, the mid lane isn't really as active, isn't roaming around to follow up on the plays of this Paquito.
The wave clear from Dewa United is really good. With Ruby, with Paquito also rotating towards the mid lane, they can actually be the first one to go into bottom lane and try to give some pressure towards Nino. Still has a flicker. No, actually, from Leo Murphy.
A few taunts there for a little bit, but he has to be careful. Rossi is here. A good cancel out. Turtle number 2 spawning in the land of Dawn. And Alter Ego seem to be rotating all the way towards it. They want to go. They want to contest for it.
Over the Turtle though, you can see the 1v1 between the EXP laners. No one clearing the wave just yet, but Pai makes the first move back to the lane. And everyone else is just contesting for control right here. Now this is the question. Are they going to try and focus on the gold lane? Or are they going to try and shift focus to the Turtle? Because everything just hangs in the balance. Looking at Dewa United, they are moving in the bottom side instead.
Turtle is up for take for Dewa United. They actually were the first one to set it up. But Leo Murphy has not been in the vicinity yet. I think they're going to just reset it. But in terms of like the roaming matchup here, Mirko, you actually asked about the Ruby pick, like why are they picking it? I think Leo Murphy just wants to cancel that Wave of the Dragon, that engage coming in from Rossi because he knows the Chow to the bone.
Jikundo used up Cutthroat as well, but it's giving the cables all the way to the back. No way the Dragon to be used up. Ray now coming back down for the air strike with a flicker comboed in by Udil. And look at Nino, who's rotated first, now gunning K's down, shooting him as Sully Boy picks the kill up. Meanwhile, Watt in the mid lane, just trying to clear that out. Dixon as well, the 2 side laners. Dixon with a dive, but Udil survives. Turtle disengaged from. Alter Ego do not want to overcommit, and Dewa United will try to mirror their movements.
That's Nina with a drive-by with a sprint as well. No way you outrun this Irithel. But while that is all happening, Watt has been able to farm up the mid lane, clear it as well to ensure that Alter Ego doesn't get to try and get any objectives after that winning fight. Alter Ego will go for this turtle though, and Dewa, they seem content to let it go. Because even Dixon is in the mid lane.
Okay, 2 out of 2 for Celeboy. That also helps with the fact that Fanny is in the opposing side of the lineup because she has to prioritize the blue buff over the turtle any day of the week.
Well, Dewa United, they're now just waiting around, trying to find information. This weave pick so far, Keys was just out of position quite a bit. Getting gunned down by Nino right there. If he wants to win in the teamfight department, you have to be a bit more careful as Pai. 1v1 by the Fanny.
Cable management on point, solo kill for Ray, the boy prodigy from Dewa United. Leo Murphy gets out. Meanwhile, wants enough space to get him to a comfortable spot in the gold lane, but Nino will be able to just use this pressure, eats up the pressure, and he eats up the turret as well. Leo Murphy trying to go in with I'm Offended, just goes in for a little stun as Rossi is forced back. I'm Offended, bringing him back. Udil with a good zone, good position. K is slowing him down, forcing the wings by wings. Dewa United They pull back. They do not want to commit. Meanwhile, another jungle versus XP battle. This time it's Dixon. Sunnyboy pops in. The electrifying beats. It doesn't get Dixon down. Now Ray going in all the way. Sunnyboy dashes out to safety. But so does Ray.
Ankle breaker. Everyone for Sunnyboy still has the dashes to evade that Ray's cables. We're gonna see here the the jungle matchup so far 3-0-0 and 2-0-1 for both these junglers, but Sunnyboy already secured that 2 total, so it's gonna be a matchup to see in this game.
Unfended. Udil doesn't have the wings by wings. He flickers out though to safety. Rossi caught in the immobility field as Leo Murphy is the one who chunks him low. Renner's apathy connects, but it doesn't get the kill. Now Sunnyboy dashing forward, a good cable. What? Wow, what a flicker to get out. Now Sunnyboy's caught in a tough spot. Daewoo United are trying to go for him. And Ray with a dash with the on-point cable maneuvers has finally picked up a double, and now Daewoo United seem to have the grasp of the game back in their hands.
Oh man, what Brainies just works in a different way. Flickering behind, like who cares about there? I'm gonna flicker forward to evade those electrifying beats. But right now, Daewoo United has the Lord in hand to be taken.
Pi trying to look for an opening here, gets chunked by the 2 jabs. Rossi, oh wait, the dragon! Able to bronze Ray all the way to Nino! That's a shutdown right now. Dixon caught on the feather, airstrike, forced to back off. Nino versus the world! And they've done it! Alter Ego taking back control! Oh! Don't forget the Lord though. Rossi definitely forgot about the Lord. Falls down, Renner's apathy used up by Watt. A desperate attempt to try to steal it. But Alter Ego, a 50-50 all the way back.
Rossi gets his vindication, man. You doubt him, you pay the price. Ray gets picked up even though he's 5-1, giving a shutdown over to Alter Ego. With this Lord as well, they're already winning in the tower department. They're looking to get even more. Now, there's no really any solution for this Irithel walking around just gunning everyone down. Usually, Daewoo United, they play for the gold lane. They try and get Watt ahead. But now, it seems like Nino has control in the gold lane matchup.
We're going to see the patch notes for 1.808 so far. It's that EXP adjustment, as you can see in the early game earlier. Not much of a huge change, I would say. The only change that I see is that Rome hasn't actually achieved level 4 before that total.
Well, only the jungle gets to achieve level 4, but look at Pi with the penalty zone so deep behind.
Not sure about that. I'm offended, bringing him back, and the knockout strike takes him all the way to the tier 2. Still a good trade for Alter Ego though. Tier 1 for Pi's life, who was 1-1. No bounty for him. Daewoo on full defense mode, and Alter Ego, I don't think they're going to be able to get much more than the tier 2 down below.
On the topic of the turtle EXP change though, the turtle now gives more EXP, so it's more important to contest it in the early game. And along with that, most of the other members, except for the jungler, will not be level 4 during the first turtle spawn. So I think that was something that's different, and a lot of teams have to adjust, especially in how they want to lane and how they want to roam. Now though, Daewoo United will be able to clear the Lord. Oh, Udil!
Cutthroat, beautifully done. Udil spacing out. Dixon goes in, but it's a flicker. Wisely saved up by Udo for that last moment. And Rossi pokes fun, goes for the haha, gotcha emote.
Speaking of wise, though, Udil actually picked up that Dreadnought armor instead of steel leg plates. Mind you, the steel leg plates, it kind of nerfed this patch because the value is 100 more, 100 extra gold that you have to buy that steel leg plates. Even though that's the case, Nino actually opted to go for that in the early game to counter this Beatrix from Watt.
And keep in mind, the Dreadnought armor and the Anticuras afterwards, it builds towards denying damage coming in from physical abilities. But Dixon getting cut to half HP. Pi trying to contest this purple. And Alter Ego, look at the wave management, man. It seems like Daewoo United, they have to be in so many places at the same time. They might be forced to let go of this purple buff.
They have to at this point. There's not much contest that they can go for. Leo Murphy is trying to just keep the vision there. A successful steal from Alter Ego Esports. Grand Theft Purple.
Grand Theft Purple.
Ross's jumps will become harder and harder the longer the game goes. There's two, I would say, ideal targets in that Fanny and that Beatrix. He has to use that flicker under the right target. And I think the later the game goes, Watt is much more of a priority. But in terms of blue buff from Ray, that zoning part is also Ray's job. So a lot of play to take there from Ray.
Oh, Leo Murphy spots 3. Gets chunked. Ray with the cables, Rossi with the conceal. They're looking for a re-engage. Oh, it's a penalty penalty zone with a flicker combined with a feather airstrike. Bennett's rage coming down, but that real world manipulation didn't buy any time for Dewa. That's a 2 for 0 for Alter Ego, and they're looking to fully capitalize. Ray doesn't have the purple buff. Rossi has recalled, now sent down, or no, sent back to the Lord. Dewa, do they even want to contest this right now? Ray with the cables out, and it is Dewa just conceding the Lord, giving it over to Alter Ego, who have the 100 to 0.
Okay, that's discipline, man. That's discipline display from Alter Ego. Not punishing Leo Murphy right away, but looking for better opportunity with that penalty zone. You can see it 1 second before it happened. Oh, Pai's gonna go in, for sure.
Well, Alter Ego, they're winning in all these big team fights. Devil United, they have to try and play it a bit more, I don't know, a bit more softer because for Keys, right? Again and again, he's been always run down completely without being able to output his damage, without being able to kite back, which is one of the advantages of playing this Eve. So I think Keys has a lot of pressure on his shoulders, but now Alter Ego again grants that purple, but Ray denies it.
Okay, retribution by Ray. This is his first purple buff in a long time. And this might be the chance that he has defending this Lord. Actually going for the minion in the top lane to give a balance, or that wave balance for Dewa United Esports. But wave clear though from Dewa United, I don't think they have nothing much to worry about.
They have a Beatrix, they have a Yve, but Alter Ego, they have the Cho. So if Dewa United wants to try and defend it, they can, but they have to be careful about the engage. It could be come from the way of the Dragon, it could be just Watt getting shut down like that. First base tower falls to Alter Ego.
Beautiful utilization of the second Lord in the game there with the feathered airstrike. That's all you need to siege a turret. Not even a hit from Nino. Gets him there. Ray! Oh my goodness gracious! Away the Dragon locks him down though, and it's a trade back. Mid laner for jungler, for your assassin. Was that value? Wait, Dixon up top now caught in a 1v3. It's I'm offended onto 2, bringing him into the turret. Now the real world manipulation chunks Pai low, but he's still able to get out with that penalty zone. That's a DPZ, a defensive penalty zone, and it's a big W for Alter Ego.
Trading your life in the late game for the Pharsa instead of the Irithel, I don't think that's worth it when it comes to the damage potential. But of course, in a siege situation, that's great. But what can they do with that pickoff? If this was a big team fight, trading 1-for-1 with a late game, a long-range hero like the Pharsa might be valuable in order to give Watt more movement space in the middle of a big team fight. But now, it seems like once again Alter Ego are doubling down on this purple.
Penalty zone, onto 2, onto Ray! Now he gets kicked back, everything was used up. The knockout strike is used up as well. Now Nino still able to run forward. Sully Boy with a few dashes, the feather airstrike not targeted together. But it's still a big win for Alter Ego, who are now knocking on Dewa United's base.
Oh man, caught him in the air. Who says Sarisla is not a fan of counter, but they're looking to siege the mid turret with that real manipulation from Keys.
I'm offended, onto Pai, only onto Pai. Now a few good Renner shots, and one more hit should do it. There you go, Dixon goes in for the knockout strike to kill him. Now Sully Boy jumps in all the way. Dixon, 1 HP! My goodness, still able to survive the onslaught of damage coming in from Alter Ego. And now it becomes a worth trade for Dewa. They have an opening now to go for a Lord, to force it.
No Pai, no frontline, no engage. Dewa United, they have the advantage, and Dixon has been very active in trying to make something happen on this Paquito. Despite his aggressive maneuvers, he has 0 deaths right now, and he can definitely try and make something happen. He is going on the far side of the map to try and maintain that pressure, to try and set up for even later, better team fight for the side of Dewa United. On the other hand, we saw the damage potential coming in from Nino on this Irithel. Usually the late game is where this Irithel fails to just output the required damage.
Not anymore.
But it seems like that is no longer the case.
I don't know, man. I think it's because Leo Murphy is prioritizing more of that magic defense because he has Sully Boy and Oldil to tank in. But we're seeing like Irithel might be proving me wrong. Oh my goodness, bye!
Penalty zone onto 1-0! Rossi! Beautiful way, the Dragon onto the back. And now Ray is forced to run away. Sully Boy is trying to run him down. Dixon survives, getting a few good shields on top of it all. Leo Murphy with an I'm offended, only connecting on the Pai right now as they are relying on Kaze as now the only sole damage dealer to clear out these waves. It can work, but Alter Ego don't want to go for the siege. They want to go for the Lord.
Oh man, Sir Pai reading Dewa United Esports like a book. And so far, Alter Ego's Esports has not lost a single objective yet in the hands of Sully Boy. Very aggressive, Whoa, Case!
Electrifying beats. Case doesn't have the RWM. Sullyboy just walks him down. Now Ray with the cables. It's a good lockdown though. Sullyboy shut down. Away the Dragon now locking Dixon down. And that's his first death in the game. Dewa United, have they done enough to prevent a Lord?
No jungler. This means that Ray has all the chance in the world to make a play happen, but with so much crowd control, going for a steal is way too risky. With all three Rays pushing Alter Ego, they don't go and rush down the Lord. They're trying to play patient. They're trying to go for maybe one more pickup, one more big team fight to ensure that there's no way the Lord falls into the wrong hands. 13 seconds before Sullyboy is back on the map, but without Dixon, without Keys, there's no long-range scouting available for Dewa United. Leo Murphy looks for something right here, but he can't really confirm. Alter Ego just converging on that bush, but it seems like Dewa will be forced to just let it go.
Oh man, in the keys of victories, it said that Rossi has to make space for the side laners, but in this case, Leo Murphy has to give a lot of space for Watt, because so far in this game, he's kind of a non-factor with the feathered airstrike, with a lot of area or like range threat that he has to deal with, but Ray secures that blue buff somehow, some way, but Rossi
have to use the red tree. Ray the Dragon now. Oh, beautifully done to lock Hayes down. Big resource spent. Let's see. It's Dewa still defending. Dixon wants to continue this fight. They know that 3 ultimates have been utilized. But here it is. Patch notes. Arashi, anything you want to talk about, especially for the Irithel here?
Cooldown decreased on the heavy crossbow, but duration is lowered though, so Nino has to be a bit more intelligent with when he uses it, and so far he has been. But now Alter Ego jumped on Dixon, using so much.
Uh-oh. No feather airstrike to play with. That's a massive resource.
Value.
Ray, look at Ray right now. The Bandit's Rage connecting onto Rossi right now, and Ray gets a solo kill on the other side of the map. Now Watch trying to run away. He flickers out the safety, but then flying beats gets him down. Now everybody falls to the likes of Alter Ego. Dixon running for the hills, but it's ultimately a 4-4-1. Caves is back up. Can they defend?
Oh man, Alter Ego is expanding the patch with fire, and they're looking to secure the Lord. It looks like Ray will not be able to contest for this unless he wants to go for a Hail Mary play here.
Going for a Hail Mary play against a Cho with the Way of the Dragon, a bit too risky. Ray seems to be going for the buff instead. He will let it go, but Dewa United, they have to prepare for this next Lord coming in, and so far, there hasn't been a single solution to deal with Nino and that insane damage output.
Oh man, this Irithel pick is looking very juicy in this game. So far, it's hero death, and that is the power of that Irithel, the power of that mobility.
Oh.
When you have, when you can deal basic attack when you're moving, that's just not fair. But Irithel so far, Nino has been playing this hero to the max potential.
Looking at the items right here, Glowing One and Ice Queen's One ready for Keys, so he can do a lot of damage.
GGS?
And everyone is just gonna lose percentage HP, especially with the Divine Glaive built for him as well. So this is a late game where he has caught up from his 4 deaths, and the Beatrice, of course, for Watt, already 5 items, 1 item short though. Which means he won't have enough damage, or he'll have less damage to deal with his Lord as Alter Ego. They go for it.
Wow. Penalty zone. Onto Leo Murphy. Good Bandit's range to zone them away, but the turret now is going to be targeted down by the Lord. Leo Murphy goes in for I'm offended, but gets bursted down before he can do anything. Now Sullyboy, in the midst of it all, jumps in, but the cutthroat comes as well from Ray. They're able to clear out this wave and the bottom lane. Ray with the cables. It has to be on point. It has to be Kyrie-ish if they want to look for this defense in the 20th minute of the game. Still the Bennett and hand of Watt. Dixon trying to zone them away. They're able to clear out the wave once more, but now the side lanes come crashing down, and Nino will be able to just munch on that base road up top. Rossi gets a good Jeet Kune Do, unable to find the way to the Dragon. Too risky. Sullyboy clearing out this mid wave. Both teams micro-managing. Oh, it's a cutthroat again on the Sullyboy, but the electrifying beast gets him out. A few good shots, but Sullyboy still has immortality now. Oh, it's Ray with the cables. Rossi still holding on to that Way of the Dragon. He has the flicker as well. He wants to go for Watt. Now to penalty zone. Onto Watt. He's still able to dish out the damage. Dixon in the back. Just zoning and dictating the matchup. Now it's a winner crunch, and Sullyboy is able to outplay the situation. Rossi trying to zone Ray away from the cutthroat, but he comes in once again as the immortality popped in for the airstrike onto Kays. Now Rossi still playing with the waves, still playing with the pacing. Dewa are surviving this one. My God, what with the render's apathy, but Rossi tanks it up.
Oh man, how in the hell? They still want to go. Nino, you have to make away.
Penalty zone, only onto Leo Murphy. Bandit's Rage coming down. Rossi in the back. It's a Way of the Dragon from Rossi to find one. It's a bit of nature though from one. Flickers out the safety, but Sullyboy takes him out. Ray versus the world. A few more mini waves to come through. Ray dashing forward, backwards, everywhere, but the base is wide open. An alter ego. Secure game number 1.
Oh man, who says stubbornness is a bad trait? Alter Ego was there for a solid 2 minutes, man. Like, oh, there was almost deja vu to versus Onyx, but they actually closed the deal this time, Arashi.
That's crazy, man. Everyone said Alter Ego. They're allergic to seafood. They can't go for the objectives, but in this game, they showed that they have full control, and they have found something during that one period where they weren't playing, man. We said it might be a mistake, it might be a disadvantage, but Alter Ego, they are back, making a huge statement, looking completely different.
Ooh. Just beating the allegations. But they have one more game to beat it more. They have to close it out to be able to gain the first match win of the season and break the curse for Alter Ego. This is what they need to do to secure that playoff spot. Of course, fans are hyped, but will the hype continue in the second game?
We'll have to see what adjustments can Dewa make. They were playing uncharacteristically for the EXP side. They got the early game snowball on the Fanny, but they were unable to use it for anything meaningful. This is why their team fight heavy style just falls short right here, especially when Alter Ego don't allow them to actually get any of those favorable fights, man. Whenever there's a fight going on, it's always on the terms of Alter Ego. Dewa need to find something, and I think that Ruby in the Ruby roam made it very difficult for them to dictate which fight they want to take.
I think that's more of a reactive pick in this case, and as you said, Arashi, earlier, it's not really a Leo Murphy style. Like when you're forced to play Ruby and peel for your teammates, but most of the time you're just engaged in getting kills for your teammates. It's just a whole another game to play for this guy. Leo Murphy has not been able to prove his prowess on this Ruby.
Not at all. I think even though it's a counter to the Cho, he wasn't really able to find those big I'm offended, and it's most likely due to the mobility that Alter Ego just had in that game. So much mobility, and they were also spread out, making it very difficult for, heck, I don't even need to talk about the combo. It's just very hard to even get close to the Alter Ego members.
You saw that for what, man? He was trying his best to be a relevant factor in that game, but he was denied by so many things. The feathered airstrike, the way of the dragon. Can you imagine how much resources is put to try just to deny him alone, right? So everyone else needs to make something happen. Ray, with an insane showcase of the cables in that late game, he tried to do something, but at that point it's a bit too late. We need to see that a bit more in the mid game so that Watt has more space to deal out damage. The way Nino was doing. This whole game he was completely uncontrolled, man. He was just running in the back line, gunning everyone down.
Gotta say, man, Watt did not play a bad game at all. But the threat is just way too much. Every time the feather airstrike is done, there's someone there to cover that flicker penalty zone, especially from Pi in this game has been immaculate. I don't think he could play better in this game with that full tank build that he has. Just tanking all the damage in the front, also engaging towards the backline.
He played the best game he could. I think we put it at that, right? Because, again, even though your positioning is great, even though you use your flicker for one tool, there's a penalty zone, there's electrifying beats, there is literally a feathered airstrike, and to top it all off, well, I wanted to say there was Nino, but hey, it's Pi here who gets the MVP, so we'll just talk about him first. Player of the game, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5, because he, I think, flipped and flopped Dewa United.
He was just the main tool right there, being able to be so tanky in the front line, even taking the Bennett's Rage from Watt, no issue. And then afterwards, serving as both the frontliner and the main engaged tool, always finding the backliners, always finding keys, particularly on that Eve, before later shifting his focus towards Watt. This aggression is what allows Rasi to just be so out of sight, out of mind, until before you know it, he comes in and hits you with the way of the dragon. It's great synergy from Alter Ego. It's a great game plan, right? Great draft that is very efficient, very ideal for denying any presence from the backliners of Dewa United. So this is a strategy that works particularly well against Dewa United.
Oh man, I think they just decoyed the Beatrix combo, or just Beatrix overall, just loaded up with a lot of long-range threat that they have, and Watt is just non-factor in this game. And Dewa United, they've been known to play around Watt all the time. They play through Watt from early to late game. They have to get all the goals that's available in the map for this guy, and when you don't have a snowballing Beatrix on your favor, it's gonna be hard for you to make plays, especially in this kind of case. But we're gonna see the highlights on what happened in this game, and so far Rashi in the early game, Ray has been doing great with his Fanny, but he cannot keep up the momentum to carry to the late game.
He was doing great, but by contrast, Keys, without a hero that's dynamic, that's a bit more aggressive like a Valentina, he really wasn't positioning so well on this Z, man. Again and again, he was caught out of position, and Dewa were unable to use that strategy.
Look at Nino.
The main front line, the crowd control, and that back line, kite back. Nino, everything just jumps in the back line of Dewa United. They have no solution. They can't zone him away. They don't have crowd control secured, especially because for Altrigo, they've banned away the the counters to a mobile hero like an Irithel, like the Franco, like the Kaja.
Man, just Ray, just escaping death there.
The two faces of shock earlier from Alter Ego's performance after 2 weeks of going 0-5. Of a lot of people just disregarding, and I would say actually writing off the team. This performance certainly is a spicy one, and I honestly can't wait to see an interview with them if they're able to get this win, ultimately a full match win. Rossi, though, on the choke. Can we talk about that? My goodness.
Yeah, he didn't play the game that I expected him to play. Very, very aggressive. And in a lot of team fights, yeah, he's the factor that pretty much carries Alter Ego from the start. That Wave the Dragon, especially in that lower pit, is very vital to make Alter Ego has a sign of life. Because Dewa United is denied for the Lord and denied of the Snowball. This guy has increased his pool heroes, or like his techniques. Yeah, techniques and micro feel really hard in this off-season.
Well, there's some big moments there where he just lands great Jeet Kune Dos, great Wave of the Dragons as well. And even the last fight, being able to just find an opening to try and get in there and kick Watt back, that is partially what allowed them to actually win in such a factor. Because keep in mind, everyone was like 200 HP. They could have very easily been taken out. But Rossi now showing that it's not only about peel heroes, it's not only about easy aggressive heroes like the Atlas, like the Kufra, that just goes in a single moment. Now he has the Cho in his arsenal, and that performance against Leo Murphy, though, oof, poetic.
Yeah, showing things how it's done to the God of Cho himself. Oh man, but we're gonna see like how the hell Rossi played that good.
I think it's because of the device.
Yeah. It's a good device with a Samsung Galaxy Phone S23 series, but we're gonna see here Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 5 and Z Fold 5 in your display. Always one victory and flexing on social media while gaming with friends. The new Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 is the answer. The Galaxy Z Fold 5 boasts an immersive 7.6-inch AMOLED dynamic 27. I can't see that. I'm sorry.
7.6-inch AMOLED dynamic 2x main screen. Is that what you're trying to say?
Because it folds, man. And it's equipped with the Gen 2, the latest chipset, 4nm Snapdragon 8 for the Galaxy, man. Gen 2. It's got to be better.
That's Gen 2, not Gen 1, and delivering incredibly smooth performance for gaming, watching, and working all at once. You know why? It's basically a tablet and a phone built in one. Look at that beautiful, beautiful. Oh my God.
Look at the width, bro.
Usually you're worried with how much, you can work on it, you can play games on it, but it actually has a lot of HP in this favor. 4400 mAh in this bad boys.
These are really bad boys, and for those who love to express themselves, and if you're actively creating content on social media, there's also the new Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 5. Now with a larger cover screen that's 2.7 times bigger than the previous version. Perfect for capturing the best selfies. And Orochi is a fan of design, isn't he?
Well, yeah, of course. Design matters, bro. And with this new design, right, it fits comfortably in your hand, and there's no gap. Right? In the fold, there's no gap right there. That's old school. We beyond that. It's all modern. There's no gaps at all. It feels sleek, and I have no idea how they did it, but they did.
Okay, so what are you waiting for? Pre-order the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5 now. Link in the description, or check out Samsung.com/ID with installment options starting from 666.625 rupiah.
All right.
Wow. A bit spooky there.
That's really cheap. 666,625 rupiah. And on top of that, you get a free double storage upgrade, free 1-year Samsung Care Plus, and 2-year screen protection.
Wow, 2 years.
It's not just a deal, it's a steal deal. Go and get yours today and flip your opponents in MLBB.
Yeah, get ready for the ultimate gaming adventure. Join the flip side.
The flip side.
Yeah, but after this, we're gonna take it into the break first, Mirko, Rashi.
Oh.
Yeah, because we have to, calm our heart first on what's to come. But we're gonna see after this who's gonna take game number 2.
Dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this.
Alter Ego coming on guns blazing after the patch and actually use the patch to their favor in that Earthal pick for Nino. Oh my goodness, like what is the better story than this?
Well, they're gonna have to win first. I think the better story, the best story they could achieve here would be 2-0ing Dewa United with their best lineup, right, Arashi?
Absolutely. And if they want to be the best, man, they have to keep their heads cool for game number 2. Because otherwise, there's no way.
How?
How?
With head
Jeffen,
and
how?
shoulders.
Oh.
Get your head calm and collected and don't let your match become a mess because of wet and itchy dandruff. Move on to head and shoulders, Gatot Kacha, or in this case, Tigreal, and be 100% confident.
Wow.
Wipe out your enemy like you wipe out your dandruff.
Is that the Ice Cool Menthol Tigreal special?
You want to do it again?
No.
You think one of the teams are going to pull out the Cool Menthol Tigreal special?
Oh.
Yo, I'm just saying, right? There's potential. Good
Is
AoE, displacement, good scouting as well. In a way, it can help with the wave clear as well, by the way, which is very valuable in the current patch. So you never know. A team as crazy as Alter Ego, if anyone would do it, it seems like it would be fitting if they did. Right.
I like how good AoE displacement just describes almost every roamer.
Every meta roamer.
Yeah, you know what? We can when we talk about roamers, we can say good AOE. But when we talk about gold laners, there's only one thing to talk about.
It's all about gold in UBS Gold. Invest in UBS Gold X MPL Indonesia Season 12 with prices starting from 500,000 rupiahs.
Whoa.
And then get a free MLBB skin.
Free?
Available at ubslifestyle.com, UBS Lifestyle e-commerce, and Bleedly UBS Lifestyle.
So you're telling me I can just invest and get a skin instead of just buying a skin and losing money? I can just invest, get more money in the future while also getting a free skin?
Oh, you can. It's
Wow.
called killing two birds with one goal. UBS Gold.
I think that's how it works, but the value, dude.
Which country did this saying come from, bro? Seems quite modified, but yes, absolute value, man. And speaking of the gold lane, though, we already mentioned it quite a bit. We touched on this up, and instead, with a Fanny who was going 5-0 at one point, they were not putting a lot of effort to shutting down Nino, a hero who's on the sprint. We were talking about this, and Mirko mentioned it. He has a sprint as well, so he can't really flicker over walls to deny the Fanny. Why weren't they roaming towards the gold lane to try and shut Nino down and try to get Watt ahead and play with a snowballing B-Trix, right? It's almost like they thought, okay, I mean, it's Alter Ego. What can handle his own business in the gold lane? Well, against an Irritel, you can't.
I think one of the reasons why they're not able to do that is Leo Murphy on this Ruby. Like, imagine him on a Kaja or a Chao. The game would be much easier to just pick off that gold laner. But if it's just Ray on its own, with Irritel, which has, the cooldown reduction on the ulti is already there, and also still leg plays in the early game, that also helps with your survivability. But you know what? Who knows? Maybe that's just Ray's solo job to be taken, but he's not doing it properly.
Aside from that, though, I will have to say as well, it just felt like Daewoo United was very tunnel vision on Turtle. Yes, we do understand right now that, the Turtle is much more prio than it was before, but I don't think it's that much prio where you need to just 50-50 it all the time, where if you do not get the Turtle, you lose the game ultimately. Because we saw it even towards the late game, Daewoo was able to find some good team fights, though it was mostly Alter Ego. I don't think it was mostly because of the Turtle, though, right? Alter Ego just had a better scaling comp. If they wanted to have a chance in that game, it was to utilize the Fanny as a true assassin to get the marksman down.
Just not go for the proper 5v5 team fights.
You're a fight. No.
Am I a fight?
You're a team.
I'm a team? And you're a fight? Team fight?
Long team fight.
Long team fight. Well, the longer the team fight goes, the more it favors Alter Ego because of their situation, right? More crowd control, a stronger front line. They can just tank in all the damage. For Dewa, they were having a Paquito that was doing some damage. They can zone away the backline, kind of. But in the long fight, Nino will eventually shred him down. So I think for Dewa, if they want to go 5v5, they want to just fight fire with fire, they can do so, but they have to adjust everything in the drafting phase. Whereas for the side of Alter Ego, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Same bans, but now the Joy gets denied from Dewa United.
Mind you that Joy has not been adjusted or nerfed in this meta. Like, it's a bit weird considering that Joy is pretty much always banned in MPL Indonesia, and it's very flexible. And okay, well,
okay.
I want to say something, but
the Joy, I like Selly Boy on the Joy. On the Fanny, though, I'm gonna have I put a question mark there. He can obviously erase all the doubts here with this performance if they are ultimately able to win this with a Fanny. Then say goodbye to the haters, right? Rossi, the new color from Rossi. Rossi is very close to Arashi on the desk. They have very similar names. If Rossi was initially known for being a roamer and a healer, a cover person, a very reactive roamer, in a match against AE, he went full Chad mode. It's due to the Chad era that now we are living in. And Rossi now has grown up to be a full Chad.
On that note, Rossi might be the exact reason why Sally Boy is doing so much better. We saw that with Aura, right? The addition of Oran is able to elevate the rest of the team, give up more space, make your opponents a bit more confused. Before for Alter Ego, only Sally Boy will be making those crazy plays, those mechanical flanks, so to speak. But now with Rossi, also be able to actually go for pickoffs with Udil and Pai, making plays of their own. It's a lot more difficult right now to predict what Alter Ego is going to do, and that might be why Sally Boy is finding so much success.
Gotta say, man, Chao is not a bad pick here for Alter Ego. Has to pick it again for Rossi. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And against Farsa, against Arlen, they can pretty much get punished easily in the front line. You might want to synergize it with that Fanny too in that Solid Boy.
Well, for Dewa, I mean, in game number 1, Arlet was banned away by Altrigo. So one of the picks that Altrigo really dislike in the hands of Dewa has come through. And they have switched now. The Yves traded for the Farsa. With the addition of the Terizla, I feel like in the long drawn-out fights, it's the same situation, but Dewa can be a lot more aggressive now.
Okay, what's there left on the table for Dewa United to just specifically counter this Fanny?
Cho.
Cho
Well,
is
Ruby
an
can
option,
work
but,
as well.
We've seen how Ruby does for Leo Murphy, but definitely Cho is an option here and flex that Arlet, or maybe just give Arlet the proper lane in the XP lane for a Dixon.
They can go for something like a Brody as well, though we haven't seen it a lot. Hey,
Oh.
Kufra on
works.
top of that, a
That
signature
works.
Leo Murphy pick as well. Completely forgot about that.
Counter engage if Pai goes in too aggressively, able to punish the whole backline. It's also a great counter for this Fanny. If Sully Boy can't really pull off the same kind of mobility, the same kind of maneuvers on those cables the way Ray did in game number 1. Into driving phase number 2, Edith gets banned out by Dewa to try and mitigate that team fight, that front line presence. They can just stall everyone and allow Yves to thrive in that late game fight.
Gonna see another fun fact here from MPL. Udil still the spicy boy. The term "the heads of AE's mid lane are in my pocket" is a playful reference to Udil's statement during MPL Indonesia Season 5, where he humorously expressed his desire to have all mid lane players under his feet. A very spicy take indeed. And I want to see that spiciness back again after he win this match, possibly.
Well, we have to wait until the game actually concludes, but the Grok banned away for Altrigo. Dewa going all into this aggressive playstyle, seemingly trying to go for something aggressive, denying Altrigo any chance of scouting for information. And speaking of information, a lot of heroes now are still very good at checking, using spells, using skills. The Beatrix is still available for Altrigo if they want. They can be used to open up the maps. And the Novaria, I was going to say, would be an option, but with a Yves already in the picture, might be a bit too difficult.
This is going to be very dangerous for Dewa United. Yeah, they banned out the Edith and the Grok. Now the Martis as well for Alter Ego. But again, Alter Ego, look at their composition. No marksman, no roamer. For Dewa, full aggression, a lot of CC. The Diggy can come through again, maybe with a Melissa this time. Remember, up against the Arlet, if you have that time journey, it's not really much of a counter.
Well, so is the Tyrant's Rage, Tyrant's Revenge combo from the Cupra. So for Dewa, do they want to go all in the burst, go for an aggressive gold laner for what? Or are they going to try and bank on the team fights yet again and get a proper team fighting gold laner, possibly denying one from the hands of Nino as well? Beatrix is always in the top of our minds. It will come through right here.
Oh man, like I don't know man, like I know that in the previous game you just get countered by this kind of composition of Alter Ego, but in this time it's Fanny on a Sally Boy. I trust that Joy much more than this Fanny, I would say, but Pai so far has been really good at punishing Watt, and also Udil with the synergy might be a nightmare for Watt to deal with, but so far Dewa United has not picked that jungle area just yet. They want to go for a build, do they want to go for a more aggression in the assassin pick?
Diggy Melissa works. Do they want to go for just anti-CC up against Dewa's full CC, lock you down team fight style?
Oh,
They don't.
wow. So Kadira fighting aggression, more aggression, but they are susceptible to getting hit by the Feather Airstrike, Ranner's Apathy combo, the long distance one-shot. With the Irithel once again in play right here, I think it's even more important for Dewa to get someone that can be a proper threat to the main carry, to the Irithel. So an assassin comes to mind, which is why the Lancelot is banned. The Fanny and Joy no longer available.
Haya?
Haya, Ling, Helkert?
Ooh, the Helkert would be a good
yeah,
choice
wow.
to go for here. If you were Ray, or do they want to just stick to utility, playing it front to back? I don't know if that's a good idea here up against very mobile heroes, especially the Irithel, who can just walk you down, walk across you, run laps around you.
Well, if they can catch Alter Ego, that's fine too, as long as they don't fall victim to the mobility, as long as they don't get picked off and get flanked out. Speaking of mobility though, it's gonna be that Ling, a very bold pick against a Kadira, against a Yves. There's a hard crowd control, so now it's gonna be a mobility duel between the Fanny and the Ling.
Now it really relies on that combo of Leo Murphy and that this mid laner Keys, that Feather Extract to counter that Irithel on the backline for Nino. I don't know, man. I have a feeling that when I come home this day, I'll play rank. I'm gonna see another Irithel, a lot of Irithel when I'm playing. We're gonna see here the spell choice for both these teams. Still a sprint for Irithel, Purify for both mid laners, both Keys and Odil.
Purify in the hands of Keys. He won't be susceptible to getting one-shot by the Kadira, but it is a roaming Kadira, so we'll have to see how beneficial this is. Because if he's not getting one-shot by the Kadira, he might get run down by Nino without being able to escape. Because the Wings by Wings can be very easily chased down by this Irithel with a sprint. I think that is something that Keys needs to be very careful with.
And we're gonna see game number 2. Will Alter Ego break their lose streak in 5 and win out in this match for their first win? Dewa United versus Alter Ego, here we go!
In the early game, it's all about the aggression, it's all about the intel game as well. And in the jungle, Sally Boy against Ray. Ray has shown insane mechanics so far. It's just like the macro play. The planning from Dewa was a bit lackluster in game number 1, but now Watt getting jumped on already by Rasi and Nino.
Well, it's just Watt taking a few good hits, but actually in the early game, Watt can actually still sustain quite well and can actually deal damage against Nino quite well. Level 1, okay? Let's take a look at the emblems though, Rashi, because I noticed the difference on the Fanny. Ray decided to go for Killing Spree, but now for Sally Boy, he has actually opted to go for Lethal Ignition.
Lethal Ignition Fanny. A bit more damage once you've thought you survived. He has the Festival of Blood as well, but now he gets stunned up, it seems like.
Cables onto Leo Murphy, putting some damage on, forcing a Flicker and a Tyrant's Revenge to get him out. Alter Ego once again with a first lethal in their hands.
Speaking of the emblems though earlier, Alter Ego has about 4 tenacities, I believe. So they are really respecting the pick of potential here, coming from the Fanny and the Kadira. Later on though, if it becomes a drawn-out fight, that emblem, it still might come in valuable for them, but I think it means that Dewa United, they're going to be forced to play in a faster tempo to ensure that Alter Ego don't get more value from the rest of their emblems.
They're going to go in right now. There's a few cables as well from Sally Boy, diving in deep on the Dixon, but it's a good vengeance to keep him alive. Pi just clears out this wave, and it should just be building back to Dewa United. Turtle number 1 spawns, and Sally Boy is forced to flicker, or forced to recall out. Has to go for the purple buff, and this might just be a free... No, Ray decides to go for the purple buff as well. They do not want to overcommit.
Okay, I prefer Alter Ego to go for the turtle right away at that time because Dixon has not reached level 4 yet. That might be a window they can use, but they instead go for that blue buff to give more utility for Sally Boy and also Ray. But in the bottom lane earlier, Udil actually going for, I believe, Mystery Shop or Bargain Hunter in this kind of... the name actually right, is that. Not going for Tenacity. What's going on here?
For Udil?
Yeah.
Oh, hang on. Keys!
In the bottom lane, Wings by Wings, and a few shots from Sally Boy. Great cable management. Trying to prove the doubters wrong here with his performance on Fanny. But he didn't actually go for... Well, he did go for Bargain Hunter and Inspire, so 2 very aggressive talents there.
More cooldown reduction, and more importantly, more items earlier for Keys to be a bit more impactful, but Leo Murphy doesn't land the Tyrant's Rage. Nino stays okay for now, and it seems like Alter Ego, with that play being made, with that intel being informed, they might just go for this turtle and get it uncontested yet again.
For free, nothing Dewa United can do. They put in all their resources up top. It might be a solo kill. Ray is forced to use the Tempest of Blades defensively.
Wow. Alter Ego, they're finding more pickoffs than Dewa United, and Dewa, they just have to try and respect this and try and get some more utility, check the bushes in a more calculated manner. Talent position by the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5 though, someone has jumped ship.
Yeah, I'm flipping my choice here to Indonesian Test. I want to go for Indonesian Test casting next week.
Oh, really? We'll see you there, Shevin. But now, purple buff being contested by Alter Ego. Dewa needs to be careful here. Ooh, High jumps in, but now that's a penalty zone down.
Good Finch Boys dodge. Now Pai's caught, remember, on Terizla. Oh, good flicker out. Even the Feather Airstrike was committed there. And the Breath of the Ocean by Rossi was used up on the top lane. It's a gank over to Watt. And again, Dewa have chosen to let go of Watt's lane. Their winning condition usually is now their weak side. And Alter Ego capitalize, punish.
Oh man, Sunny Boy grabbing all the kills just like you can grab your order here with a 90% discount with grp.to/MPL promo code. You can scan that QR code right there.
Alter Ego, man, they win out in the fights. They deny Dewa United their own pickoffs, and they're still able to get Watt. Rossi now in a precarious spot, but he's going in. In fact, Leo Murphy is the one forced away. Again and again, all the battle spells used defensively, not ideal for Alter Ego.
Oh my lord. Case is dead, Breath of the Ocean, and even the Oddity just used up. Nino roaming across with this Irithel just seems so easy on this man's hands. My goodness.
And the combo too, he realized that the first skill and second skill helps with that physical defense shred, and right away going for that ultimate for a burst damage in early game in 5 minutes for Irithel. That is crazy.
Leo Murphy once again not getting the engage he wants. We talked about how Alter Ego, they really struggle to adapt to patch notes, but maybe Dewa United, the younger team, are the ones struggling to adapt to the new meta, the new picks, and the new situations. As Ray, he is slowly but surely losing out to Sally Boy, who is rated 2-0, showing us again that there is still the old Sally Boy in there.
Oh, Rossi! If he keeps performing like this, Rex gotta be careful. His playtime might just disappear. Now it's a 1v1. Sally Boy, oh, with a cutthroat and the lethal ignition. You saw the damage instantly. Ray's forced back. He has a purple buff, but he has to run away. He has to get back.
That's why a lot of roaming Kadira goes for tough boots, man. It gets a little bit of window to actually get away from that. Oh, Tyrant's revenge!
Good revenge, no rage though. And Nino's just able to walk out. Rossi! My lord, what a performance!
Oh, 2-3. Just capital and blue buff for Array.
Man, Alter Ego winning in both lanes again and again off the back of just better plays, better selections, better decisions. Now, Dewa United stuck on defense. Leo Murphy not finding a single value pickoff. He was able to land on Nino, but Nino isn't a hero that requires dashes. Just walks away from it. And slowly but surely, the towers of Dewa United falls, and they try to retaliate.
Rossi, beautiful vision. Dixon with the final slash.
Wow.
Nino brought back for the airstrike and the Divine Blaze. Now Sally Boy jumping to the back with the cables onto Watt. Oh, he doesn't find it. Watt's able to escape for now. The Blade of Retribution is ticking down. Watt gets out. Lee Murphy falls to Udil as he picks up the kill. Ray's waiting in that bush. Does Rossi know? He walks up. Ray's there. Oh, what? Ray prematurely pops the Tempest of Blades, expecting a Petrify and maybe an Oddity combo from Rossi.
Might be 1-on-1, but still very much value for Alter Ego because that's a 4v5 exchange, and they actually win it out. Could have been 2-1 if Sally Boy didn't make that mistake in the end of the team fight, but my goodness, Rossi's just carrying Alter Ego in these fights, man.
Doing so well. And Dewa United, it took the whole team to take Nino down. In a proper team fight, there's no way they can expend so many things to just pick up Nino and leave Udil, leave Rossi, and leave Pai alone to their own devices. Purple buff spawns right now for Dewa, and it seems like Alter Ego won't be able to contest, but look at Rossi!
No way! Finds Watt, Petrify! Pai picks the kill up, Ray with Retribution, K's in the back. Getting chunked very low. Ray able to escape from the clutches of Rossi, but Dewa United are now getting sieged down. That's a tier 1 in the mid lane, taken out. Alter Ego, they're online, 4,000 gold lead.
Oh man, the gameplay is still the same. Overloading Watt with a lot of long-range threat, but who cares about long-range threat when you have Rossi on its own, making plays with a solo kill onto Watt? What?
Dewa United, man, they are just confused. They have no order. They have no control over the map. No one is checking out the bushes. No one is scouting for the backline members. Again and again, Rossi as well as Sally Boy have been able to find routes around the players of Dewa, and Watt is paying the price for it. Only Malefic War right now at 9 minutes. He can still do damage, and with enough damage, he can deny Sally Boy any playmaking potential with the damage coming in from the Nibiru. But that is if he can avoid the rest of the damage. Taking a look at the items right here, Udil already with the Ice Queen's wand for a bit of extra catch. Pai building for a full defense, but still on a Terizla, it is more than enough.
Look at Ray though, he knows something is fishy, but actually not, because Rossi is not in the vicinity, but he knows that Rossi might be waiting for him in some bushes with that Petrify. But good news for Ray though, like in terms of pill for the backliners of Alter Ego, there's none. It's just Odil and Nino on its own. It's just a matter of micro to be able to execute the game plan for Dewa United.
It's just a siege, but another siege that Alter Ego are mounting in this mid lane. Nino gets it. That's another tier 2 up top, 1v1. The battle of the R's. Rossi versus Ray. It's a stalemate as that's a Bandit's Rage committed onto the Lord. Not taking a lot of damage, actually. The Lord's still quite healthy, but should be cleared out. Here's Watt. Just clears it out pretty easily. Look at Ray, though. Ray running away now with the Fitch Boys. Gets out. A few cables to follow through, and even a cutthroat there. But it's not enough damage. A few recalls as well from Ray. A little cheeky here. He doesn't have the purple buff. He's got to be careful. He gets out in the end. Alter Ego still are holding on to that 5,000 gold lead.
If Dewa United gets forced to play with this split push playstyle, that is painful considering their composition. There's a game fact by Grab here. Even though there's a nerf, it seems like Udil is still, was it 100%? Win rate on the Yeve, on the pick, the pick rate on the Yeve. So he is still very comfortable playing this high ground style. And so far, Dewa United has not been able to punish the same way that Pai was able to in game number 1.
Speaking of patches though, Rashi, Nino actually didn't build great a Dragon Spear in game number 1. Do you know why that's the case? Or maybe that's, you know, it's kind of an overrated item, but in terms of like the synergy with Irithal, I don't think it works perfectly when you actually get that movement speed right away. What's going on?
Well, I think you just optimize for other items, right? Depending on the situation, because in game number 1, he didn't really require any more movement speed, right? Everyone was very easily chased, easily gunned down on the base movement speed and the sprint alone. So he would opt for more damage instead. And in this game, if he really feels like he requires something else to boost that movement speed even more, he can very easily go for the GDS if he really wants to.
Oh man, Rossi is the assassin in this game. Like, he's playing roam, but he's playing much more of an assassin here, just camping out in the long lane or the far lane that Dewa United has. And unless, there you go, he's gonna be used by Ray, spotted out. Rashi has to find another camp to another push to camp, but Dewa United can still play.
A desperate attempt. Let's see if it'll work out. They spawn out Pai. Lee Murphy. Oh, everything used up. Literally everything. Pai survives! Time to blaze to the back penalty zone. Used up Pai! And now Rossi in the back, forcing Dewa back. Everything used. But it is all for naught. Alter Ego.
Way too ahead, man. Dewa United. Not enough damage, not enough items. They're able to get a bit more of a positioning lead because of the wave pushing in the bottom side. But now that that's been cleared, it is all Alter Ego's choice when to fight, what to fight. Dixon looks for a play right here, but on an Arlet himself, he cannot be a sole engage tool.
Breath of the Ocean used up. Leo Murphy looking for an opening for the airstrike. Only onto Udil. That's a penalty zone. The zone, Leo Murphy away. Oh, Rossi! Oh! 1v1, bloody retry! Sully picks up a kill. It's a solo kill, 1v1! To all them doubters, say what you want now, is what Sully Boy is saying.
And you're one of the doubters, Mirko, do not lie. But Alter Ego right now, without any jungler in the opposing team, without any retribution, they have to take the Lord very, very easily. And there you go. Right away, Sully Boy takes it. So far, he's doing pretty well, Rashi, in terms of objective taking.
Great objective takes, and also zero deaths. Not a lot of mistakes being made by Sully Boy himself. Just showing great improvement from the last time we saw him on the Land of Dawn. I don't know what happened in the week where we didn't see them, but they are just something else right now. For Dewa United, they're just looking more and more difficult. Still not enough damage to clear the waves out. And for Alter Ego, they're just winning when it comes to intel, when it comes to execution. Dewa United keep getting surprised again and again, and Ray is no exception. He keeps getting picked off by Sully Boy, by Rossi, everyone.
And now it's Alter Ego, just fully utilizing, capitalizing on the Lord. Trying to siege out that base turret up top, and the bottom lane falls as well to the Luminous Lord in the 13th minute of the game. They should be able to mount up another siege in the mid lane. 10,000 gold lead. Dewa United might just fall. Good penalty zone, forcing KZ. Here's the Purify. Oh my god! Sully Boy with another good pick up top. 1-0, make it just 4-0. With 3 base turrets cracked. Breath of the Ocean used up. Now Rashi jumps in. The base is wide open. Now ultimately Murphy who jumps forward as well, but it's all just to get him in a spot where Nino can take him out. Alter Ego, their first win in Season 12 with Sunny Boy wiping Dewa out 2-0. Clean sweep.
Alter Ego looking to recreate the story in Season 11, going back to the previous form, going back to the mighty Alter Ego.
It's a new pattern, man. The patch hits, Alter Ego, they evolve. That is insane. They left Dewa no choice, no alternative. Rekt here celebrating in the back room, but wow. Rasi is playing out of his mind. Rekt has to be concerned, man. Is this the prime Alter Ego that everyone has been waiting for?
Whoa. Okay. I think you're jumping the gun a little bit too hard there, Rashi. Still 1 match. But prime Alter Ego, that is big. But Udil though, oh wow. I like that. Still a bit of spiciness there, but there is still sportsmanship in hand. And this is going to be the first winning interview for Alter Ego in this season. Finally! Like, they gotta be very happy to get interviewed by Bude Clara.
For the first time in Season 12. Give it up for Alter Ego. Could this be the start of their miracle run once again? It happened in Season 11. It happened later into the season here for Season 12. But do you believe, Arashi? Sheffin, do you believe?
Anything is possible, bro.
I don't know, man. There's still a bit too, there's not much sample size here, but we're gonna see the match highlight. New patch brings explosive power. Dewa become A East victim to gain their first victory. Oh, but Rekt, I think he's kind of worried, but happy at the same time.
It's gotta be, man. It's a great time for his team, but compared to his performance so far, this is quite a bit of contrast. So we'll have to see if he does show up again. Because Rasi, I think everyone at this point is going to be saying that Rasi is the better roamer. Rasi is the one with the better performance as well.
What do you think, Arashi?
I gotta say, the proof is in the pudding. So far, it seems like Rasi just enables the team to be so much more.
And we're gonna take it away to Bude Clara for the interview with Alter Ego.
Momen yang dinantikan tentu saja untuk Bude dan juga Alter Ego pecah telur. Dan ini adalah momen yang pastinya mereka nantikan setelah 5 match. Dan ini adalah match ke-6 kalian. Congratulations!
Makasih Bude.
Yeay! Yeay! Kita ngobrol nih.
Ya,
Mau
akhirnya.
ngobrolin apa kita hari ini?
Nggak tahu, obrolin yang ada aja Bude, jangan yang nggak ada.
Yang ada ya?
Iya.
Yang ada kalian 2-0 nih, sesuai dengan kata Rekt tadi.
Benar.
Kok bisa, kalian tuh udah sepercaya dari itu di minggu ini, match pembukaan 2-0.
Karena lawan temen sebelumnya, jadi lebih pede.
Oh lebih pede
Iya,
ya?
udah tahu kan. Pernah mandi bareng juga, jadi udah tahu kelemahan-kelemahan Mamo.
Kelemahan Mamo,
Iya.
udah dibaca gameplaynya semuanya. Dan Mamo tadi juga bilang katanya, Udil tuh mau dikantongin sama Mamo. Dil? Udil kamu, apa Mamo? Mic-nya dulu dipegang, mic-nya dipegang.
Dua, ngomong.
Apa Bude tadi?
Mamo gagal ngantongin kamu nih.
Jujur waktu menang tadi gue gak ada harapan buat senang gitu Bude. Cuman ketika tadi dengar Mamo mau ngantongin gue, terus tiba-tiba menang hype-nya segini kayak enak banget rasanya, sial.
Enak banget 2-0 pula ya. Tapi 2-0 bersih ngelawan Mamo sebelumnya tuh belum seenak ini ya.
Iya betul sekali Bude.
2-0, ini menarik di mana? Biasanya Alter Ego setelah patch biasanya tuh kayak kena nerf gitu. Tapi apakah patch kali ini malah menguntungkan buat kalian? Atau kamu bukan karena patch? Atau karena memang Mamo aja?
Emang ada patch ya?
Ada.
Oh ada?
Ada.
Nggak tahu sih, kita masih pakai yang lama.
Gak mungkin.
Nggak tahu, emang ada patch?
Ada.
Ya udah.
Ya lupa ya.
Ada berarti ntar aku pelajarin deh Bude
Maaf ya.
patch-nya.
Sudah tua ya. Oh iya, kalau kata alter saya maklum udah tua.
Iya,
lupa ya.
Iya loh, enggak dong, masih 17 Bude
Oh
aku.
iya, selamat ulang tahun sih habis Sweet 17.
Iya, makasih Bude.
Bisa dibilang kalian mungkin bisa cepat banget beradaptasi. Kalau nggak tahu patch, apa yang kalian lakukan kemarin?
Chill.
Ngapain kalian?
Pada pemalu Bude.
Kenapa?
Halo sama Bude.
Ini?
Celi.
Celi Boy, habis ngapain kok galak banget hari ini Celi Boy?
Apa ya Bude ya? Nggak tahu sih Bude, sama kayak Opai. Emang ada patch?
Ada Celi Boy.
Ada ya? Ya udah.
Ada. Tapi yang ada juga adalah player of the match. Alter Champs, siapa yang bakal jadi player of the match? Siapa? Nino? Ada yang Nino, ada yang Kapai, nggak ada Kapai. Nggak ada Kapai. Pada bilangnya Nino. Di game 1 Kapai loh. Mamo di tim lain. Mohon maaf, langsung aja kita cek bersama-sama siapakah player of the match. Let's go. Dari Alter Ego, kali pertama lo wajahnya di sini.
Benar.
Kali pertama siapa? Player of the match.
Keprediksi Bude.
Prediksi ya?
Iya.
Kenapa bisa keprediksi?
Jago kan? Enggak ya?
Jago nggak? Katanya kagak.
Oh enggak ya?
Oke,
Ya udahlah
apa
Bude,
rahasianya
yang penting
jago?
punya Naila.
Apa rahasianya jago tadi?
Punya Naila.
Punya Naila?
Iya, punya pacar kayak Naila.
Gitu?
Iya.
Jadi ini boostingan dari pacar?
Bener. Iya dong.
2 kali, bukan karena Terry Zlamu?
Bukan.
Semua karena Naila?
Bener.
Mau ada yang kamu sampaikan buat Naila?
Nggak ada.
Kenapa?
Udah sering Bude dia bosen.
Oh ya, jangan bosen ya,
Ya.
dukung terus. Tapi menarik di mana kalian ini kan perjalanannya tidak mudah pasti ya. Dari lustrik kemarin, apa yang paling berat kalian lalui itu di 5 kali lustrik?
Nino.
Oh, Nino, apa yang paling berat tuh pada saat lustrik itu?
Nggak sholat sih Bude.
Loh?
Iya kemarin ninggalin sholat soalnya.
Azab?
Iya nggak sholat dah pokoknya kemarin, kalau akhir-akhir ini ya alhamdulillah lah udah sholat.
Oh, udah mulai lagi nih. Oke.
Itu sombong, itu gak bisa sholat,
Tapi dari ini alter saya masih pada semangat banget, tapi banyak juga mungkin di luaran sana yang jadi bertanya-tanya, ini alter ego, kenapa kalian lustrik? Dan banyak yang mempertanyakan dari playernya, dari gameplay segala macam, itu membuat beban buat kalian gak sih untuk bermain?
Enggak sih, kan sebelum-sebelumnya juga kayak gitu kan. Ya anggapannya biasakan nonton AE sampai akhir gak sih?
Biasakan nonton AE sampai akhir. Loh, serem bro. Iritelmu tadi galak juga. Siapa itu yang nyuruh kamu pakai Iritel? Di patch baru ini.
Wah nggak tahu Bude, nggak mau bahas patch soalnya kita nggak baca patch sih, main-main aja.
Iritelnya tiba-tiba aja pengen pakai Iritel gitu?
Iya gitu.
Iritel lagi bagus ya? Bagus banget ya?
Iya bagus.
Enak ya?
Enak.
Dan ada yang berubah juga nih. Udah bukan Oh My Rasi lagi, udah bukan Heal lagi nih. Rasi sekarang udah make a play banget. Dari pakai Cho, dari pakai Kaditanya juga. Apakah itu mulai dari dirimu sendiri yang ingin hero-hero dengan playmaking seperti itu? Atau ada dari teman-teman memintamu untuk pakai hero-hero ini?
Apa ya, hoki aja sih tadi.
Hoki aja?
Ya anginnya lagi bagus.
Anginnya lagi bagus. Jadi pakai Chow sama Kadita tergantung angin?
Ya, emang gue setiap mau match cek angin dulu. Hero apa yang bagus gue pakai.
Oh, cek angin ya. Cek angin. Tapi ini menarik di mana kalian untuk hari Sabtu atau bisa dibilang minggu ini kalian akan ada 3 match. Selanjutnya, barusan kalian udah ngelawan Dewa nih. Selanjutnya ngelawan peringkat 1, tim RRQ. Pai.
Ada request dari gua sih, gua pengennya Bang Sin yang main.
Oh, langsung requestan?
Iya, Bang Sin.
Ada apa dengan Bang Sin?
Nggak, intinya ada janjian dah sama Bang Sin. Pengennya ketemu Bang Sin aja sih dibanding Skylar.
Oh, dari Nino pengen Bang Sin. Kalau Celiboy apa nih?
Karena dia takut lawan Skylar Bude.
Dikasih tahu sama Celiboy.
Enggak. Ya
Takut.
anggapannya emang ada janjian lah. Tapi nggak bisa diomongin. Ada janjian Bude sama dia.
Takut blessing duet from Scalar gitu.
Bukan, udah janjian serius sama Bang Sinnya.
Udah janjian sama Bang Sin?
Iya.
Coba ajakin ngomong sama Bang Sin.
Bang Sin main ya.
Iya, akan dijawab atau tidak tergantung dari tim RRQ nantinya ya. Tapi Celiboy, lama banget ya, kangen ya. Iya juga ya. Silly Boy.
Ya Bude.
Sekarang banyak banget yang, ini kan dari segi jungle. Ada Rob jadi, ada hero yang tanky, ada yang assassin. Kamu sendiri sekarang untuk Silly Boy sendiri, sukanya untuk hero-hero assassin seperti Silly Boy banget, atau hero yang utility?
Yang skillnya nggak banyak sih Bude, sesepuh soalnya.
Oh, kamu udah masuk sepuh?
Sepuh Bude, dari season 4.
Oh ya, dari season 4 ini hampir semua sih sepuh
Iya
juga.
benar.
Tapi tentu ini adalah awal yang baik, udah pecah telur. Apa yang kalian akan lakukan nih di pecah telur ini? Syukuran kah? Pengen apa nih? Udah pecah telur nih, ngapain? Ada setelah pecah telur? Mau melakukan sesuatu gak sih buat alter ego?
Gak ada sih Bude, paling kita tetap stay positif aja sih Bude.
Nggak ada selebrasi?
Gak ada selebrasi.
Kunci pecah telur dari alter ego adalah?
Mandi bareng.
Mandi bareng.
Iya.
Nextnya bakal menambah poin kemenangan?
Insya Allah, semoga.
Insya Allah, semoga.
Iya.
Kira-kira sampai akhir match kalian akan ada di posisi berapa alter ego?
2. Gak boleh ya?
2, let's go. Kasih dukungan.
Enggak, kalau nggak boleh nggak apa-apa.
Ya terserah kalian.
Boleh kan?
Mungkin mau menyampaikan sesuatu untuk Alter Champs untuk wawancara pertama nih. Pengen denger nih dari Alter Ego.
Pokoknya buat Alter Champs, nggak tau lah, gue nggak bisa ngomong apa-apa. Match kali ini aja yang lawan Dewa aja serame ini, gue pikir bakal sepi karena season lalu juga sebenarnya pernah sepi sih Bude. Gara-gara kita kalah terus, tapi thank you banget buat Alter Champs. Thank you semuanya, love you.
Love you.
Gak bisa.
Udil mau juga, Udil? Udah nggak mau kamu nyamain sesuatu, semua orang menanti-nantikan kah? Kata-kata dari Udil.
Udah sering bilang Bude, tanpa mereka kami bukan siapa-siapa. Terima kasih banyak telah mendukung kami semua, meskipun di posisi bawah kalian semua keren. Dah.
Leo Murphy, next leg 2, mau ada sesuatu untuk Julian di Dewa?
Wah nggak ada Bude, udah.
Leg 2 buat leg 2?
Nggak ada Bude, nggak ada.
Oke, nggak ada ya. Langsung kita kasih tepuk tangan untuk Alter Ego. Kemenangan pertama untuk mereka akan dibedah langsung seperti apa. Langsung kepada para caster, inilah yang kalian tunggu, silahkan.
And that is the interview for Alter Ego Esports, a team full of personalities. It's never boring with them on the stage. And Udil, man, still the spicy boy that we knew, finally getting a W.
I love it because for Alter Ego, you can criticize everything in their drafts, in their way, the way that they've been playing in the last 3 weeks, but you can never criticize their interviews because again, it's just so entertaining. My God, the only team with actual personalities, I feel. Holy moly, but Sir Pai, player of the match. Arashi, let's dive deep into Sir Pai's Terizla.
It's just so good and always very decisive in what he's looking for, right? Is it the back line? Is it the marksman? Is it the mage? And he always identifies the right moment at the right time. Every time he goes for a fight, it's always translated into something more for his team. And in the end, even knowing his limits to go up, walk up a bit more aggressively, and still come out alive with a sliver of HP. That is Sir Pai, who claims that Alter Ego, they were just claiming like, was there a patch? We didn't hear about a patch. We just did our thing. And I mean, if this is what their thing is, they gotta do it more often, man.
Just don't care about
Don't
patch.
even read. Don't even read, bro.
Don't read, just
Reading's for
play.
nerds. We don't do that.
It's the Chad era.
The Chad era.
Kadira?
Whoa.
Exactly.
Whoa.
That's where we got it from.
Man.
Your thoughts, Sheffin? You seem to be smiling right now looking at Sir Pai.
Yeah, because this is the power of the family. It's not just Geek Fan Merkurashi, it's also runs in Alter Ego.
The family
and
buff.
Sir Pai, man, I like the decisiveness point that you bring up, Arashi, because most of the time, you know, Terizla is always tunnel vision to getting someone in the back line, and as long as you get like 2 or 3, it's always A-okay. But a lot of times in this team fights, it actually goes for Leo Murphy first, just punishing the potential engage that Leo Murphy has. We're gonna see here the replay, Sally Boy just going crazy in early game. So of course, Dino too.
You gotta talk about Sally Boy. What happened, man? You talk about coordination, you talk about movements around the map. Maybe you can improve on that, right? You can learn something more, you can observe someone. But mechanics, everyone was saying, Sally Boy, his time is over. His mechanics are no longer on point. And of course, some mistakes do happen, but overall, what a play. And even Rasi, how do you just gain killer instinct out of nowhere. He was always the healer, the utility player, and you were doubting. Well, some people were doubting the lethal ignition, of the Fanny. That was also kind of beneficial in a way.
Very, very beneficial to the first style that he was playing, right? And honestly, we gotta say it again, man. Alter Ego, mainly Selly Boy, had that Terran Till moment. The moment to shut out all the doubters. And look at that. That was just a beautiful cleanup to the back. Oh my goodness. If you're a Fanny player, that was satisfying with a capital S.
Even how they ended the game. Usually it's like, okay, there's a moment, go. But now, look at that. All calculated. Everyone in the same formation, waiting it out. Oh, they want to defend. It's fine. We move around. Even in game number 1, we move around, wait for a chance, make the play happen, see that it's possible, and just take it out clean. This is not the usual Alter Ego, man. What happened? They must have went into some kind of hyperbolic time chamber to come out after 2 weeks that good.
It's pretty much a statement game, right? Especially for Rossi too. It just says, I can be Venus or Yaoi if you want me to, man.
Oh. Well, the key to success right here, Pi, right? The man who just made everything possible, stalled all the aggression, started all the sequence of events that won Alter Ego the majority of their skirmishes. Along with that, though, it's always going to be Selly Boy with the early game pressure.
Selly Boy.
And Nino, man. Game number 1, he was left alone. All right, he wins a favorable matchup. Big deal. We've always known that Nino is a great marksman player. Game number 2, getting ganked, getting dove on. Doesn't matter, bro.
What's a gank, bro?
Doesn't matter. Nino.
No.
N-I-N-O.
They couldn't find Nino, if you know what I'm saying here. But Arashi, I was thinking about something I completely forgot, unfortunately, but I had it in my mind up until you said no, and I was like, oh, right, that's a good pun. And then now I lost it. It's okay.
You just realized it just now?
Straight to Gani.
Yeah.
No way.
No, I mean, like, he just said it again, so I was like, oh my god. You're right.
What was it? Like, I was talking about NINO, about him being able to survive in game number 1, game number 2. Different circumstances, yet still a solid performance. And you have to question right now, right? Is this Irithel pick gonna just move up in the meta? Because we've been talking about Beatrix being so prio, right? Being able to get anything she wants.
Matchup.
But now it seems like Irithel is where it is. So if you want to get something that you want, how do you get it, Shevin?
Yeah, do you want to get that Sagittarius, I would say? Is it right? Sagittarius skin from Irithel. I don't really know much about Zodiac, but you can get it on Blee. Skill on, the skin should also be on, so you can play with more confidence. Use Blee to purchase game vouchers and top up more efficiently with a 10% cashback. 10.
Skill on, skin on. You know what they say, no skin, no win. And that's why I keep winning in my MLBB games, except for the ones I play with Sheffin, because he has no skins.
No, you're losing because you don't use Telkomsel in those games. That's why you have to change to Telkomsel.
Maybe Arashi needs Telkomsel. He went bronze last game.
Oh, that was lagging, dude. That's why you have to use Dunia games, right? You have to get Dunia games, watch your favorite team play, get that free data, always make those purchases, man, because you get, how much was it? 3 gigabytes of data?
Per purchase.
Per purchase, bro.
Purchase of MLBB vouchers or items using Telkomsel will give you extra savings and that 3 gigs of quota. So hurry up and buy at duniagames.co.id or through the Dunia Games app if you haven't done it already.
If you haven't done it already, what are you doing? You're living under a rock like Arashi there. That's why you get bronze in your games, man. Come on, turn up, bro. Go up and join the Telkomsel gang, the Dunia gang. World gang.
Dunia Games. Especially with, oh man, I'm on a 8-game lose streak right now because I've been using Wi-Fi. I should do Telkomsel, man.
Wi-Fi?
Why? It's in the name. Why would you do that to yourself?
Wi-Fi. No. What else is there?
No, stop. Chefin.
You're finished. Anyways.
I'm finished.
You're done.
Okay, anyways, we're gonna see game number 2 after this.
Match number 2.
Yeah, match number 2.
Aura? And Geek Fam.
The family.
It's your boys.
Will the power of the family shuts down the fire in Iran? The Iran effect will be stopped after this? Or maybe Beloyski will show that he is still one of the best shot caller in the game.
It's J. Robert Beloyski.
J. Robert Beloyski. Okay, but we're going to see after break. Thank you so much for watching and stay tuned for game or match number 2.
We're done.
Don't you wish your phone was fun like this?
Don't you wish your phone looked more like this? Don't you wish your phone could flex like this?
Don't you wish your phone could fit in here? Don't ya?
Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5. Pre-order now. Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5. Pre-order now. Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5. Pre-order now.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Once he gets it, then you'll have to answer to Erudicio.
Erudicio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Erudicio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we'll take a closer look at the core talents from the Mage, Assassin, Marksman, and Support emblems. Core talent unlocked with the Mage emblem. By upgrading the Mage emblem, you can unlock Lethal Ignition. The new Lethal Ignition now deals adaptive damage, making it a great option for any hero with heavy-hitting combos. With the change to adaptive damage, heroes with high physical damage can now use this talent to enhance their damage, such as Saber and Natalia. Saber's first skill and ultimate combo can easily trigger the effect from Lethal Ignition, dealing much more damage to enemy heroes. Core talent unlocked with the Assassin emblem. By upgrading the Assassin emblem, you can unlock Killing Spree. Now that the talent is no longer reserved for the Assassin emblem, it becomes a good choice for any hero who can perform chain kills. Heroes with magic damage like Karina and Julian can now take this talent as well. Karina's ultimate resets after she kills an enemy hero. When equipped with Killing Spree, she will recover HP from each kill, allowing her to stay healthy and go after more kills. Core talent unlocked with the Marksman emblem. By upgrading the Marksman emblem, you can unlock Weakness Finder. The new Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. It works well for heroes with high attack speed, as it can improve their laning and slowing abilities. A hero like Minzathar can take Weakness Finder because his second skill increases the attack speed of his basic attacks. When combined with equipment that can provide more attack speed, he can reliably trigger the slow effect to prevent enemies from escaping. Core talent unlocked with the Support emblem. By upgrading the Support emblem, you can unlock Focusing Mark. The Focusing Mark talent works the same as before. It allows support heroes to increase the damage their teammates can deal to the target enemy. Kaj's ultimate can be used to drag key enemies to his team. When equipped with Focusing Mark, the ultimate will also increase the damage the target takes, allowing Kaj's team to quickly burst down the helpless target. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Waktunya para casters juga mengaktifkan Inspire di mana sekarang ini dibuat Indomie membuat EVOS langsung coba di sounding out. Kita best turret dari Onyx 10.000 gold di perasaan dari milik Onyx. Dia mengambil sebentar lagi tapi melepaskan Onyx belum ada yang masuk. Mereka tahu dan
satu antar recall dari barusan. Dengan pergerakan keyboard Ela untuk menggila dengan cukup cepat pula barusan dan satu lagi belakang langsung dikeluarkan kabur ini untuk menggila pula. Karena untuk kali ini lejap tapi sekarang double kill berhasil diciptakan triple kill. Looking for bad yang untuk Hais akankah mereka berhasil untuk bisa menorehkan satu poin kill lagi ataupun satu kemenangan. Aktifkan Inspire di mana sekarang di main Jasman. Rasinya tak dapat memori keluarkan di portal udah mulai pecah tapi sekarang dia langsung aja mulai lompat lagi dengan satu element saja juga Tyron kita connect tapi Rasinya tidak mendapatkan apapun karena di pada berbeda ada satu keamanan langsung dikeluarkan pelatihnya mencoba untuk mundur dan juga selamat dari tersebut tapi Sally Boy mencoba untuk bisa mundur ke bagian belakang pada saja connect karena beberapa player dan juga Sally Boy masih bertahan di area tersebut. WOS Paijan lejap bercampur dihilang tapi Sally Boy dan itu menjadi
dan seperti yang Pulung bilang tadi kenapa dia pick Dewa ada late game insurance.
Yap. Final sudah dikeluarkan. Suelo ada flicker tadi terlihat yang tersebut dan peperangan kembali terjadi. Karja hilang, tempo sampai dikeluarkan tapi Vincent masih berhasil.
Terkena satu damage. Cutthroat menuju ke depan. Objektif game terjadi. Double kill from Pulung dan Fluffy terbelakang di sana sendiri dari menemani dan bahkan Kapten Marky belum. Best turret dari Onyx 10.000 gold difference sangat dari milik Onyx tapi di depan sana mereka tidak bisa mendefense bersama dengan seorang baik Kyrie Tikti buka bermain Tikti buka main sekitar damage ya Kyrie langsung menghilangkan Dino ini bencana Onyx benar-benar memporak-porandakan belum ada yang masuk mereka tahu dari seorang Ray bisa bermain dengan kabelnya. Rian menunggu momentum, tapi nampaknya belum ada momentum yang dibuat oleh seorang Rian. Dan Kyrie pada telat, Moon menggantikan semua, menghilangkan Pet Dragon, free hit, double kill, bagaimana triple kill, para Anda, Hende Pacana!
Tahu nggak, Awesome Generation itu punya rules sendiri, kayak aku. Dalam kondisi apapun, nggak ada lagi halangan. Malah ngebuktiin potensiku. See, that's my rules with Galaxy A Series 5G. Kalau kamu?
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain? Ini lagi push rank pakai Akai. Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
itu. Ya dong, top gue Bami.
Ih, bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we will take a closer look at the core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem, tank emblem, and fighter emblem. Core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem. By upgrading the basic common emblem, you can unlock 2 core talents, Impure Rage and Quantum Charge. Both are suitable for most heroes. The new Impure Rage talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a good damage-enhancing talent for a variety of heroes, such as Eve, Nathan, and Diggy. Eve is a hero with great poke and control abilities. She can use the extra damage and mana regen from Impure Rage to constantly wear down enemies. The new Quantum Charge talent now restores HP based on the hero's level and not their physical attack bonus, making it viable on more heroes that want HP recovery and mobility, such as Edith, Leslie, Layla, etc. When equipped with Quantum Charge, Edith in both forms can use the movement speed bonus triggered by her basic attacks to keep a safe distance from the enemy and the extra HP regen to stay in the fight. Core talent unlocked with the tank emblem. By upgrading the tank emblem, you can unlock Concussive Blast. Concussive Blast works the same as before, providing an extra source of AoE damage for high HP heroes, such as Johnson, Baja, and Hilda. Hilda is a high HP hero who can tank a lot of damage when equipped with a full set of defensive equipment. The Concussive Blast talent will not only enhance her survivability, but also boost her damage. Core talent unlocked with the Fighter Emblem. By upgrading the Fighter Emblem, you can unlock Brave Smite. Brave Smite is no longer triggered by inflicting CCs. It now takes effect upon dealing skill damage and is suitable for most fighters and tanks that need more HP regen. Ruby, Lapu Lapu, Tigreal, and similar heroes can choose this talent. Ruby can trigger Brave Smite repeatedly by casting skills, and with her own regen abilities, she'll have even greater durability in teamfights. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Dari 2 emblem yang selain Weapon Master sangat berguna lah di early game. Di laning phase malah jadi rajanya lah istilahnya. Kedapet di lampu. Oke. Halo, gua Kadera. Selamat datang di Project Next. Butuh tutor main God Lane setelah update patch emblem. Nggak akan ada yang lebih bagus dari episode ini, karena gua akan bahas 2 hal penting dari patch ini untuk para God Laner. Yang pertama, kombinasi-kombinasi terbaik talent utama untuk God Laner. Dan hero God Laner apa yang akan meta di patch kali ini. Nah, sekarang kita coba ke kombinasi pertama ya. Di sini gua pakai hero Beatrix. Rekomendasi dari gua yaitu yang pertama pakai Rapture, terus yang kedua Weapon Master, dan yang terakhir Weakness Finder. Oke, itu jadi kita langsung coba di in-game-nya. Kan tadi kan pilihan emblem kita ada Rapture sama Weakness Finder. Nah, kalian nggak usah takut buat apa ya, ngepok gitu, karena kalau kita ngehit musuh nih, mereka dapat slow sama mereka nggak bisa ngepok balik gitu. Jadi kayak kalian di lane nggak bakal sering kepok. Terus yang Weapon Master itu kan nunggu dari item kan. Jadi dari 2 emblem yang selain Weapon Master sangat berguna lah di early game buat survive. Nah, gitu guys. Kita coba ke kombinasi talent yang berikutnya ya. Di sini gue pakai hero 1-1. Rekomendasi dari gue yang pertama Swift, terus yang kedua Bergen Hunter, terus yang ketiga Weakness Finder. Oke, jadi emblem yang pertama kita kan ambil Swift kan tadi. Nah, di awal kita kayak udah berasa ada item tambahan satu, kayak knife nih, kan nambah 10% attack speed kan. Tapi tanpa kita harus beli knife-nya langsung, kita udah berasa kayak attack speed kita lumayan berasa lah gitu. Terus lagi buat 1-1 ya, dengan adanya Weakness Finder, kalian malah jadi lebih gampang kebuka. Nah, setiap kalian ngelempar skill 1, terus di combo sama pasif Weakness Finder, musuhnya kayak nggak bisa lari, kena slow, terus kena 3 kali stuck skill satunya, dia bisa nge-stun, jadi kemungkinan otomatis terbukanya lebih besar gitu. Bergen Hunter karena kita bisa jadi lebih cepet jadiin item kita. Swift Crossbow di wave 2 mungkin udah bisa kebeli ya, karena ada emblem yang ini, jadi kayak kalian di laning phase malah jadi rajanya lah istilahnya. Oke, next kita coba ke kombinasi talent yang terakhir ya. Di sini kita make God Land bertipe Magic, yaitu Harit. Kalian bisa ngambil yang Inspire. Terus yang selanjutnya Bergen Hunter. Terus yang terakhir Impurage. Kita udah di in game nih. Yang pertama kan Inspire yang ngebantu kalian nambah cooldown reduction. Jadi kalau sudah semisal kalian max emblem, terus kalian nambahin Inspire itu, kalian nggak perlu butuh yang namanya cooldown reduction lagi di item kalian. Jadi kayak beliin aja item yang paling mahal, Blood Wings contohnya, kayak gitu. Kita jelasin lagi di Impurage. Semisal nih kalian pakai Magic side lane, itu pasti kemungkinan jungler kalian assassin. Masa kalian mau egois, blue buff-nya diambil, gak mau dikasih ke jungler assassin kan? Gak mungkin kan? Nah, di Impurage ini kalian ngeakalin mana kalian. Di Impurage kalian bakal nerima balik 2% mana ya max kalian. Kayak contoh, gue pakai skill nih, terus ngehit atau nggak ngehit, pokoknya pakai skill bisa ngebalikin 2% max mana kalian. Tapi ada cooldown 5 detik. Ayo coba update project next hari ini ya. Tapi kalau menurut lo tips dari gua kurang relevan karena lo pemain role lain, tenang aja, karena di next episode-nya akan dibahas mengenai kombinasi talent dan hero-hero meta di role lain. Dan jangan lupa share videonya ya. Gua Kadera, sampai jumpa di Land of Dawn.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks directly as your default setup, or you can freely mix and match different emblems and talents to create a custom emblem setup. We're going to show you how to create your emblem setup for your heroes. Emblems. First, let's take a look at the revamped emblem system. There are now 7 emblems in the game, 1 basic common emblem, and 6 role emblems. Different emblems can provide different attribute bonuses. It is recommended to use the emblem that matches a hero's role. Standard talents, Tier 1. After selecting an emblem, you can then choose from 8 standard talents at Tier 1. These talents provide mostly straightforward bonuses to heroes. Of the 8 talents, Thrill and Swift are good on almost any hero, while other talents are more catered to certain roles. Standard talents, Tier 2. At Tier 2, you will also have 8 standard talents to choose from. The Tier 2 talents trigger or work under different circumstances. We still recommend choosing one that matches the role of your hero. But if you're an advanced player, you are free to choose any of the talents to fit your playstyle. For example, if you're playing the core hero on your team and want to focus on gearing up fast, you can choose the Bargain Hunter talent regardless of how your hero deals damage. And heroes who rely on their skills for sustained damage, whether it be a mage or fighter, can use the Festival of Blood talent for more spell vamp. Core talents, Tier 3. Finally, let's talk about the most important talents, the core talents. There are 8 core talents available in the game, and each provides a unique and powerful effect. We recommend choosing the core talent to match your hero's role and only use core talents from other emblems for advanced or unconventional tactics. The revamped Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. This talent is now a viable option for any hero that relies on basic attacks and wants better laning and the ability to slow enemies. The Lethal Ignition talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a prime choice for any hero that has heavy-hitting combos. While the revamped emblem system still uses the existing talents, we have removed the restrictions between emblems and talents, opening up new possibilities for many heroes. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Menurut gua sih update enemy ini sangat membantu kita para fighter ya, karena kita bisa lebih fleksibel dalam pemilihan hero nantinya. Joy bisa langganan sini di band. Hai, gua Sorizo. Selamat datang di Project Next. Experience setelah ada patch bukan lagi cuma sekedar jago adu otot, karena kita juga harus memutar otak buat combination talent dengan emblem terbaiknya. Yuk tonton video ini agar lo bisa jadi explainer yang lebih hebat. Nah, sekarang kita coba kombinasi pertama nih. Dari yang gue pakai adalah Yuzong. Buat talent pertama, yang gue pakai adalah Agility. Yang kedua, yang gue pakai adalah Festival Blood. Yang ketiga, gue pakai Killing Spree. Jadi yang pertama kenapa gue pilih Agility adalah buat movement speed. Menurut gue Yuzong ini sangat butuh movement speed guys, karena ketika lo mengejar musuh, kayak speed lu lebih kenceng gitu lah dibanding mereka. Yang kedua kenapa gua pilih Festival Blood, karena buat lifesteal. Lihat ini gua belum ada item lifesteal, tapi gua tetap bisa dapat lifesteal guys. Yang ketiga kenapa gua pilih Killing Spree. Killing Spree ini tujuannya ketika lu bunuh musuh lu dapat lifesteal serta movement speed. Ketika lo bunuh musuh, efeknya keras banget guys. Dan kenapa gue seneng banget, karena yang dulunya gue di Factor cuma bisa Festival Blood, sekarang udah bisa pakai Killing Spree juga guys yang di Assassin. Jadi kayak lo bisa combine gitu. Nah gitu guys, sekarang kita coba kombinasi talent berikutnya ya. Hero yang gue pakai adalah Joy. Buat talent pertama, yang gue pakai adalah Rupture. Yang kedua, gue pakai Bargain Hunter. Yang ketiga adalah Killing Spree. Nah, sekarang kita bakal coba langsung ke in-game-nya ya guys. Buat talent pertama, kenapa gue pakai Rupture? Ini sangat bagus banget guys, karena damage lu 5%, penetration lu bakal sakit buat ke musuh. Contohnya, lebih sakit guys, dibanding lu nggak pakai, ini lebih sakit. Dan yang kedua, gue pakai Bargain Hunter. Fungsi dari Bargain Hunter ini adalah ketika lu harga item lu bakal jadi lebih murah guys. Dari yang harga 100% lu beli di harga 95%. Contohnya ini ya, Genius One. Ini harga aslinya adalah 2000 jadi 1900 guys. Yang ketiga gue pakai adalah Killing Spree. Fungsi dari Killing Spree ini ketika lu bunuh musuh, lu mendapatkan 8% max HP dari musuh dan 15% movement speed selama 3 detik. Ini bagus banget guys, ketika lu dalam team fight yang gede lu bisa survive. Ini sih OP banget sih guys. Ketika lu yang biasa cuma bisa pakai Bargain Hunter, sekarang lu bisa pakai bareng Killing Spree. Joy bisa langganan sini di band. Oke, next kita coba ke kombinasi talent yang berikutnya ya. Hero yang gue pakai nanti adalah hero Esmeralda. Itulah hero favorit gue juga. Yang pertama, talent yang gue pakai adalah Agility. Yang kedua, Bargain Hunter. Yang ketiga adalah Conclusive Blast. Oke, kita langsung coba ke in-game ya guys. Yang pertama, talent Agility. Kenapa gue pakai Agility? Fungsinya tuh menambahkan 5% movement speed guys. Jadi ketika lu ngezoning atau nge-cover temen lu, itu sangat bagus guys. Lebih kenceng lah jalan lu. Dan dikomboin dengan skill 1 Esmeralda, lu lebih cepet lah buat lu kemana-mana gitu, move lu. Yang kedua, kenapa gue pakai Bargain Hunter? Esmeralda ini early-nya membutuhkan item yang lebih cepat guys. Jadi gue pakai Bargain Hunter biar lu bisa beli item lebih murah lah di awal. Yang ketiga, kenapa gue pakai Counter 11? Ini ketika lu basic attack ada kayak efek ledakan gitu yang mengandung magic damage. Jadi ketika lu clear wave jauh lebih cepat dibanding yang lain guys. Contohnya kayak gini. Nih, tuh. Lebih cepat guys jadinya. Dengan ada stats baru ini gue makin suka sih main Esmeralda. Nah, dari 3 kombinasi itu, kalau yang paling cocok ke gameplay gue sih Esmeralda ya, dengan talent Agility, Bargain Hunter, dan Conclusive Blast. Nah, menurut gue sih update enemy ini sangat membantu kita para fighter ya, karena kita bisa lebih fleksibel dalam pemilihan hero nantinya. Gimana nih para explainer? Udah siap main meta terbaru belum? Yuk langsung update ke Project Next dan cobain ya. Nah, buat kalian yang main roles and XP, tenang aja. Karena di next episodenya akan dibahas mengenai kombinasi talent dan hero meta di role lainnya. Jangan lupa share videonya ya. Gua Surizo, sampai jumpa di Land of Dawn.
It's only you who rocks my world. It's only you who rocks my world.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Karena Lancelot itu tipe jungler yang harus fleksibel keluar masuk team fight, dan gua rasa Killing Spree ini cocok banget di gameplay Lancelot gua. Kalau yang paling masuk ke gameplay gua itu yang kombinasi talent pertama, karena cocok banget sama Fanny gua. Hai, gue Super Ken. Selamat datang di Project Next. Kali ini gue mau ngasih beberapa rekomendasi kombinasi talent setelah update patch emblem nih. Dan gue yakin kalian bisa tiru ini biar rank kalian naik terus. Di sini gue akan bahas hal terpenting dari patch ini untuk pemain jungler nih. Nah, tonton sampai akhir ya guys. Nah, sekarang kita coba ke kombinasi pertama nih. Hero yang gue pakai, hero andalan gue yaitu Fanny. Emblem yang pertama di hero Fanny gue pakai Rapture. Emblem ini berfungsi untuk menambahkan physical penetration. Emblem yang kedua, gue pakai Master Assassin. Emblem ini berfungsi untuk menambahkan damage di sekitar hero-nya untuk mendapatkan snowballing di early game. Emblem yang ketiga gue pakai Killing Spree. Emblem ini dapat memulihkan HP dan movement speed untuk bisa keluar dari teamfight. Nah gitu guys, kita coba ke kombinasi talent yang berikutnya ya. Kali ini gue mau pakai Lancelot. Kembali menggunakan Rapture sebagai talent pertama. Hal ini dimaksudkan untuk jungler typical damage dealer agar bisa dapat 5% damage penetration. Terus yang kedua gue pakai Season Hunter karena dengan talent ini bisa nambah 15% damage ke Lord atau Turtle. Dan untuk kill monster jungle juga lebih cepat. Dia dapat tambahan kira-kira 7%-an damage. Jadi untuk kejar objektif dalam game cocok banget. Karena Lancelot itu tipe jungler yang harus fleksibel keluar masuk teamfight, dan gue rasa Killing Spree ini cocok banget di gameplay Lancelot gue. Oke, next kita coba ke kombinasi talent yang terakhir ya guys. Gue di sini pakai Fredrin. Untuk talent pertama bisa diisi oleh talent Agility yang memberikan extra movement speed 5% untuk bisa clearing minion jungle lebih cepat, dan mobilitas lebih cepat juga dalam setup objektif maupun ganking. Season Hunter akan memberikan benefit damage tambahan sebanyak 15% untuk objektif, baik itu Turtle maupun Lord. Untuk ke minion jungler, damage tambahan hanya berlaku setengahnya saja atau sekitar 7,5%. Conclusive Blast sendiri sebagai output damage tambahan yang mengambil keuntungan dari banyaknya HP hero yang kita gunakan sebanyak plus 7% dari total HP. Jadi dari 3 kombinasi itu, kalau yang paling masuk ke gameplay gue itu yang kombinasi talent pertama. Karena cocok banget sama Fanny gue. Langsung praktekin aja ya guys. Dan jelas patch baru ini bikin kita makin seru mainnya. Karena kita lebih bisa fleksibel dalam menyesuaikan ke hero yang kita pakai nantinya. Yuk langsung update Project Next dan cobain. Dan jangan lupa tonton juga episode tentang role lainnya guys. Jangan lupa share videonya. Gua Super Ken, sampai jumpa di Land of Dawn.
Di dunia game, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Don't you wish your phone was fun like this?
Don't you wish your phone looked more like this? Don't you wish your phone could flex like this?
Don't you wish your phone could fit in here? Don't you?
Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5. Pre-order now. Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5. Pre-order now. Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5. Pre-order now.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded! Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Stop! Or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we'll take a closer look at the core talents from the Mage, Assassin, Marksman, and Support emblems. Core talent unlocked with the Mage emblem. By upgrading the Mage emblem, you can unlock Lethal Ignition. The new Lethal Ignition now deals adaptive damage, making it a great option for any hero with heavy-hitting combos. With the change to adaptive damage, heroes with high physical damage can now use this talent to enhance their damage, such as Saber and Natalia. Saber's first skill and ultimate combo can easily trigger the effect from Lethal Ignition, dealing much more damage to enemy heroes. Core talent unlocked with the Assassin emblem. By upgrading the Assassin emblem, you can unlock Killing Spree. Now that the talent is no longer reserved for the Assassin emblem, it becomes a good choice for any hero who can perform chain kills. Heroes with magic damage like Karina and Julian can now take this talent as well. Karina's ultimate resets after she kills an enemy hero. When equipped with Killing Spree, she will recover HP from each kill, allowing her to stay healthy and go after more kills. Core talent unlocked with the Marksman emblem. By upgrading the Marksman emblem, you can unlock Weakness Finder. The new Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. It works well for heroes with high attack speed, as it can improve their laning and slowing abilities. A hero like Minzathar can take Weakness Finder because his second skill increases the attack speed of his basic attacks. When combined with equipment that can provide more attack speed, he can reliably trigger the slow effect to prevent enemies from escaping. Core talent unlocked with the Support emblem. By upgrading the Support emblem, you can unlock Focusing Mark. The Focusing Mark talent works the same as before. It allows support heroes to increase the damage their teammates can deal to the target enemy. Kaj's ultimate can be used to drag key enemies to his team. When equipped with Focusing Mark, the ultimate will also increase the damage the target takes, allowing Kaj's team to quickly burst down the helpless target. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Waktunya para casters juga mengaktifkan Inspire di mana sekarang ini dibuat Indomie membuat EVOS langsung coba di sounding out dengan best turret dari Onyx 10.000 gold nih perasaan dari milik Onyx yang mengambil sebentar lagi. Tapi melepaskan Onyx belum ada yang masuk. Mereka tahu dan
ada satu asal recall tapi barusan dengan pergerakan Kimurela untuk menggila dengan cukup cepat pula barusan ada satu lagi dan langsung dikeluarkan kamu ini langsung menggila pula karena untuk kali ini lejap tapi sekarang double kill berhasil diciptakan triple kill looking for man yang untuk high akan mereka berhasil untuk bisa menorehkan 1 poin kill lagi ataupun 1 kemenangan. Aktifkan Inspire di mana sekarang di main Jasmine Rasinya tak dapat memori keluarkan di portal udah mulai pecah tapi sekarang dia langsung aja mulai lompat lagi dengan 1 dari saja juga Tiger kita konek tapi Rasinya mendapatkan apapun karena pada berbeda ada 1 ke atas langsung dikeluarkan pelatihnya mencoba untuk mundur dan juga selamat dari yang tersebut tapi Sally Boy mencoba untuk bisa mundur ke bagian belakang pada saja konek karena beberapa player dan juga Sally Boy masih bertahan di area tersebut WOS Paijan lejap bercampur dihilang tapi Sally Boy dan itu menjadi
dan seperti yang Pulung bilang tadi, kenapa dia pick Dewa, ada late game insurance.
Yap. Final sudah dikeluarkan. Suelo ada flicker dari terlihat yang tersebut dan perangan kembali terjadi. Karja hilang, tempo sampai dikeluarkan tapi Vincent masih
terkena 1 damage. Cutout menuju ke depan, objektif game terjadi. Double kill from Pulung dan Fluffy terperangkap di sana sendiri, tidak ada menemani dan bahkan Kapten Marky belum. Berarti best to red dari Onyx.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua.
Live from MPL Arena Jakarta, MPL Season 12, powered by Moonton. Presented by Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone. Official sponsor, Head and Shoulders. Official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Aura Fire versus Geek Fam, the two most recent Kingslayers of Onyx and RRQ. But in addition of Aura and also Beloyski pulling up that Saber Roam, J. Robert Beloyski is gonna break the boundaries, he's gonna break the game, he's gonna break the rank game for all of us in home and make people pick that Saber Roam. We're gonna see how it's gonna fare in this match, but before we get into our discussions, we're gonna shout out our sponsors first. MPL Indonesia Season 12, powered by Moonton, presented by Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone, official sponsor Head and Shoulders, official mobile internet partner Telkomsel, mobile official gold partner UBS Gold, and our partner in esports Blibli, Dunia Game, Grab, OVO, and YouTube. Official broadcast Maxstream, TVR Sports and Video, and also our supplier Indomaret, Point Coffee, Minaski, and Samsung, and also supported by PBASE. Aran Effect, will it come into fruition in this match, Arashi?
Against Aura, that's a bit of a tall order. They don't really use the same kind of heroes that the Saber Roam was actually used technically to counter, particularly the Natalia, right? Unless Aura initially tries something crazy first, I don't think Geek Fam will respond anything quite as crazy. Although you have to wonder right now, with both teams doing so well, who has the better rotations, especially with the new patch coming through.
We're gonna see here the clash of Beatrix's aim, Heroes of Aura, and Kick Triumph. Two most capable Beatrix in the game outside of Skylar, I would say. 7 picks, 4 wins, 6 picks, 4 wins. Who do you think, like, who do you got, Arashi, of this matchup?
Ooh, I gotta put my money on Kadera, man.
Ooh, interesting.
From everything you've seen, for Kabuki, you saw that when his team was struggling, when the going gets tough, he can't really do anything too crazy. But for for Kadera, wrong guy. But for Kadera, it's almost like a different situation here. His team can be so behind and somehow, some way, he can make something happen. He finished that game, by the way, the notorious game, with 0 deaths. So Kadera, I think, is a lot more solid and a lot more flexible. Kabuki, though, I think in the right situation with the right backup, he can just shine a lot brighter given the right circumstances.
And the right circumstances really depends on Hai too. Selena Rome. We talked about this last week, I think, and we're not a fan of it. Like, I know that Beloyski, Hai, his hero pool is not really the usual hero pool that a lot of roamer out there has. He really likes to play those damage heroes. Damage roamers are like Selena and Novaria, but outside of that, I don't think he has much to offer.
Let's see if they have much more to offer here as they fly by.
This is Flaming Dragon!
Welcome, Aura Fire! Aura Fire still with the high on roamers. Now watch this, still warming up the bench for Aura Fire. Aran in the middle of it all, being the anchor of the Flame Dragons. The Flaming Dragons, Arashi. Why do we call them that?
Because they are soaring right now, and they are absolutely flaming, and they are also dragons. All the checkboxes finished, but now, can the Geeks outsmart them?
When you have geeks in here, you know that they have been meticulous. They have been crafting a new style to confront the dragons. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to family, Geek Fam! Power of the family coming through. This time around, Chatera still on that gold lane after that incredible display of skills. Zero death against a Natalia comp of Naomi.
Wow, man, for Geek Fam, they gotta find some solutions for the Aran issue. The Aran effect is definitely one of the big things that's allowing Aura to find so much success. And before even there, you have to look at the coaches. What can they find? What tools can they supply to their players?
Tools that can supply to their players with a new guy in the head of Geek Fam. Coach Erpang coming in from MPL to replace Coach Rance. Meanwhile, Aura Fire still with Coach Saint Lucas.
Remember though, when it's Geek Fam's head coach, whether it's Reno, Ruben, or even Erpang, he's there never truly alone up on stage. That shadow always creeps behind them on 4 legs.
The mystery figure. 4 legs.
4 legs.
On all 4s, yeah.
Looks like a mythical creature right there. We'll see though, what have Geek Fam done to decode Aura Fire, because their keys to victory here by the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5 is to disable Geek's team fight with Aran split push. Prioritize Kabuki's hero as a potential, and with a new patch, finds new gameplays for high. If they can stop Aran from doing the split push, making a big impact in the game, they can force Aura into the more default situations. Kabuki then can try and Kabuki, right? They have to like use him to try be as efficient as possible, and afterwards, maybe then bring out high and the surprise picks in order to throw the calculations from the geeks out the window.
Speaking of surprise picks, so Coach Saint Lucas bringing out the Badang and Esmeralda, I believe, versus Onyx? Onyx, right? Badang, a hero that we haven't seen since Season 3, I believe, too. Finally getting picked by Aran. Very true to Saint Lucas style. After that run with in MPLSG with RCSG with Diablo on the XP.
Very interesting, right? He goes into MPL Indonesia coaching a new team, but you still see a little glimpse of what he was able to mold in SG with Diablo.
Which gives the victory for Geek Fam by the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5, Z Flip 5. This ain't it, bro. This is not the keys to victory, but for sure, if they want to deal with Aura, they have to first solve the Aran issue, like we mentioned. That is definitely the highlighted matchup, because both Luke and Aran can have a huge impact in the middle of the team fight. But when it comes to that macro play, that seems to be the main key that Aura is trying to make use of to try and confuse Geek and shatter their rotations. Because when it comes to clean execution, we've seen that Geek Fam, whatever you give them in the Land of Dawn, they can execute so cleanly, so proper, all the way until the late game. These guys have no shaky nerves. It's all calm and calculated.
Calm and calculated, as Poloisky would do with his Chow. I don't know. There's a lot of errors that this guy made. Micro-wise, there's still a lot of things to fix. Even with Saber, a lot of misplays too. But in the end, still winning out with that important pick to Naomi in the bottom lane. But we're gonna see the matchup of Luke and Aran. I feel like if Luke just kind of mirror Aran's gameplay, it's not really rocket science, isn't it, Arashi? Like, Aran's gameplay just split pushing, trying to give some advantage to your team in terms of wave clear. And I think if he can mirror that, Luke, Geek might be winning on the team fights.
Well, it sounds simple enough, but at the same time, the fact that you have to try and do that means that you have to acquire, first of all, a good matchup in the lane so you don't get dominated. You have to get good crowd control to try and stop, be a presence, and good mobility in order for you to be able to move around and have the same kind of impact. So on paper, it's simple. Just stop Aran. But in the Land of Dawn, there's a lot more factors to try and consider in order for Luke to be able to do so consistently.
Because it's not just mirroring, right? It's not just replicating what Aran is doing, but it's precise mirroring, precise replicas that you need to be able to achieve here up against Aran. But let's talk a little bit about the patch here. High potential picks. We've been talking a whole lot about the Great Dragon Spear or the GDS, but so far, I don't think we've seen a single GDS.
Yeah. Even on Irithel, the hero that you'd see, you would expect to see GDS on, he still goes for that Haas Claws in Talker and that trio of critical items in this patch without Great Dragon Spear. As you said, Arashi, cooldown reduction is not really the main stat that you're looking for if you're playing Earth, and also that movement speed boost doesn't really do much when you already have a lot of targets to go for without that movement speed boost.
Yeah, the unique passive, the Supreme Warrior. Activating your ultimate grants you an additional 15% movement speed for 7.5 seconds. And it's only on a 15-second cooldown. So looking at the maximizing hero potentials, all the heroes with a quote-unquote spammable ultimate really can benefit from this pick if they really want to though. So we'll have to see. In the jungle, there's talks about the Roger with the spammable ultimate, making him even more of a menace, chasing everyone down. There's the Alucard, who struggles with mobility occasionally, and the Alpha that was a bit adjusted sort of. We'll see if it does show again, because it's a great mix of tankiness, sustain, but also damage in the jungle, and it's a very decent engage tool that you can use to catch your opponents off guard.
Speaking of damage, it's a battle of two roamers that really likes damage heroes. Will Natalia be banned for Aura Fire in this third phase so far? It's Joy Fanny, those assassin that Nile used, has been banned for Coach St. Lucas. Meanwhile, Coach Erpang banned that Katira, that Angela, and also Ran's Paquito.
Well, I mean, why figure the Natalia when you can just pick Saber Roam? Geekfam has a quote-unquote counter. I mean, Beloyski is already a notorious Natalia main himself, so we'll see if those two heroes even show up. Because for now, it's still the typical, but Aura says no.
With the adjustments, I think that Natalia has risen once again in priority with a bit more damage, even though, you know, it's no longer that full invisibility that you have in the Land of Dawn. It's still really, really strong, in my opinion, on the right hands of Beloy, and even Naomi could definitely utilize this hero on Aura Fire. Do not want to deal with that. They'll take it off the board, and for Geek, they're doing the same kind of strategy that Evil's Legends went for, banning out Paquito and Uranus, taking away Iran's heroes.
Another Iran's heroes is still left on the table though, Batang and that Esmeralda. But right now, Kaja has not been banned by Coach St. Lucas. That might be an option that Beloyski want to go for. He's notorious for his pickoff heroes and also that shot calls in the late game. We've seen in the playoffs he can do it, and he will try to replicate it against Aura Fire in this regular season matchup.
Right now, if they want to go for a bit of a backline priority, we talked about how Kadira is just dangerous on that Beatrix. It can be picked up early here, along with maybe a long-range mage for a boy. That long-range snipe strategy is definitely available. If they don't want to do that, a flex pick, some kind of fighter that can be flexed into both the jungle and the EXP lane could be an option as well for Coach Erpang.
And the option goes for that Beatrix, for Chitera, and also Valentina for a boy, giving up a lot of variety of ways that you can do in terms of team fight. Beatrix is the epitome of flexibility in that gold lane. Also, Valentina, talking about flexibility, this guy can do it all.
Can take all the ultimates. And speaking of the flex picks, right? It seems like a lot of teams have been going for trio picks instead of flexibility. For Aura, this is going to be the Edith and the Kadira. More aggression, more pickoff. And that Edith pick, now you start wondering, is it going to the EXP lane? Is it going to the roam position? But the Martis though, for Geek Fam.
When you have so much CC, just like Aura Fire has with their three first picks here, with the Fredrin, Edith, and the Kadira, you need a bit of anti-CC. And with that GDS, remember, and with also the changes in XP, Turtle, you need to contest it. We've seen it from match number 1. I think Martis has been elevated in this patch even more with the additional item that has been added into the game. And also, once again, the Turtle contest. Martis can definitely prove to be a worthy opponent compared to Aura Fire's 3 first picks.
Gonna see the fun fact here, the keys for Geek Fam's revamps. Erpang, the former analyst of Onyx Prodigy, brings forth many pocket strats in WCG Busan 2023 due to his familiarity with global ban in MPL ID Season 7. So there is still some use of that global ban in MPL. We're gonna see Coach Erpang banning out that Brody for that lane matchup for Chitera. I expect them to also ban maybe Irithel if they want to go double down on that gold lane ban, because I would say Mortis doesn't really do well against Irithel, especially when you have those mobility. You can't really catch up with the Irithel, combined with the sprint, combined with the quantum charge. It's going to be hard for you to deal with that.
Unless, of course, with the great Dragon Spear, something can happen here. For Geek Fam, though, they are respecting the potential for the Novaria to make an appearance. You do see tankier front lines, which might mean squishier back lines. But as you mentioned, Mirko, the level 4 is going to be so dangerous in a turtle fight. If the Martis just gets one shutdown, I mean one kill with the decimation, they can just translate or be used to just continue that streak and just push the game out of control. So for Geek Fam, I think early game aggression is definitely the way to go. They supplement that with a pick-off tool, that Kufra.
No Saber Roam this time.
Yeah, well, I mean, like Saber Roam is just specifically counter the Natalia, so I don't think it's gonna bring it up in this case. But Aura Fire, so far they have a very flexible draft. Kadira can go to the mid lane, can go to the roaming area, and also high. I mean, this Edith technically can also go to the mid lane, also roam, but oh, there you go. So I believe it's gonna be Kadira mid and Edith roam, high roam.
Yeah, that should be what's going on here. But again, for Aura Fire, that St. DeLuca's presence once again comes through. Remember, the two heroes, Badang and Khalid, that we've seen before was from MPL SG, from Diablo, Coach St. DeLuca's previous team.
We have a corner here from R7 to counter Oran. Ooh, it's easy to anticipate. You just have to wait for the Lord to spawn in 30 seconds. Oh, wait for it to be 30 seconds before the Lord spawns and play alongside your marksman and don't let Oran cross the water. His macro is bound to lose. That's how you counter his macro play. So what I'm saying is, if you're too predictable, your opponents can use it against you. And Oran has been doing it so consistently that maybe Geek Fam have a solution. But no, they don't go for a mobile EXP laner. They're going for the team fight presence with the Arlet.
Gotta say, man, not really a fan of that Khalid pick from Oran. Yes, it's pretty good, and also it's a signature for Coach St. DeLucas. He really likes these heroes. But in terms of like, that second skill is easily cancelable, so you don't really get a lot of sustainability in a team fight. But we're gonna see how the Raging Sandstorm will be used in a big team fight. That Flicker will do work towards Jadera the Beatrix.
Oof, man, it's gonna be a tough situation right here for Geek Fam. They have so much more burst potential, and we talked about the early game being critical right here, especially with the turtle being so much more important after the changes in the patch. It just gives you more EXP, allows you to snowball even harder, and I think Geek has the right tools, at least in the early game, to make something happen first.
You're gonna see the spells that has been taken from both of this team. Purify for Kabuki, also Petrify obviously for Kadira. We're gonna see the emblems too, still basic common emblem for Claude for the mana regen. Sin going for pulling stuff together, but we're gonna see a game number 1 of Aura Fire versus Geek Fam.
And despite the changes that we've seen in the patch, this is basically what we are used to seeing in the previous one, the drafts for both Aura Fire and Geek Fam. Still the same as ever right now as Beloyski charges up that Tyrant's Revenge. Good chunk onto 2. High and Sin caught good Earth Shatter to clear out the wave. But again, let's talk a little bit about Niall. He went for Killing Spree here, understanding that again, if you go for the GDS, Decimation and Killing Spree, yeah, you're gonna move very fast.
Yes, he doesn't have the agility actually. Going for the Season Hunter as well as the Fury, bit more early game stats, faster clear, faster damage. But look at the tenacities on the side of Geek. Oh, they're going in.
Another good Revenge there. Who takes the lethal? It's actually Sin with a splash of water.
Splash of water from Sin, but I gotta say I'm not really a fan of that attack speed, that Fury from Niall. Very, very aggressive, true to his nature, but you see in the bottom lane, Luke and Aran just trading blows. In terms of laning matchup here, I would say the one who wins, Kabuki, might be getting down, and Jadera gets the first blood.
Flicker forward.
Even if, I think it was a possibility he can secure the kill without the Flicker, but he just wants to be sure, bro. But we were talking about this earlier. The patch notes for the most recent update is the EXP adjustments. By level, the XP required for level 2 to 4 has been increased, but after 4 to 6, it's reduced. So everyone will reach level 6 at the same time, but before the turtle spawns, I think until level 4, it's going to be a lot slower, so the early game becomes even more important. And afterwards, the team EXP gain from turtle increased by 12.5%. So the first turtle fight can really set the tone if the team that gets it doesn't really make a mistake.
First turtle up already, Van. Getting a good chunk onto Beloyski, getting all the way to 3 stacks. He needs this for this fight. Niall, remember, has that Mortal Coil. Aran's already positioned very aggressively onto that bush. Onward, not gonna, oh, it does. That was good primal right into Raging Storm! Right onto 2, the Wombo comes in. Though it's gonna be a trade back though. It's gonna be High taken down. Aran now healing back to full HP as a boy gets trapped. Flickers out to safety, but the Appraiser's Wrath finds its mark. Luke jumping in with vengeance, but there's no more threat. a win, I would say, for Aura Fire as they took the turtle.
Oh, you would say, like, they took that 2 kills extra turtle for Aura Fire. That's a lot of value that they have, but Aran again making plays. I'd say this is a very one-dimensional Khalid in this kind of case. With the Raging Sandstorm, he has to make those flicker plays. Oh, top lane Kabuki getting chunked up real low by Chidera and Chipoloski. But yeah, in terms of like the split push and all of that, I don't think it's gonna happen in this match, Rashi.
The split push, I think that is still the idea for Aura Fire. They're already winning in the early EXP department, and they're winning in the roams, right? Everyone's in the right place at the right time, even faster than Geek. And keep in mind, if you look at the composition, Aura Fire can engage using the Fredrin, they can engage using the Edith, they can try and go for a pickup with Sin, but no, Beloyski goes in first.
Flickers out of the Earth Shatter. Sin now jumping in with Mortal Coil, brings them back. Sin taking low, the Decimation gives him enough movement speed. That's the movement speed we're talking about. Primal Wrath probably high right now as he gets chunked low. Geek Fam are looking for Kabuki, but he pops in. The BMI gets caught, Beloyski with a good read. Now it's a collapse on the Kabuki with an Earth Shatter connecting, but look at Chidera! Oof, dashing forward, not enough to take him down. The damage reduction from the first tier turret is there to protect him. Van looking for that Appraiser's Wrath, just barely, almost taking Beloy down.
What an aggressive engage for Geek Fam. Almost really winning it out, but still getting a bit of a gold lead. As we were saying though, Aura Fire, they have so many more ways to start a fight that Geek Fam, they need to be a lot more careful with their execution. If they want to go for an engage, they need to know exactly where everyone is, lest they get counter-engaged like in the first turtle fight. We saw that early on though. I think Kadira is desperately trying to secure a significant lead in the gold lane. He's flickering forward, dashing forward. For now it's okay, but later on he needs to be a bit more careful.
Good onward, Luke able to flicker out. Beloyski with the Time's Revenge right now. As that's a two-man taunt, Luke jumps forward again, but Raging Storm catches the back, zones the boy away. He has a Primal Wrath though. Niall is still in the front, dealing damage. Now it's going to be Retry battle and Van wins it. Beloy healing back up, going for the Time's Revenge. It's a double kill for Niall, making a triple! And the man is going for the Maniac! Van able to dash away, a boy dishing a bit more damage. No more chase from Geek Fam. They'll take the win here. They win out in the fight, but they lose out on the neutral objective.
Ooh, I would say equal trade, but Niall getting 3 kills in this early of a game for Modest. Remember, this hero is very prone to falling off in the late game, so I think Aura Fire can breathe off a sigh of relief, considering that this is Modest that they're facing. And Niall has to realize and tone it down a little, because I think he's gonna go for BOD once again, Mirko.
Well, going for the BOD is alright, but for now, let's look at the instant replay by the Samsung Galaxy Z series. All began with a big engage from both these teams, but Luke bought so much more time. Arwan zones everyone back, but in the end, Niall is just untouchable in the front. They seems like a boy went for the turtle as well, trying to burst it away, steal it away from Aura, but Aura Fire, Van is just way too clean with that retribution, secures it for his team, and despite losing in a bit of gold, Aura Fire actually is still ahead in some of the levels due to that factor.
2 turtles already secured for Aura Fire. So far, Niall has not had a good game in terms of objective take. Van, once again, showing off that retreat prowess that he has. Very aggressive, being the main spearhead of Aura Fire. Meanwhile,
he just walks up, man. He is getting chunked low though, however. High with an onward, not connecting. Another shatter onto high, now to taunt once again. Van taking very low. Primal Wrath and a blazing duet onto the back! It's a wombo from Aura Fire, and it's a complete shutdown. Now Chidera falling to the hands of High, and Aura Fire completely capitalizing. Meanwhile, a 1v1 ensues, and it might just be a solo kill from Aran! Now it's a boy looking for the trade. Aran pops the regen for additional sustain. A boy has the dashes, now jumping forward.
No way.
It's a bait. Terrified, Aran gets out.
Not just Aran, it's Aura Effect coming in display here versus Geek Fam. 8-6 and 3k gold lead so far, and they're looking for the 3rd objective in this turtle.
What a huge sequence of events, man. Getting the turret in the top side, getting the turtle, and getting all those kills as well. Talk about Kadira being so secure, having 0 deaths, but now with 1 more death. Aura Fire, they are not letting up.
Sin. Oh, beautiful final slash from Luke to cancel out an effort made to pick off. Aura Fire now on the back foot in this particular skirmish. Let's take a look at the audience prediction here. 68% to Aura Fire.
Wow. Well, Aura Fire has been doing so much better, but you would think that it will be a bit more even with Geek Fam. They're having a huge win themselves. So far, composition-wise, like we were talking about, I think Aura, they are just able to go a lot faster in the mid game right here. Later on, with Kabuki on the Claude, there's less vulnerabilities in the back line to try and mine. And Van, once again, just going in the front line, engaging stuff, setting up the counter, engage for Aura Fire.
Interesting rotation here from Aura and Geek Fam. Top lane just being ignored at all. Like just the wave is just crashing in for Geek Fam, and they might be looking for a punish towards that. Oh, but Ron with the raging sandstorm.
Niall with the red tree though. Gets the movement speed. Van instantly with the response, and that is the kill over to Aran. Down below, a trade happening here. Chidera taking high down, and the turret as well.
That's value for Geek Fam. They have a turret, and also they have a kill. Meanwhile, Sin missed that Petrify from a boy. Good read. Meanwhile, look, trying to punish, but still a lot of distance to cover.
A big point earlier, by the way, it seems like Luke was trying to outplay around under the turret, but the nerf or the change to the ultimate, that really, really stings, man. It just doesn't come out nearly as quick. You can predict the final slash a lot better right now, and I think Luke needs to adjust. At least for now, it hasn't been fatal, but we'll have to see. In the late game, he has to be a bit more careful about that factor. So far, with the items built, Van, with the Blade Armor Rush, knowing so much basic attack damage is available in the hands of Geek Fam.
Chad Van
yeah,
just walks up, my goodness, onto 3, and he forces the 3 members to back away.
Yeah, 2.5k gold lead for Aura Fire right now, and Van on this utility jungler, on this Fredrin, definitely has the advantage for this Lord take, but Nile and the Geek Fam will not let it go this easily. Meanwhile, Kabuki doing the Aran.
Kabuki just pushing on the bottom side. Geek get to the Lord first, but what can they do with it? The jungler is still around.
Final slash used up, Sim. That's him dodged away from another shatter as well. Boy gonna be able to flicker out right now, but the Raging Storm misses or run out of But all gonna be taken down as the Blazer Duet gets popped in the back, and Kabuki is massive! Picks up a double kill as Luke is forced back. Meanwhile, Nile getting slain by Van. Now it's Luke running for the hills. Kabuki not even going to him. Now it's an onward, another shatter, everything in the kitchen sink thrown at Luke.
4-1, courtesy of that Aran's mistake. Actually, Kabuki just going in with the Blazing Duet. Perfect target on the Chidera, which cannot go into the team fight and deal damage, zoning him out. And that is definitely a W in every aspect of the game for Aura Fire plus the Lord.
Man, these big fights, Geek Fam, they just can't really match up to how ahead Aura Fire is. Forced to back away again and again, and that is not how you want to be moving when you have this composition from Geek Fam. Having a Martis, he doesn't escape that easily. And Nile gets his buff stolen as Aura Fire asserts their dominance even in the jungle of Geek Fam, now making moves towards the purple buff as well.
A lot of dive potential here for Aura Fire. You have Kadira, you have Khalid, you also have Kabuki going in. It's gonna be very hard for Chidera to make plays happen, but with the peel provided by Nile and crew, I think it's gonna be very, very massive with this wave defense or like turret defense in Inhibitor turret.
There's just a lot more tanky heroes on the side of Aura Fire, so Geek Fam are struggling to shred through them. Kadera on that Beatrix usually has good burst damage for squishy heroes, maybe like the Kadira, or maybe if Van is on an Assassin. But since Van is also on the Fredrin and has the Blade Armor, everyone just moves forward, and Kadera is forced to go back. And if he goes too far back and uses too many tools, that could be the re-engage. But look at that.
I don't know about that. So deep there. And now it's going to be another shatter. Oh, a 3-man Petrify from Sin! Stopping them in their tracks. The Appraiser's Wrath dislocated. Now Luke jumping back with a vengeance. Gets a shutdown. But in the end, it's a 2-for-1. Now the mini wave coming down. A good Renner's Apathy, but it's only onto High, who soaks it up like it's nothing. Lord taken down mid lane, now pressure down, Raging Storm and a flicker. A boy, great reaction. Niall going back onto High now with a Mortal Coil, picks him up with the knockup. Kabuki forced back. Geek Fam have defended, but they lost one base turret.
Oh man, I think that was Peloyski's fault, man. I think he kind of miscalculated the damage that Chidera can put. That's Van on Fredrin and has that full stack Appraiser's Wrath. Like, what are you doing?
Van was the one who initiated first. I think Valoy was just peeling.
The ult, like that was unnecessary, I would say.
Well, I was just trying to follow up on that. And I mean, look, Kadera is really behind right now. Only the Malefic Roar on top of the BOD. Wind of Nature is available to him to try and stave off the Blazing Duet and the Raging Sandstorm. But look at Van, right? And Twig Cuirass and Blade Armor. He is not concerned about the magical damage whatsoever. Trying to out-sustain the damage coming in from a boy, knowing that he won't be the main target anyways. Instead, itemizing fully to shut down Kadera, Luke, and Nile by stacking on that physical defense.
4 kill difference, and also 7k difference for Aura Fire. They definitely had this game to lose, but Beloyski with the signature flank, signature shot call here, trying to make something happen. But Aura Fire, they're positioning quite nicely with Zen, and Aran is ready to punish.
Well, on the top side, you see that Luke is trying to clear out the wave, set it up a bit for the Lord take, but without a base turret, it's going to be shoving generally by default on the top side. Beloy, though, might get caught out here.
Ooh, good sidestep there from the Earth Shatter. Oh, they go for the conceal without Luke. They're still looking for a pick here. Earth Shatter connecting onto 2, though. That cancels it. Their efforts of going for a pickoff, of going for a wild initiation, has just been taken away from them. Now it's Aura Fire, who has so much room to play with, and Aran doesn't even need to play his strategy of split pushing up top. He knows he has the better team fight with the Khalid, and they'll just stick to it. Lord Dance here for the second Lord of the game.
Good solid macro, and as per the comment of R7, there's still a chance that they can try and trap GeekFam with the macro read, but now it seems like everyone's banking fully onto this Lord. GeekFam trying to go for it, Beloyski doesn't find anyone.
Onward, Earth Shatter, Nile cancels it out with a Mortal Coil, brings High back for a bit. Van to a quarter of his HP. High as well. Beloy now running away. Sin jumps in with the Oddity, but doesn't connect onto anyone. Beloy's giving the flicker forward. Appraiser's Wrath, and Van outclasses Nile. The retreat department is Kabuki. Jumps forward with a VMI, taking a boy down. 3-4-1 for Aura Fire.
3-4-1 plus the Lord for Aura Fire. Van once again showing off that Retrin and showing off that KDS 6-1-10, 6 kills for Retrin. This is rare to see for a Retrin player.
There's like Beloy trying to go for the big engage with the flicker there as well. Fortunately, it does not land. Now Luke tries to buy some time, but he might get caught. He might get taken out.
Final slash onto 4. Flickers out. Buys a bit more time, and it's a successful defense. They've kept Aura Fire at bay for now. Now they have time for Nile and a boy, and even Beloy, to get back up.
You have the time to get back up. That 10k gold lead, that is really hard obstacle to hurdle there for GeekFam, especially when you don't really have a lot of creative display or creative engage that you have.
Good engage earlier, now with the flicker onward, and it finds the member. Instantly, Luke taken out with the Appraiser's Rampaging Storm! Onto 3 by Aran! And now it's a boy who gets chunked low. Chidera, the only man left standing. Aura Fire strikes first, 1-0.
Aran effect is still a full-on display here versus GeekFam. Not the start of the match, I would say, but so far he's still shown that he's still one of the top dogs in the XP lane for MPL Indonesia Season 12.
We didn't get to see it, but I have to tell you guys back at home, all 6 talents predicted GeekFam, and all 6 talents were wrong.
All 6, man. GeekFam. We thought that maybe Aura has a chance, but not like this. That was crazy. At every turn, GeekFam were just completely shut down. They got outmaneuvered, out-executed, and to a degree, out-drafted as well. Who would have thought? The intelligent GeekFam has to admit defeat for game number 1.
Oh man. Coming in this game as the underdog, I would say GeekFam, after Aura Fire, they did slay the Kings, but not in a dominant fashion, just like Aura Fire against Onyx. And right now, they're still keeping the momentum, winning out against the family. Coach Sintaluka's definitely happy with the result. A lot of high fives, a lot of smiles in Aura Fire's even bench. Samuel HC definitely enjoying the show here.
Kimura and Samo, right? Don't forget Kimura. He was here for the first 2 weeks as well. Unfortunately, with the performance of Aran, doesn't feel like he's going to get much more playtime this season. But what a phenomenal performance once again by Aura. Again, a lot of people were saying Aura Fire were overrated after the 2 wins against Bigatron Alpha and against Onyx. It feels like they were readable. They can finally be read, but with this performance, I think they have just shown once again that they can also adapt. They can also learn through their losses. And they certainly did. Up against EVOS Legends, a tough match, but they've adapted and they've taken that L properly.
Gotta say, man, I'm not really worried about the quote-unquote one-dimensional play of Aran, that split push, because he's shown that he's very capable on the team fight versus EVOS when he uses that Arlet. And right now, he's showing it in full display too with the Khalid. That I would say it's not really the best composition to play with because you don't really have that sustainability when you use your second skill because it's cancelled quite easily. But with the Raging Sandstorm and a lot of momentum built from Van's engage and also a lot of damage from Sin too, I think he's doing a really good job.
I think a really good job is a bit of an understatement, man. He has single-handedly elevated Aura to such great heights. But the player of the game is going to be a familiar face right here by the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5. It's going to be Van on that Fredrin. Insane. Walking up at every single turn. The Chad meta, Mirko. We said that it's Chadera, but no. Van walking up, tanking damage at any turn. You try and fight him, you get smashed.
It's truly the Chad era, but it wasn't for Chadera. It was for Van, the man. That's the nickname we gave him, and he truly... Yeah, that was a man performance and a man presence, I would say. Just walking up casually saying, what's up, dog? You know, 3 members? Get out of my face. Get out of my face right now. My God, every retry, every engagement, every initiation. And still, he only died once. How is it possible? Why is it possible, Rashi?
It's a great combination between shutting down Kadera in the gold lane and also having so much physical defense on his side. Fredrin has always been a hero that has notorious regeneration. And looking at his emblems, he didn't even go for any extra bit of sustain. He went for the firmness instead of the Festival of Blood, so he's not even going for extra healing. And you can see that in the fight, in the Land of Dawn. He's always regenerating an absurd amount of HP purely from the passive and purely by having defenses to withstand the initial burst. He's also toggling, managing the passive, the stacks for his opponent's wrath very, very well. Every single turn, he's always a complete menace and geek. They just didn't have the tools, no damage, no crowd control to hold him down.
All the 50-50s were won by Van, and this escape was truly phenomenal as well. You would expect, a little bit of panic there, but not from Van. He knows exactly the limits of this hero, even re-engaging in a lot of these skirmishes to set up for his team.
Again, so many more options available to Aura Fire. Before you know it, right, someone just begins something, and you have no idea if it's a bait, you have no idea if it's a setup. And you can say that earlier, the final slash just a bit too slow, and look at the flicker Raging Sandstorm. It didn't work out here, but later we see that it became such a valuable moment. And at the same time, you can see Kadera is just confused, bewildered. What is coming for me? Is it the Raging Sandstorm? Is it the Kadira with the oddity? Or is it the Blazing Duet? You just never know. And Aura did a very good job toggling, right? Changing up who is going to go deep, who is going to use their crowd controls defensively. And I think ultimately that is what caused GeekFam to be so confused on what Aura Fire is trying to do.
Oh man, suddenly the Beatrix stock just dropped in this today's matchup, man. What does really find success in this case to Chadera? With a lot of overload of CCs, overload of damage, overload of dives. I think this is the right way to counter this Beatrix, to counter his flexibility. I don't know. Mind you that Beatrix has the highest win rate out of all meta heroes or high-picked heroes in this patch in MPL Indonesia Season 12. But we're going to see here the build for both of these teams. 23-12 and 12k gold lead in 15-minute game.
Almost twice the amount of kills for Aura Fire. And we already mentioned the tank build for Fredrin, for Van on the Fredrin. But High on the Edith also went with a lot of physical defense and predominantly that blade armor, just to ensure that Kadera gets shut down that much more. And in the middle of a big fight, if Kabuki doesn't want to go in with the Blazing Duet, then High can output some DPS using the Wrath. So I think Aura Fire have so many more ways to switch it up on GeekFam, and they just have no real solution. And especially with their early game, their burst-heavy composition, they just don't have enough items to be a real threat for Aura Fire, and they are just forced to move backwards again and again and eventually get caught by the superior mobility coming from Aura Fire.
Feast your eyes on the objective takes for around 2 Lords, 3 Turtles, 8-1 turrets, doesn't really matter, but in terms of jungling ability, in terms of retry ability, Fun just absolutely outclassed this rookie of Nile.
Dude, Van is... I'm telling you, this was mostly 50-50s as well, right? It would have been impressive if Aura just, took everything and GeekFam were looking for a mirror play, but no, GeekFam were going head on almost every single neutral objective battle. And for the most part, Nile was actually keeping a quite good, he was keeping it competitive level-wise, right? It was quite even. In the later stages, Van was a level ahead, 2 levels ahead, but the first 3 Turtles, my goodness, Van just obliterated Niall in that red tree game. You want to go for kills? Sure. You want to go for red trees? Nah. It's over, mate. I'm Van, the man.
Van the man. He's definitely in demand right now, but for Geek Fam, they have to try and clean up how they go for these fights. They're usually a bit more calculative, but we saw, for example, Niall going for kills in the middle of the turtle fight, whereas a boy was trying to burst down the turtle. There's small moments of miscommunication which will result in a huge downward spiral for Geek Fam if they don't clean it up. Or Fire, they seem to be a lot more comfortable in those very confusing fights. And I think this is something that they had for a long time, being able to stay calm and composed in the middle of all the chaos. It's always been the strategy for Aura, and the current meta might just be what they need. Instead of having the calculated, movement heavy, pick off heavy style we've seen in the previous weeks, this chaos, this clash with 5v5 team fights, this is exactly what we have seen from Aura when they were able to actually get so many wins, I think 2 seasons ago.
Well, that's the gameplay. Embrace the chaos. If I see a house burning, I just put out more gasoline. That's Aura Fire's way.
Interesting.
But if you see an Indomart, don't put a gasoline on them. You have to buy Indomart point code. Use Indomart point code. Did you know there's a lot of people are experiencing Retri Indomart as Niall did in game number 1.
Yo.
Oh man, they didn't know that every time they shop in Indomart, they actually get points that could be used to get discounts, special member only gifts and free products. And you know what? How to avoid interacting Indomart like Niall? Just download, or just like Juan, just download the Indomart Point Co app and use it every time you shop anything in Indomart. And also special for our studio audiences, you've got to visit Indomart Point Co booth because there's a free 37 diamonds. 37 diamonds. Oh my goodness gracious! It's like half of killing notification in the game.
Exactly. And man, I think for Aura especially, that 58 diamond is worth it.
Yeah,
it's definitely value,
it's
dude.
really cool.
It's so amazing.
It's a bit memey.
It's a reference.
Fun.
It's a reference to a certain anime. I think it's not really popular amongst Gen Z.
I actually don't know what that is. I don't really get it, but in Indomart there's also Point Coffee. It's a specialty drink of coffee.
You need coffee. That's how you get it.
Concept that serves you fresh quality coffee made with 100% Indonesian coffee made by professional
100%.
barista with international standard brewing machine, international barista, international brewing machine, and also international taste for Point Coffee. This time around, there's also special discount on the collab menu from Point Coffee with MPL Indonesia Season 12. Put the code ada discount copy on your Indomart Point Co app and get a 30% discount on matcha latte, caramel macchiato, and lemon tea.
I mean, the promos are great here, Chefin, for Point Co, but I'm not a man who would go to to Point Co and just get it offline. I want to get it while I'm at home, and I can definitely do that with Grab. I can just order that with a 50% discount on Grab Food, MPL ID X Grab, or you know what? Sure, I'll go and visit. The cafe is always great for Point Coffee. I can always use the 90% discount as well for Grab Bike and Grab Car.
Oh my goodness, 90%. So more, if you want to get diamonds to our Melon BB Hero skin, stay tuned for more Grab challenges. For more info, check out grb.to/MPL. We're going to see here hair cam. This time around, it's an actual guy.
An actual guy.
We're not going to get scammed this time.
Yeah.
You're implying there was a fake guy.
Oh.
Just a long-haired one,
Yeah, it's a long-haired guy. You can't call him fake. That's kind of mean, Shevin. But
I'm sorry.
Yeah, look at that hair, man. Woo. You already know he has a very chill and calm personality due to that mental sensation.
That's a huge
well,
assumption.
I think it depends, Arashi, because he could definitely be using the Gato Kacha one instead of the Tigreal one. So could be Ice Cold Menthol, could be others, could be also the Lemon, the Eudora one. Hey,
bit more electric on your day. Speaking of electric though, Geek Fam and Aura Fire, they're gonna figure out a way to close the series or prolong the series for Geek Fam. The power of family will eventually be put on display in this game number 2. There's a lot of hope, man.
How do you feel, Shevin? This is your team. These are your guys, your family.
It's literally you versus Eterna.
There's no Eterna here. Why are we talking about her?
Because she's laughing at home after that game, 1-0. Let's take a look at the high potential picks. Though to be completely honest with you, I really disagree with the Julian one. Julian, I think, nah, fam. I think the whole level 4 is hard to achieve. It's a bit overrated. I don't think it's that hard to achieve now. And Julian, sure, you get level 3, you get all your abilities, but No.
Well, even in the early game,
I don't like
you have your quote-unquote ultimate ability, but you don't have the item. So even if you do land a massive combo with an empowered spell from Julian, you don't exactly get like a very impactful one-shot. Maybe a huge knockup that could be used. Well, the point is, there is potential here. It's only what the team makes out of it. It's the Julian and the Selena, a pick that we've seen from high, but not that amazing. It seems like right now, with the Chaos meta, we were expecting a bit more...
Chaos?
Well, no, we were expecting a bit more calm and chaos in the early game, but calm late game. It seems like right now, it's all about getting a bit of a lead, getting the first turtle, and with that small bit of advantage, just going full at it, fast and furious. So we'll see if the family can make a comeback right now.
Oh man,
This is him. This is literally
Family
Dominic
man.
Valoisky.
the dad of Geek Fam.
It's all about family.
The Geek Fan father figure. Well, in week 3, top 3 gold laners right here. Kabuki and Kadera both making an appearance. CW saying hi as well. But
Chewe
Kabuki is all the way up there.
Why is Chewe there?
As the
Because he's consistently winning.
Yo!
Calvin Winata.
Man.
Chewe, as the Shadow Analyst would say, he always refuses to say CW. I don't know why.
Shadow Analyst. I've never heard the Shadow Analyst talk before.
It's always
Sure.
Chewe.
Do you have some insider
I
info,
have.
Shevin?
I definitely have.
We'll have to see about that. But looking at the damage per gold, that's an interesting stat right there. Well, it's very similar, whatever it is. But Kabuki, it just seems to be just that much bit better. And that's what we were talking about earlier. Kadera, less playtime, but a lot more consistent. Kabuki, occasionally, when the team is doing well, he just knows when to make an entrance, like we saw in that big team fight. So he is definitely still a factor, but he might not be the main factor.
Speaking of Jadera, though, we haven't seen the Irithal yet from this guy.
Yeah.
Mind you that the first time we've seen Jadera in MPL Indonesia Season 11, it was Irithal, and you dislike it, Miracle.
Season 11, yeah. Irithal was trash. I'll
was
say it here with a
awful.
capital T. It was T-Rash, okay, in Season 11. But now with the patch, I think Nino proved that it was amazing because of the item changes. But for both teams, Geek and Aura, they've completely disregarded the patch. They're going for what worked before.
Ooh. All right. First drafting phase, we're going to see again the bans for Geek Fam still respecting the playmaking potential. We saw that the Paquito pick actually faltered in match number 1. It was really completely shut down because of how the team fight meta really have evolved. We're seeing less split pushes, and even if we see a split push, it's always a bit of an interlude before a big fight. Team fights seems to be where it's at. It's all about that aggression, especially with the neutral objectives gaining more and more priority. Before, if you want to go and maybe split push, you can do so maybe in the beginning. In the late game, it's still going to be the Lord contest. But now, it seems like if you want to win in the Turtle contest and the Lord contest, you have to get a proper 5v5 strong composition.
Oh, another Uranus ban coming in from Geek Fam here with an Edith, not an Angela. Perhaps they want to go for the Angela pick themselves here, because if they let it go, it is going to be quite scary up against Aura. The first pick will be the Fretchin. All right, good adjustment, I would say, from Geek Fam, taking a comfort pick away from Van. But as we all know from Van, the man has a lot of heroes in his pool.
Especially that Link, man, like it's very, very underrated. Every time we talk about Van, it's always the Retribution. It's always the utility jungler that he has, that tanky jungler, that survivability. But this guy is excellent, I would say, at Assassin. And we're going to see it in that Lancelot. We're going to see if this is going to be a utility jungler Lancelot or that Assassin Lancelot. Also, another Katita for Istin. Might be.
I think it's just a very interesting situation here. The Lancelot. You say that he has to pick a build, but technically, he goes for the same emblems right now. There's no longer the Demon Slayer emblem, so he can just go about his way, and if he feels like, okay, hang on, I need a bit more survivability, I need a bit more, tankiness to just survive and die in the back line, be a nuisance instead of being a burst damage hero, he can just adjust the build on the fly. With the Kadira and the Lancelot, it's something like Aura Fire wants to dictate the tempo once again. For Geek, Will they respond with more aggression, more crowd control, or will they try and find solutions? Go for the Gluck, and they're going for that utility angle, trying to survive the initial burst and maybe outlast Aura Fire.
Okay. So I understand the glue and the Faramis, like right away, just 2 picks for Geek Fam, just to kind of get rid of that counter for Luke. But I don't know about the matchup against Lancelot though. Like glue doesn't really do well against heroes that has a lot of dashes. But this is Luke we're talking about, so I believe he will try to, kind of micro it out and try to make the most out of this glue pick. We're gonna see here the 3rd pick for Coach Asain De Lucas. So far, a jungler and a mid / roaming potential in that Kadira. What will they go for?
They might go for
Beatrix?
The Beatrix may be, but I don't think that's so prior for Aura.
Agreed.
They have so many more options available right now. It seems like the Claude is what they prefer.
Remember though, with this Lancelot and the Claude, it's going to be another dive comp, right? Because I think we have kind of seen from both of the matches so far, Alter Ego versus Dewa as well, that dive compositions have just been a bit better. When you're proactive, when you are able to engage first and just dive all throughout so the backline of the enemy team doesn't even exist, that's when you ultimately win. Aura won in game 1 with that, Alter Ego won in both of their games with that strat as well.
And this kind of dive comp for Coach Saint DeLucas kind of gives a lot of freedom for Aran to pick whatever he wants to do, because all of these heroes are very, very, what's the English for it? Mandiri? What's Mandiri in English? Independent, I would say. You can go alone and try to make something happen, especially with this Kadira. With Petrify, he can pretty much flank and get someone in the back line. There's going to be another ban for Aran here.
Wow.
Holy moly!
Are we gonna see 4 XP bans by the end of this?
Maybe Badang, because Badang does quite well against a glue in laning matchup, I would say.
Oh, that's an interesting matchup there to talk a little bit about. Maybe with the AoE as well, technically the Faramis could definitely be punished by a good fist crack in. So I don't know if they want to ban the Badang though, right? We've seen it once. Does it really deserve that ban slot? A Leslie ban here, great ban, I would say, for Aura Fire. Sure, they have a lot of dive, but in lane, Claude still struggles up against that Leslie, and it is going to be a Terizla. So leaving the Khalid and the Badang open.
Geek Fam risking going up against a Khalid again, but I guess I would rather go against a Khalid rather than a Terizla as well. When it comes to the team fights, when it comes to 1v1, I think the Khalid is still much better. Aura can go for it right now, which will round out their composition, but leaves them a bit squishy. Khalid doesn't always build full tank, always builds a bit of damage, especially in the early game. So,
Benedetta?
If they go with that, then they have to make sure that Hai is on attacking hero, but without the Edith, he has to try and get creative and once again, find something unexpected. This is the main power that Aura has. They are a team that likes to experiment.
Likes to experiment, but I feel like Benedetta is one of the heroes that I'd say kind of fit Aran's playstyle. If you look,
what? Wow.
Okay. So this is the first Yuzhong we've seen in a while after that buff 2. I tried Yuzhong and it's really good. That 30% movement speed boost after that shower does work. And you can disengage quite easily, you can chase quite easily. There's a lot of options to offer when you already proc that passive. But the counter is it's gonna be the Novaria here.
And there you go, the adjustment. They finally given in to their intrusive thoughts. Pick up the Irithel, new patch Irithel finally gets picked up. Geek Fam, the Novaria is technically also the takeaway, one of the big heroes from Aura that they have been able to utilize really well. But this can just give Aura Fire a chance to go for an Arlet roam, right?
Well, the Arlet roam though, it hasn't been nearly as strong, and it's a lot more easy to deny that final slash because you can see that the animation is so much slower, and these pro players can definitely take advantage of that. Looking at the composition so far, Geek, they have a lot of survivability, but they seem to be lacking a bit in the DPS department. Aura has all of that under control.
Last pick for Aura. Okay, high on Kadira, but gotta say, man, Aura Fire, this is too much chaos to handle, I would say, because...
Is it?
There's zero real frontline that Aura Fire has. I believe Fan will go for more of a utility jungler build, going for that War Axe, and the rest of the build is gonna be like Hunter Strike and Tank Emblem, or like Tank build. We're gonna see how Aura Fire will play this composition, because this is just chaos personified, Rashi.
It's gonna be a bit difficult because for Aura, yes, they have no front line, but they have the Black Dragon form. This is an age-old strategy we've seen for multiple seasons. You go for a neutral objective, you send the dragon out, and everyone needs to respect that presence. Now with the Cult Altar, GeekFam can force to stay, but at the same time, if they do so, it's going to be very difficult for Oran to have the same kind of impact. This hero is also not a very mobile hero. It cannot roam as effectively, as fast as like a Paquito. So
remember though, Rashi, it's the dive meta. And what hero dives better than the Yuzong?
Exactly.
We're gonna see how the Yuzong will play out in game number 2 of Aura Fire versus GeekFam.
2 petrifies for the side of Aura Fire, and it is their signature, a dragon in their lineup. Let's talk about the last time they picked a dragon, the Yuzong. I think it was Kabuki in the gold lane, yeah, Rashi?
I believe so, and that was at least 2 seasons ago. This is a crazy development, but Yuzong finally making its way back into the meta against a Novaria, against
a Faramis.
There are a lot of targets available, but against Kadira with a Purify, I don't think there will be a lot of catch potential there.
Yeah.
But if he can zone everyone from GeekFam away from the neutral objective, that is mission accomplished already.
So you can see the respect ultimately given from Chidera here with a lot of Purify. Oh, a boy might be in trouble. No, there's not much damage that Aura Fire can deal to follow it up, but aside from that Purify, also tenacity for that Irithel, not opting to go for a more aggressive talent build.
As long as he survives the initial fight, you saw how Nino was able to just walk around, gun everyone down. That is what I think GeekFam is trying to go for. Against a Lancelot, against a Yuzong, a Kadira, I think not going for the tenacity is a bit of a greedy decision. So for Kadira to go for the safer route, this is very signature of this man. It's all about consistency and being able to still be relevant even in the worst case situations.
There was a lingering, I think, effect or impact towards Nile. I think he was going for the counter jungle, took the creep very low, but he didn't want to go for 50-50. Maybe it's showing here that, again, Aura Fire played with a lot of confidence. Meanwhile, Nile, after losing every single 50-50 in game number 1, he's trying to take the, he's trying to be a bit more conservative with his retries.
Looking at the update on the patch notes right here, we are gonna have to wait for a bit because it seems like the turtle is already being rushed.
Yeah, and this time it should be GeekFam who gets it unless Van pulls off another massive retry, and he does! He does it! Just effortlessly, and Nile gets punished. It's a first blood over to Aura Fire. Now it's a boy who's running all the way to the back, high, taken very low, goes in from the ocean, and he gets the passive! Sustains back up, Aura Fire. Oh, great snipe from Beloyski, but still a big win from Aura Fire. 3-1.
Oh man, not just big, that is a huge W, 2 kills and a total with you.
Whoa.
Oh man, with you like in a disadvantaged position. Van with the retry once again outclassing Nile so far. 0% retry rate so far for this rookie.
For GeekFam, they had control over there, but they lack in damage. I thought they were going to try and get the turtle and get out, but since they didn't get it, and they were stuck with the Black Dragon weaving among them, they were just forced to take a fight without any damage. They can use the Cult Altar to survive initially, but what can they do to trade the damage back? Oh boy!
Whoa, 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 they're going in! Oh my goodness! It works! Van, the Chad, walks up, takes the kill, gets out!
That is crazy. He uses the Stampede as a bit more of a gap closing tool. Just punishing a boy for not respecting his damage potential. Now he's just so ahead, and Aura Fire, they have all the tools available to them to start snowballing. Kadira rushes the Has Claws with a new rework, sort of. It will allow him to actually have a bit more critical damage, a bit more tools to use in the lane, but Kabuki now, the target for the side of GeekFam.
Oh, wow, beautifully done. Clears it out, uses the BMI, spaces perfectly. Now it's Luke who's in this lane. Let's talk a little bit about the Yuzong versus Glue lane. What do you think about it?
I'd say it's a skill matchup. I think like the longer the game goes, it's gonna favor towards Luke, but I don't think Aran is stupid enough to go for 1v1 against Luke. But Van, once again, Beloyski very aggressive, but he's getting punished.
Sphere, Feather Airstrike now punishing Beloy, taking very low, but Sin gets brought back by the Shadow Stampede. Now on to Nile, Wings by Wings cancelled out. Gets knocked up and the bird is down.
Oh, Fire. Playing with fire right there, but now losing Sin before the turtle take. This is not ideal, but their composition allows them to go for this play yet again. Aran and Luke coming in to join the party.
Black Dragon from with Blazing Duet. Now the Retribution secured by Niall. Not 50-50 though, 100-0. Luke now with the Slam. Doesn't go for the pass just yet. Van able to use the puncture just to escape. Good knockup from the Breath of the Ocean from high just to disengage. And now it's Van utilizing the split to get as many dashes as possible as he takes the purple buff away. Now bottom lane, 9 with a good taunt again onto High, and Astrosphere connecting on the back as well. Forcing an oddity in, it should be High taken down. Chadera picks up the kill, Niall burning down, 1 HP! Gets out.
How was he able to survive right there? But Aura Fire, they were able to actually save the turret. So in a way, it's still an okay situation. But look at Aran, already looking for an opportunity, waiting for someone to just walk into the jaws of the dragon.
Wow. Oh. Speaking of Chad, man, Kabuki just walk up there trying to get the gold grab, but didn't manage to get it. But Van just now steals the Grand Theft Purple, as Mirko would say.
As Leo would say.
Okay. Leo would say. Well, look at this maneuver though. They send Aran away in the bottom side to try and trap someone, get a pick off, because he is the more crowd control independent hero, whereas Van is the one sent to clear the top side because he has more mobility. Creative rotations like this is what makes Aura Fire so difficult to deal with.
Speaking of creative, look at this. The killing animations, man. The killing effect. Level 1, level 2, level 3. Van taking a good chunk of damage there. Forced back, and below he's actually walking him down. He wants to get a few more shots in, maybe to force a free one. Whoa. Sin had to flicker out of Geek Fam's initiation. Go into the bottom lane, good Breath of the Ocean to disengage an oddity as well. So far, no sieges for Aura Fire down below, and Geek Fam, they're able to take a turret up top, so winning in the objective battle.
Aura getting a bit too creative right here, taking a lot of poke damage from the roster of Geek Fam. Siege, the poke is not something they want to try and engage in. They want to try and go for all-out fights. Now with the turtles spawning, this is the chance for them to do so, but they're already quite low, especially High on the Kadita. He needs to be a bit more concerned right here as Geek. They're trying to get full control, sending Luke in the front line.
Slam, pass. Niall as well with the taunt. Around with the Black Dragon for Mimo on the back. Loisky going to be engaged on with the puncture as well. Good call, alter by a boy, but it only delays the inevitable. Is that still a kill? Now High with a Petrify. Van with the red tree. Oh my goodness! He does not miss in the 50-50s. Now with another puncture. And even onto the purple buff. A boy gets slain on the other side. Luke caught. Now with a slam, pass. But what is it compared to the Thorn Rose that can just slash you down? It's a turret down below for Geek Fam. But it's everything else to Aura.
Oh man, like, I think at this point, every time Geek Fam has a 50-50, he's just gonna give it up. Or try to just reset the Lord. Yeah, it's always fun. Winning out against Niall is just veterancy or like experience in full display.
I think maybe going for the trade, going for a split push-esque strategy might be what Geek Fam needs to do. It seems like Aura Fire, they're winning the fights. They got the turtle as well, but for Geek Fam, they have taken 2 turrets. So that in itself is already a huge win. Even now, Aura unable to secure the top side turret. Geek Fam can use this, but look at Van.
Diving deep, forcing a stampede and a slam. Whoa. Phantom execution very aggressively.
What?
I think he has to thank Geek Fam for that cancel, but he goes in again.
He doesn't care.
He doesn't care.
Okay, and there you go. That's the utility build of Van. He's not going full tank, which I really like because that's what enable him to do that, because if that's a full damage lands on his, that's pretty much a suicide.
There's way too much damage available, but even for Geek Fam right now, you do say that, Shevin, but there's not a lot of damage they can try and use to one-shot that Lancelot. So Van, if he's going for a utility build, it's going to be even more of a problem. With the neutral objective not available, it comes back to just straight laning and looking for pickoffs in the jungle. And you can see Aura High already waiting for a chance right here, but Aran gets spotted out.
Just Aran and Sin there, who gets spotted out by the Astral Echo. They don't know where Vandaman is, and Vandaman is just not having it. He's just taking everything away from Geek Fam. Oh no, he didn't take the orange buff. It just spawned in. I think it's a bit too risky. Now he goes into the bottom lane. Phantom execution onto Chidera. Chidera running around. Popped into Purify. Now Thorn Rose and a Feather Airstrike perfectly timed in. Now Niall onto Van with a good taunt. Van chained down. Oh man!
Stop it!
Van finally gets canceled. Van is still alive!
How are you doing this? This is illegal. You should be in jail, Van. What?
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Everything, man. Walking up, tanking the turret, dropping aggro with the Thorn Rose, surviving everything. What is Van on? They get the bottom turret as well, and now they converge on the top side. They force Kadera in the bottom. This is supposed to be a free Lord.
Who let Van cook? Van is him in this game. Goes on to the Lord. Oh, whoa. Beloy with a flicker forward now should be punished by the Thorn Rose. Van just holding on to it. No, he calculates it. And now it's going out. Slam, pass with the Appraiser's Rat as well. Used up with a split. If Van survives this, I don't know what to say. Thorn Rose. Oh, he gets the sustain again. This happened to Luke before. No way it happens again. Oh, he does! Van gets out. He baits Luke in. Who let Van cook?
Look at Aran. Everything's going on. It doesn't matter. There's no fight for Geek Fam. Aran just zones everyone out. Van, no red tree for another 7 seconds. Too low, and Geek Fam seems to try to look for something, but they get caught out.
Great initiation once again. Van jumping in with a puncture. Now the Thorn Rose on the Chidera. Another puncture, and he gets it. Now the Appraiser's Wrath finally punishes. No! He gets out with another brilliant Thorn Rose. The man is unpunishable. Now, it's not even a 50-50. Nile has conceded it completely. Beloy with a miracle play in his sights. But Van secures it, and Sin body blocks the sphere. Now Beloy gets punished. Van is unkillable.
Embrace the chaos. Embrace the fire for Aura Fire. Mirko, did you know the last time you said, if he survives this, I don't know what's gonna happen? That was when Kyrie survives that outplay from Echo. That was poetic, man. What?
And it happens again. History repeats. Oh no! Van! To add salt to the wound! Holy moly, he steals another orange!
Get this man out of here. High goes back in right now. Look at Geek, all corralled, sticking together. Not knowing what to do. Who to target. Van on an assassin, still not being able to be threatened at all by Geek Fam. The Lord marches down, and now they're looking for something else.
They're looking for a play in desperation. It's a rough waves. Van again. Phantom execution to the front now, getting taunted up. Still able to escape for now as a Black Dragon form gets utilized, and High gets sniped down from the back. An Astral Sphere connecting, and Aura Fire forced back.
Okay, time to cool down, everybody. Time to cool down the fire, but Kabuki doesn't want to do it.
He doesn't want to cool down. He wants this fire to keep on burning. Van with a puncture out. Phantom execution as well. And finally, Aura Fire are pushed back away. Geek Fam have some breathing room. God.
Wow, all things considered, they weren't able to get a base turret, so Geek Fam, they're able to save everything, including the final second tier turret in the mid lane. So that's not a bad situation at all. They're able to stave some aggression from Aura Fire. Let's take a look at some of the items right here. Sin with the Holy Crystal build, knowing that his target aren't the tanky heroes building magic defense. He's going to target a boy, he's going to target Kadera and Beloyski, going for full damage, no survivability, because everyone's going to get zoned away by Aran anyways. He has the Oracle, he has the Dominance Ice and the Hunter Strike. He's going for that chase build. And as Shevin mentioned, with more movement speed from the energy, he's going to be able to actually run everyone down. He is ahead in gold.
Did the guy just retreat? Van is... He just retreated.
I don't know
what's
the point.
Just showing dominance, bro.
Oh man, I don't need this retreat to take down the Lord. You know what?
It's about sending a message.
Yeah. So what's the solution here for Geek Fam? Beloyski has to spot out someone, or I believe High might be the perfect target to be punished if he goes in too deep to try to punish all Geek Fam members. But that's hard to do, man. Like, especially with Fan too, like the chaos is just too much to handle for Geek Fam at this point.
I think you just have to understand that they really win in those late game compositions, late game 5v5 team fights, and they have to wait for that moment. There's still Lords that can concede technically if they really want to. If they want to contest, they have to just be a lot more careful and maybe put more emphasis on the other members, not Van, but on the bottom side. That trap, I think a boy nearly walked into it. He might still. With the Lord coming up, this might be a mistake. Nile might be caught between multiple members of Aura right here if High and Aran make the move.
Fan is doing everything right now. He's the spearhead, he's the frontliner, he's the damager. He's also the one who's gonna make the plays on his own!
Phantom execution, good channel stampede to evade from him right now. The Feather Airstrike comes down. Appraiser's Wrath dodged away from Aran. Looking for a Petrify, connects on the Chidera right now with Wind of Nature, getting him out. Now resources burnt out. Kabuki's looking for the play, and it's a blazing duet onto the back right now with Winning Nature as well. He goes in and he finds a boy, picks up a killing spree. Van with a few dashes, but Kabuki is ultimately the eliminator. Van is still alive again. He gets out, and Aura Fire have just taken a 4-0.
Come on! Come on! What are you doing, Van? What are you doing, Kabuki, with a beautiful, beautiful dive towards a boy? And that doesn't give much room for Geekfam to create. High, using the right way, but Van once again!
It's over. It's all over. Beloyski now taken very low, the only member. But it will not work for them. Aura Fire, 2 zeros. Geekfam in a dominant fashion.
Okay, man, like, I'm gonna spoil you right now. The MVP is gonna be Van. I don't think I'm supposed to say this as a caster, but it is clear cut. Oh my lord, you have a lot of good players in your hands, into Lucas.
He's able to make this composition work so well. We thought it was going to be Aran walking in the front, taking damage, using the Aran effect, but Van, now that there are tools available, now there are different strategies that opponents can expect from him, you really see the value of this man. Insane retributions, insane calculations to survive again and again, despite being focused down by Geekfam. They just get completely outsmarted, completely outmaneuvered at every single turn. What can you say, man? They are flaming dragon!
Oh, the fire is still going on. The fire is still alive in this team, and they're looking to recreate it more on the upcoming matches. But everyone is happy, Aura Fire fan especially. All smiles on the displays of mechanic of Van.
This is what they've been waiting for. The decision making, the macro play, the tactics, right? We saw with the waves pushing, where they were positioning, the traps they were able to set up. What is this Aura? And what was that earlier alter ego? Today has just been teams who are not doing well showing up saying, what are you saying? What do you want? We can do it too.
They want violence. Is what Aura Fire want. They chose violence, and they let Van cook.
Man, that's unreal.
Wow.
The Lancelot, just again and again.
We saw this in Snapdragon though, like Van on that Lancelot, remember? Yep. A few amazing plays that we saw even against Blacklist International in Snapdragon Pro Series. And everybody was talking about him. Now, I think everybody's gonna be talking about him again.
We're gonna throw it out for the interview to Aura Fire with Bude Clara Mongstar. Take it away.
2-0 Aura Fire membara dan membakar Land of Dan juga MPL Arena. Begitu ramai tentu saja dengan match kalian 2-0 Aura Fire. Congratulations di pembukaan match kalian bisa ngedapetin 2-0. Pets kayaknya kalian udah bisa menguasai pets baru nih.
Lumayan sih Bude, 2 hari kemarin udah latihan dari pets baru gitu.
Nah, apakah pets ini membuat Aran merubah gameplaynya? Yang biasanya kita lihat Aran tuh mainnya udah sampai mana-mana, udah sampai ujung Land of Dawn. Sekarang lebih berfokus bersama teman-teman nih. Apakah karena emang gameplay Aran yang banyak atau karena patch?
Pengen ngegocek musuh ya sih. Jadi kalau kayak musuh ngiranya aku bakal main lane jauh terus, ternyata team fight. Pas musuh yang ngira aku bakal team fight, aku bakal lane jauh.
Ih, serem kali ya. Serem sekali ini Aran tukang gocek ternyata. Aran, tapi patch ini akan mempengaruhi banyak gak sih untuk Aura?
Gak terlalu sih, kita emang dari kemarin kan mainnya kayak gitulah udah. Yang penting konsisten aja sih.
Yang penting konsisten. Untuk pembukaan match sesuai dengan harapan dong ini?
Sesuai harapan.
100% kalian bisa ngedapetin untuk minggu-minggu selanjutnya kah?
Ya, 100%.
100% semoga. Bude tuh paling suka nih percaya diri dari Aran. Aran, tadi Bude dikasih tahu sama Aura Fam, katanya kamu dari komunitas banget ya berarti awalnya ya?
Ya, lumayan.
Penasaran, apa sih yang membuat kamu mungkin dari komunitas, MDL, lalu MPL, sekarang bisa berkembangnya secepat ini gitu loh Aran?
Dari diri sendiri sih ada perasaan pengen naik terus sih. Jadi kayak nggak mau stop di situ aja. Jadi kalau ada tab yang kecapai, pengen yang atas lagi.
Nggak pernah puas?
Nggak pernah.
ingin terus lapar dan menang dan berkembang terus-menerus dari Aran. Dan sampai sekarang MPL, kan udah sampai MPL nih. Berarti laparnya lapar apa nih Aran?
Mau lolos playoff dulu sih.
Lolos playoff. Lolos playoff terus kalau bisa nggak juara?
Bisa lah pasti.
Bisa dong ya.
Bisa.
Dan menarik juga ini dari Aran Effect masih berlanjut kalau kata caster dan kata semuanya pula. Tapi kita lihat juga dari Fun. Retrimu buset sekali. Buset banget sih, buset banget Fun. Apakah kamu lebih percaya diri sekarang karena udah memasuki minggu yang keempat dengan patch baru juga? Apa yang membuat dari Fun sendiri berkembang sampai titik ini nih?
Banyak orang sekitar yang membantu sih. Kayak coach lama, terus coach yang sekarang, coach MPL, teman-teman, DJ. Terus datangnya sama HT.
Oh datangnya sama HT. Sama HT bisikin apa emang? Adakah?
Ada sih, rahasia.
Rahasia. Sama HT kamu tuh tukang bisik-bisik ya. Tapi semuanya pasti dari Aura Fam, dari Super Fans. Ingin tahu siapakah player of the match? Siapa? Fun? Fun? Iya semuanya? Nggak bisa, playernya satu aja. Oh, Kabuki. Semuanya berteriak dengan nama yang berbeda, kita cek bersama-sama ya. Siapakah player of the match dari Aura Fire? Let's go! Lagi ngobrol sama Fun dan ternyata menjadi player of the match. Fun, sekarang tuh ya bisa dilihat kalau objektif itu penting banget. Menjadi beban gak untuk kamu untuk selalu ngedapetin objektif? Apalagi sekarang kan juga ngedapetin level 4 sulit. Buat Fun sendiri gimana?
Jadi beban sih, karena kayak bawa nama suku sama ras.
Loh, apa itu? Apa?
Enggak bercanda. Biasa aja.
Tapi tentu ya ingin memberikan yang terbaik. Sekarang lebih menantang gak? Lebih menantang gak Van?
Apa?
Lebih menantang gak?
Apanya?
Untuk pet sekarang, untuk jungler.
Sama aja sih.
Sama aja?
Sama aja, ada yang berubah.
Kalau kunci retri yang bagus apa?
Tanya sama apa nih first team jungle MPL season 9.
Wis, tanyanya sama season 9 ya? Jauh tapi ini udah season 12. Hai, ini adalah kemenangan lagi setelah kemarin sempat deket banget untuk dapetin kemenangan lawan EVOS. Apa yang terjadi saat match kemarin tuh minggu lalu penutupan?
Gak tahu.
Gak tahu. Itu jawabannya Fluffy juga sih ya. Kalau di match ini apa yang udah kalian lakukan sampai mungkin bisa dibilang lebih solid lagi nih untuk match minggu keempat? Ada yang dipelajari nggak dari match sama EVOS Legend yang kalian mungkin implementasikan?
Banyak.
Apa dong, boleh di-spill nggak?
Gak boleh.
Kenapa?
Rahasia.
Rahasia, semuanya rahasia. Apa yang nggak rahasia dari Aura Fire? Kekuatan dari Aura Fire minggu keempat ini kira-kira kekuatan Aura Fire di minggu keempat ini kira-kira sebesar apa sih?
Sebesar
Samudra?
besar.
Sebesar besar. Oke. Sekarang Aura Fire baru aja ngedapetin kemenangan. Begitu pula dengan lawan kalian selanjutnya yaitu Alter Ego. Akhirnya mereka pecah telur dan kalian nextnya akan melawan Alter Ego. Siapa player yang atau mungkin apa sih yang paling kalian khawatirkan tentang Alter Ego?
Siapa?
Gak ada sih.
Wes, kalau Aaron jawabnya nggak ada ya. Nggak ada nih. Mungkin sih sama Udil? Ada yang mau disampaikan mungkin ini kalian udah minggu keempat ini ada yang mau disampaikan kepada Aura Fams?
Makasih buat Aura Fans yang udah setia dukung kami.
Singkat pada jelas ya, terima kasih. Sin mungkin ada yang mau disampaikan Sin? Untuk yang ada di rumah mungkin yang ada online?
Untuk yang di rumah ya mungkin dari keluarga yang terus dukung sama Aura Fam juga makasih banyak.
Terima kasih banyak. Aran?
Pesan buat Alter Ego aja lah ya.
Wih boleh. Let's go Aran.
Siap-siap ya besok telur lagi.
Siap-siap telur lagi. Udah pecah telur mau dikasih telur. Akankah terjadi? Mari kita tunggu pertemuan dari Aura Fire dan juga Alter Ego. Caster kalian bersiap untuk membedahnya? Silahkan match 2-0.
Hashtag Aran effect. Hashtag Van effect. Hell, maybe it's hashtag Saint DeLucas effect.
Saint
Or maybe even
DeLucas.
Samo HD effect.
Oh,
who cares?
hashtag Van is the man.
Van is the man.
He is him, bro. He's the main character.
Yeah, the
He
main
is-
character just snatches 2 MVPs right away in this game. Immaculate display of jungling and also retribution. And kids, if you want to fit that, also use Indomaret point code, don't forget.
Yeah, he pulled a quick 2-0 on Geek Fam. A quick left-right, good night. It's 8:16 p.m. in Indonesia, in Jakarta right now, and this is probably the earliest time ever that we've ended match number 2.
I was
The earliest-
celebrating.
What?
I was celebrating because
Yeah.
we came home early, but I remember it's Geek Fam.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Arashi, look at this nerd.
Crazy.
Not the guy on screen. The guy on screen is not a nerd. He is a man.
Van, the man, the player of the match.
He's
by
enough.
the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5, Z Flip 5. 0 deaths.
0.
Watch. We're gonna look at the highlights, ladies and gentlemen.
Too much.
0 deaths.
Bit too much highlights for this guy, man. Like
That
every
is
time.
unacceptable, dude. That shouldn't be possible.
Like
Why
there's-
not?
It's kind of
Why
like
not?
zero setups, too.
It's just not.
Why
that a
not,
reference?
Arashi?
Is that a reference that I don't get?
It's just not, bro. 76% kill participation, and of course, the retributions, man. There was one retribution where I think Geek Fam were able to get 1, I think. But
Total?
that's
But yeah, but that was not a 50-50. That was a
exactly. That's the only one they got. This man wins all the 50-50s. Even from the previous seasons, we've been talking about how special his retribution is, and now he comes and shows it yet again. Looking in the early game, this is where they went for a fight. Look at the positioning. Geek Fam just trying to group together, but in the middle is an angry flaming dragon, and Aran just like destroys everyone. And he survives with the passive, but he gets sniped down. Well, that's the story of the game. Our Fire just surviving again and again, and Van is making use of the stampede from a boy. And the Geek Fam, you're just not expecting this kind of aggression, right? They think that they're going to be aggressive, but not like this. And every single turn, something gets thrown at them, and they just keep getting surprised, getting like, overreacting. And Aura Fire, they just don't run out of surprises to throw at Geek Fam.
There were a bit too many surprises. It was like, getting surprised on your birthday, but then 4 different friends comes up with like a cake and stuff, and it's way too much to handle. You can't keep that in the fridge. I'm getting sidetracked here. Geek Fam, basically, they got just absolutely destroyed. Well, they literally couldn't handle anything that Aura were throwing at them, and to expect this many, and yeah, I actually thought Van actually died there, but he used the Phantom Execution.
Nope.
Just... Oh, the timing on that. And even here, they baited the win in HR first, and then Kabuki got in. The spacing, the timing, impeccable.
This is what after they went for the play onto Kadera, and Kadera outplayed, but then Aura Fire re-outplayed it. So it's just, they just won't back down.
No.
And afterwards, with that kind of lead, with a clean 4-4-0, by the way, at 15 minutes, despite their members getting caught out, that is what Aura Fire brings to the table. You cut one hit, more grows to replace it. This is the Indonesian Hydra we've been waiting on. Looking at the items here, for Kadera on the Irithel, he has the Wind of Nature. He went for the Haskell's and Demon Hunter Sword to deal with the tankiness.
Kabuki has lost.
The change to the Hans Claws, man, maybe that's just the way you go. Like, no, I mean, usually you see a Malefic Roar definitely towards the later game, but hey, Geek Fam, we're definitely lacking resources to build physical defense, so there's no real reason to go for a Malefic Roar. Might as well add more sustain to your kit.
Yep, and it allows him to just be a lot more dominant in the front line. Like in the last fight, he just stood in front of the whole roster of Geek Fam, and they just could not burst him down. Kadera, I think, was going for something similar, but he went for a Berserker's Fury, so it's a crit build, but he went for a Demon Hunter Sword. So that is, I find, quite peculiar. I don't really see how that is quite necessary. But for Aura Fire, Aran with the full defense, only Hunter Strike, he was fast. We're talking about the movement speed changes to the Yuzong. He was more than able to keep up with the members of Geek Fam running away, chasing down Kadera as well in some of these fights. So I think the selection of heroes, according to the current patch, that's also something that Aura Fire is just so good at doing. Is this patch just, again, one of the factors that Aura Fire can use, because they used to be the most creative team in the MPL.
The creativity is just shown on full display, even though the heroes itself doesn't really sign or doesn't really signify creativity, but the composition, like there's not much of a setup that Aura Fire has. It's just pure micro composition that they have, and Vaughn just pulled through. Kabuki just pulled through. Even Hai made some plays. Like Kadira with his Purify, he can't really do much against this many aggression of Aura Fire, man.
Well, who would you say did not make any plays? Even Sin on the far side was using the wings by wings aggressively in order to supplement some of these plays. Every single one. If you look at the highlights, alright, there are moments where Aran made something happen. There are moments where Van, of course, Kabuki as well in the last fight. But there were times where Hai on the Kadira was able to just achieve something as well. And this is where Aura is in tip-top shape, man. When everyone has a chance to be creative. And looking at the stats right here, overall, so quite even-ish. It was not so super one-sided, but man, the damage dealt definitely favors Aura Fire. They have a lot more ways to just pressure Geek Fam. And there weren't any real big team fights where everyone's clumped up. Aura Fire just slowly but surely picked off Geek Fam. And if they refuse to use the Cult Altar due to the aggression of Van alone, well then, Aura Fire, they just win by default anyway. So it's a tough situation, man.
Definitely a very tough situation that I think Geek Fam were just not ready for, right? Oh my goodness, Luke even. On a signature pick, this is Luke that we're talking about. 0% kill participation, definitely very uncharacteristic. We've seen him carry games. Some games that Geek Fam were behind, he could actually withstand a lot of this damage, withstand a lot of the damage and honestly the aggression coming in from the enemy team. And also, just give it back, right? Get Geek Fam to a point where they can come back. But in this game, I would say he was kind of a non-factor due to how well Aura Fire were able to maneuver around these skirmishes.
In the macro.
Not just the macro rush, even these team fights, they're always spread out, so they're never really susceptible to a glue with that mobility or immobility that he has with the slam, pass.
We also saw the deja vu moment there. Luke once again getting...
Why does it keep happening to him?
Getting carried away with the split, but case of success, Van definitely on-point retribution. In the current meta, we said it's gonna be important, but I think Aura just shows that it's even more important than you would initially think. Having that lead, getting that EXP advantage as well on top of the gold lead, I think it's something that Aura used really, really well. And the calculated chaos from Aura, that is definitely something that Aura is able to do. And you start wondering, right? They only changed Aran, but this is something that we've seen Aura do again and again, and now they're back to doing it. What happened the first few weeks, man? They should be able to.
You want to say it?
Well, what do I want to say?
Oh, Kimura, I think game week 1 and 2, mainly, they were already a very good team. I think we've seen glimpses of them being an amazing team, even in Snapdragon Pro Series, where they were able to beat Bigatron Alpha, a lot of big names like Blacklist International, even in the Challenge season. But unfortunately, I don't know what it is, Kimura, maybe the jitters on the MPL stage in front of a live audience. I think that was mainly what kept him from being the great XP laner that we've seen before.
And it complements Aran even more, right? Like even from day number 1, we have kind of no expectation for Aran. He's just replaced for Kimura, and he performed out of his mind. He's the star of Aura Fire right away. And MPL just set up all the protection, this guy ran is special, man. Like this is even much more pressure to put on this rookie, and he actually exceeded all the expectations.
You know who's next? What? With a lot of hype, with a lot of pressure. Doma. Now it's all about Doma. You've probably seen his plays everywhere on TikTok. He's just clippable, man.
We'll see, man. He is in the same spot. A lot of pressure. And he has to outperform the king of marksmen. Those are massive shoes to fill. We'll see if he can pull it off. But yeah, I mean, Kimura, but I thought the rest of the team was also playing a bit stiffer. Now they're just fluid. They're loose and relaxed, and they're able to deal with everything as it comes, see all the blows coming. But with today wrapping up, let's take a look at the standings. In the top 5, Aura Fire has made an appearance, man. Presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy official gaming phone, the Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5.
I don't want to elaborate it, man. Like Aura Fire, 5th place, getting to the playoff spot. Team United Esports just falling off from that 5th spot. They're in the middle of like a heated battle with Rebellion Zion for that playoff spot. To Ultra Eco Esports already has that momentum, but Geek Fam, don't even mention it, Mirko. I'm gonna mention it right away. they are not in a good spot right now. Yeah, I'm quite sad. Like, but I hope they can pull through. Like, that's it.
Life is a wheel, Professor KB says. Sometimes you're on top, sometimes you're on the bottom. From winning to RRQ, and people say this is the beginning of the comeback, to just losing in dominant fashion today. That is tough, but tomorrow, Bigatron is up for even more of a tough game, and so is Rebellion.
Yikes.
With the new addition to EVOs, like we've been talking about, we'll have to see what Rebellion can bring to the table. Which gold laner is going to excel in that matchup. And for Bigatron and Onyx, it's going to be a chess match, 100%.
The Blue Derby and the Grand Finals, the rematch of the Grand Finals of Snapdragon Pro Series.
yeah.
Woo! Will Onyx deploy their best lineup? Will Bigatron Alpha be able to, maybe now, get a single game against Onyx?
That's a huge expectations, man. That's a huge expectations, but I kind of expected to go all the way. I mean, to go for an actual lineup for Onyx, man, because this is Bigatron we're talking about. They're quote unquote the second best team in Indonesia coming into the season, but we're gonna see here, OVO. You can get like data packages from OVO, and you can also use payofo.co/data OVO for cashback up to 5,000 rupiah in OVO points. You can also scan the QR code in your bottom of the screen.
It's so easy, and you guys can get 5,000 of OVO points for free cashbacks. Just easy peasy, lemon squeezy. The value, dude.
The value, dude.
The dude value.
Dude, the value on that is absolutely phenomenal. Just like the Samsung phones.
Yeah, Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 5 and Z Fold 5. You want to flex and,
flex.
Always gain any victory available. The new Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 is the answer. The Galaxy Z Fold 5 boasts an immersive 7.6-inch AMOLED dynamic 2x main screen and is equipped with the latest chipset, 4nm Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 for Galaxy, delivering incredibly smooth performances for gaming, watching, and working all at once. With a battery capacity of 400 mAh. It can also last throughout the day if you're playing games.
It's already as big as kind of like a tablet. You can make it kind of like a tablet, a phone, whatever you want, and it lasts the whole day. But it's okay if you like a smaller phone. You can always just get the Z Flip here, because the Z Flip, don't touch that. All right, that's Arashi's. Okay, it's brand new, right, Arashi? I know. I've heard that you've been paying a lot through Samsung.com/ID. You bought it with the installment, right? 666,625 IDR per month.
I mean, dude, it's 2.7 times bigger than the previous one, dude. Like, I'm old enough to remember the day where flip phones were the meta. All right, I don't know if you guys can relate.
That was old. That was very old.
But that's classy, though. That's a, that's a cool.
Nice sound effect.
That's a very cool look when flipping your phone up. I think it's great that Samsung is bringing it back. It's absolutely stylish, man.
Another thing from the installment, you can also get a bonus of free upgrades,
free storage updates. There's also Samsung
protection.
Care,
the coverage,
and 2-year screen protection.
That screen protection is important, man. So many friends of mine have suffered broken screens out of nowhere, right? It's a shortfall and the screen is just cracked. 2 years of full coverage, that's value.
So you already get your Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5, right? And you want to use it to the maximum potential. There's also an event from MPL Indonesia.
What is it?
So we have a challenge here for all of you who's coming to the venue. You can create your own creative content on TikTok, but the excitement during the event of MPL Indonesia, witnessing matches live, experiencing the energy of the supporters and crowd, exploring cool booths and more. The challenge period is from August 3rd to August 20th. So don't miss out. You have the chance to win awesome prizes like Secret Lab chairs. Like here, I wish I have this. Like seriously, Samsung phones, UBS Gold MPL edition, and various attractive skins. So what are you waiting for? Get your skins and join the challenge right now.
Sorry, the song came out. I gotta do it.
Got a vibe.
Got a vibe. The song just jammed in. I don't know if you guys know the trend, but if you know, you know.
If you know, you know. Like I don't know what's the reference there, but of course, like MPL Indonesia Arena, like we're finally back here. We're experiencing the live stage venue of MPL. Like every time there's always a match, it's just a full packed crowd here. So what are you waiting for, man? Like if you haven't come here at all, like this is your chance to get here, man. Like
what are you waiting for? Buy your tickets right now. Tomorrow's Bigatron Alpha versus Onyx, and we'll have a lot more crazy derbies to follow on Saturday and even on Sunday.
What's coming?
Well, We'll keep it for tomorrow. We gotta tease them a bit. You know, don't tell them about the other days because they gotta watch it tomorrow first.
Yeah, tomorrow's matchup is already great with the Blue Bulls and the White Tigers, also BTR for Sonic. So what are you waiting for? Stay tuned for the next stream, and thank you for watching.
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawa